Columbus, Georgia. This is your city council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. Byron Hickey, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff. District 3, Toya Tucker. District 4, Charmaine Crabb. District 5, Gary Allen. District 6, Joanne Kogel. District 7, Walker Garrett. District 8, John Anchor. District 9, At-Large Council, Travis Chambers. District 10, At-Large Council, Lindsay McLemore, Clerk of Council, and City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia. This is your city council.
Good morning. Welcome to the October 14th City Council meeting. We'll call that meeting to order. First order of business is to offer or ask God's blessings on these proceedings. So I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem Gary Allen if he wouldn't mind leading our prayer.
Thank you, Mayor. Pray with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. Thank you for the blessings you bestowed upon us. Guide us to be the leaders that you need us to be. Help us to respect those who may disagree and treat all persons weak and poor with the reverence of your guidance. Please renew our strength of your presence and joy of helping building community worth in your favor. Help us to listen with understanding. Help us to speak with clarity and restraint. Give us a spirit of service and remind us that we are the stewards of your authority. Father, we pray for your love and understanding. We pray for every counselor, every person in attendance and their families. Continue to bless Columbus. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. If you would, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, there's a motion to receive the minutes, motion and a second. All right, are there any edits, any changes that need to be made to the minutes? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, minutes are approved. We've got a number of proclamations today. One of the first one we'll start with is Communities in Motion Day. Councilor Garrett is going to lead us in that. Is Mr. Fleming here? Anybody from Everett? How are you, sir? Come on forward, please. And Everett, if you wouldn't mind, hit that button on that microphone so that I can. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Henderson. It's my honor to read this proclamation. Whereas public transportation is making a real difference in the daily lives of individuals and households in Columbus, Georgia, and whereas public transportation is vital to the quality of life and economic well-being of all citizens, and whereas workers, school children, senior citizens, people with disabilities, and those unable to afford an automobile will use public transportation to gain access to jobs, schools, medical facilities, and other fundamental services. And whereas public transportation helps lead the nation towards its goals and policies of protecting the environment, conserving energy, and providing for the health, safety, and security of its citizens. And whereas public transportation transforms communities and gives people access to opportunities for a better future. And whereas Communities in Motion Day is an annual event hosted by Metra, where community partners provide opportunities and information catering to the needs of citizens as it relates to healthcare, housing, financial planning, education, and transportation. Now therefore, B.H. Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, does hereby proclaim Thursday, October 30th, 2025 as Communities in Motion Day.
Ms. Fleming?
Yes, like I say, each year and Metro, we'd like to give back to the community for all of the support that they provide us for the services that they utilize. And of course, we invite vendors out to come and help and celebrate, to give their goods and services. And of course, none of this would be possible without the staff that we provide with Metro. We like to have fun, you know. We provide food, games, and prizes at this location, and so to make this possible. So each and every year, this is an annual event we like to give back to the community. And again, I'd like to say thank you to my staff, and thank you to Metro for making this possible. Thank you very much.
Ms. Fleming, we appreciate everything that Metro does. It's probably one of the most critical challenges we face is making sure that there's adequate transportation for the people of this community, go to work, go to the doctor, get their kids to school. And we thank you and your staff for the role that y'all play in that. If you would come around and let us thank you for it. All right, next, we celebrate Painting the Town Pink Week. Councilor Chambers has the proclamation. Is Ms. Cheryl here? Bring all of you ladies wearing pink up here. I've got my pink tie today. Thank you. In celebration of you guys. Yes.
Well, good morning. First of all, let me just say thank you for your incredible work supporting breast cancer awareness. Your dedication, it brings hope, it drives progress, and makes a real difference in countless lives. So thank you for your leadership, to you and the team. So I'd like to read this proclamation. Whereas October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and the city of Columbus, Georgia, joins the national and state campaign to fight breast cancer on the local front with compassion, dedication, and energy. And whereas early detection and advocacy is the key to fighting breast cancer, and whereas breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in Georgia females, where nationally, 1 in 8 women are diagnosed, and it accounts for 16% of all cancer deaths in females. And whereas on Friday, October the 17th, 2025, West Central Georgia Cancer Coalition will host our annual 16th annual Paint the Town Pink 5K Pink Glow Fun Walk/Run with the theme of Hope, Love, Cure at Woodruff Park to celebrate survivorship, honor those who are currently fighting the battle, and recognize those who have lost the battle to cancer, as well as their caregivers. And whereas other activities throughout the month, which includes the Pink Ribbon Campaign, painting the Fountain City pink by turning fountain water pink in honor of breast cancer awareness, and the Pink Sunday Worship Service. And whereas Paint the Town Pink supports free mammograms and other diagnostic screening procedures for women in Columbus and surrounding counties who are uninsured or who earn low, moderate income and who otherwise could not obtain this necessary medical care. And whereas we call upon all citizens of Columbus, Georgia to support the efforts of WCGCC and the volunteers who will participate, and commend the sponsors who will contribute funds to make this year's Paint the Town Pink Breast Cancer Awareness Campaign a success. Now, therefore, I, B.H. Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, do hereby proclaim October the 13th through 19th, 2025 as Paint the Town Pink Week. Thank you.
I would like to allow the guests to introduce themselves. Our board members, we have volunteers, so I'll step aside for just a moment. Our board chair is here as well.
Herman Lewis, Jr. Barbara Thomas and Calvin Thomas, my husband, we're volunteers and sponsors as well.
I'm Geraldine Malone, and I'm the Community Outreach Program Manager.
I'm Wanda Rutledge, board member.
Carolyn Tigner, board member. Thank you all so much. Everyone knows I'm Cheryl Johnson, but it is truly an honor to come once a year to celebrate breast cancer awareness and the Paint the Town Pink. This is our 16th year, and we would just love to thank the City Council for being supportive, as well as our sponsors and all of the thrivers that are going through what they're going through. This day is about our cancer survivors, breast cancer, but as well as other cancers. And when we raise our funds, it stays right here in our community, the 13 counties that we serve. So if there's anyone who's in need, who's going through cancer treatment, who needs our help, we're there. We are truly neighbors helping neighbors. Thank you.
Councilor Crabb?
Oh, we do have
Thank you. Could you clarify some of the times and dates?
Yes, ma'am.
We know that October 17th is the run walk.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
what time does it start at Woodruff?
Yes, ma'am. The run walk begins at 6 o'clock, but we have a Thrivers Parade. They'll line up at 5:45, and they'll parade around the park with their loved ones, the Thrivers, those that are currently going through, and as well as those who have gone through the journey. That begins at 6 o'clock. The walk run, or the program begins, and the actual run starts at 6:45.
And then they also mentioned the worship.
Yes, ma'am. The Pink Sunday, we just ask our community to observe Pink Sunday. It's normally the third Sunday in October. We try to do that just once a year. But if any church decides to do that, we would love for them to choose us as their charity of choice for benevolence or what have you, because the money stays right here in the community. Yes, ma'am. And again, thank you all so much for painting the fountains pink. We love it.
I saw those yesterday.
And we do have something for you all as well when we come around.
Ms. Johnson, y'all do an incredible job of, not just of raising awareness, but also supporting the survivors and the thrivers. My wife is a 10-year survivor, so it is, it touches so many lives throughout this community, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of the city. If y'all would come around and let us, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, thank you. Right, all right. Yes, ma'am.
Did you send something to my office about Karen and I?
My guy.
Probably.
Thank you,
I know, I didn't know if you wanted to film anything or anything. I know. Well, let me, I'll get with her and she'll. Good morning. Thank you so much. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Herman. Hopefully you'll all be able to make it out there. It's a very, very neat event. All right, next is National 4-H Week. Councilor Anchor will present the proclamation to Christine Began. How are you? Councilor Anchor, if you push your light, sir. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Megan, thank you for being here today to receive this, and I hope you'll share some good things about 4-H. I'll read this and give you a chance. We're happy to honor you guys and the mayor issuing this proclamation. Whereas this year's National 4-H Week theme, Beyond Ready, reminds us that 4-H is building a ready generation in a world of change and equips young people with skills for the future while meeting them where they are today. And whereas 4-H is America's largest youth development organization, supporting 6 million youth across the country, and whereas 4-H programs are delivered by the Cooperative Extension System, a community of more than 100 public land-grant colleges and universities across the nation that provides experiences for young people to learn by doing. And whereas 4-H is in every city and county in the United States and helps 6 million youth become engaged and successful and independent. And whereas 4-H connects young people and adults to their communities, preparing them for work and life through experiential and inquiry-based learning, while providing emerging research for positive youth development. And whereas expanding from its strong agricultural roots, 4-H helps young people explore the world around them and grow into productive adults. And whereas supporting future leaders in science, agriculture, and community leadership is an important imperative for the U.S. Department of Agriculture National Institute of Food and Agriculture 4-H program. Now, therefore, B.H. Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, hereby proclaims October 5 through 11 of 2025 National 4-H Week. Thank you, Megan, for being here.
Thank you very much. I'm Megan Shockley. I'm the 4-H agent. I just started October 1st, but I have previous experience. I was a 4-H agent in Coweta County a few years back. I grew up in Georgia 4-H, and so I'm a product of all of the things that were mentioned. 4-H has a ton of great opportunities. It's not just rooted in agriculture and livestock anymore. I barely did any of that growing up. We have great leadership programs, community service, and then my favorite is our public speaking. It's a competition, but it's a year-long process that students can compete in and become better public speakers. And I would not be able to stand up here today if I hadn't done that as a 4-H'er. And so they get to pick a project and kind of become an expert in it, but then also hone their public speaking skills as well, which will take them far in anything that they do. We have about over 800 students enrolled in 4-H in Muskogee County, going from kindergarten through 12th grade, but the bulk of them are in 4th through 12th grade. We go into 4th and 5th grade classrooms, and then we have a few high school clubs and some clubs after school at our office as well. And so I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to growing that and providing those opportunities for more youth in the county. So thank y'all so much.
Well, Megan, welcome to your new role.
Thank you.
And we're excited to have you here. Counselor Tucker?
Welcome, Megan. I actually find it amazing. I'm trying to see. It was at St. Simon's UGA Carl Vinson Institute. We had kind of like a little small forum, and one of the conversations was 4-H. So I'm happy that you're here, and I can share that we're doing a proclamation, but we want to make sure that the information that's being done in reference to 4-H is publicized and marketed, and that was one of the things that we were discussing in that roundtable. But I'm happy to be able to share that we have somebody that just started October 1st, new, and we're doing a proclamation, and this will go in our little information little packet that we have that we're working on. But one of the things that they suggested was getting with like our local media and letting them, Dee Armstrong at 4 o'clock is a good person to reach out to, so you can sit on the couch and let her know what you're doing. But yes,
Great.
I started in 4-H as well, and I was talking about the shadow box and all the little things that the programs that we did. So I'm just happy to see you, and I'm happy to be able to share that back with Carl Vincent Institute, because that was one of the little checklist items for our county. So
Great.
thank you for being here.
Yes, and we can connect, and I would love any other connections to publicize and grow the program.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Megan, come around, let us shake your hand. Thank you for your work. All right, and it's, I don't know that it was on the agenda, but we've got one more proclamation. Councilor Huff is going to present to, for the Help the Hooch. We've got Keep Columbus Beautiful. Ms. Cutts is here. You and your crew want to come up to the microphone, please? People always ask what they can do to continue to make Columbus better. This is one of the best things, simplest things that you can do to make our community better.
Good morning to the group and to one of my many bosses. I appreciate you. That's an inside joke. But thank you so much. The river has changed so much over the years since I was a kid. Grew up downtown my first 11 years, so got a chance to run down by the river, see some things, and the work has been wonderful. We have progress. We're known all over the world now about our river. And you all work really hard every year to make an effort to put that extra effort in to keep the river clean. So it's my privilege to read the proclamation this morning. Whereas the Chattahoochee River is crucial to the history and the development of middle Chattahoochee tribe communities. And whereas the Chattahoochee River is approximately 430 miles long, the Chattahoochee, Flint, Apalachicola rivers together make up the Apalachicola, Chattahoochee, Flint River Basin. The Chattahoochee River makes up the largest part of the AFC's drainage basin. Whereas the Chattahoochee River supplies 100% of the daily water used by citizens of middle Chattahoochee communities. And whereas the Chattahoochee River is one of the most valuable resources. And whereas the Chattahoochee River, Columbus, Georgia, Phoenix City, Alabama, is the longest urban whitewater rafting in the world. The course has been described as wild as Colorado and warm as Costa Rica. And whereas USA Today picked the Chattahoochee Whitewater Park as one of the top 12 man-made adventures in the world. And whereas pollutants originating from our homes, neighborhoods, parking lots, cars, construction sites are carried to the Chattahoochee River by stormwater runoff. And whereas a few examples of non-point pollution sources include pet waste, sediment, used motor oil, garden chemicals, paint products, fast food containers, and cigarette butts. And whereas these pollutants flow through the storm drains, storm drain system throughout the middle Chattahoochee communities and empty directly into the Chattahoochee River and her tributaries. And where they harm wildlife and fisheries, ruin recreational areas, and threaten the purity of the river. And whereas to protect and preserve this most valuable water resource, the Middle Chattahoochee Help the Hooch Committee will conduct our 31st annual Help the Hooch River Cleanup on October 17th and 18th, 2025, followed by the free Thank You Watershed Festival. And whereas non-point pollution is a product of human abuse and neglect, the Help the Hooch Committee is extending an invitation to every citizen of the middle Chattahoochee communities to participate in this cleanup process. Now therefore, Skip Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, do hereby proclaim Saturday, October 18th, 2025 as Help the Hooch Day. Thank you.
Thank you. We are super excited about hosting the 31st Annual Help the Hooch. On this Friday, we have thousands of students in Muskogee County and surrounding areas that have already registered to participate in our school campus cleanups. On Saturday, we will have our annual cleanup followed by our Thank You Watershed Festival. It's free to the public and all our volunteers. We have free commemorative T-shirts, food, drinks, face painting, DJs, and we're going to have the mascot dance off. It's going to be at our beautiful new Synovus Park, and so we encourage and invite the public as well as you all to come down and participate. It's from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. this Saturday. And so I have here some of the Help the Hooch Committee members as well as some board members and volunteers, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Tanya Dobbins.
Stacy Moat. I'm a board member, longtime Help the Hooch volunteer, co-chair for the Watershed Festival, and I would love for all of y'all to sign up to clean up your community, your neighborhood, your business, and then come party with us on Saturday. So.
Terry Council.
Eva Smith, board member.
Carolyn Tigner, board member.
I'm Pat Freya, volunteer.
Amy Gamble Coker, board member and co-chair of this year's Help the Hooch.
Herman Lewis Jr., board chairman.
Vincent Jones, volunteer.
Good morning, I'm Avianca Dowdell. I'm a commissioner as well as a staff assistant.
Good morning, I'm Devin Morey, board member.
Well, Lisa, thank you, and thank all of you board members. I hope we have a really, really good turnout to try to keep some of the cleanliness moving, particularly with in our river. So we Keep Columbus Beautiful does such a great job.
Can I ask one question real quick?
Yes, sir.
Friday, is it contained to the school kids, or anybody can come, any children can come?
Friday, what we do is we partner with Muskogee County School District, Harris County, and Russell County, and they pre-sign up, and we give supplies that they've already received, and so they're excited about doing those cleanup. But if anyone wants to still participate, you can always give us a call, 706-225-4008, and we'll take you.
And Saturday, you say 11 to 2?
I'm sorry?
Saturday, 11
yes,
to 2?
The registration is still open. We have a couple of spots left for our dedicated spots in the parks as well as other areas, but you can always clean up a private location. It's open. We're not going to turn anyone away that wants to participate and help.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Kogel?
Thank you for all that you guys do for our city and for the river health. I know too well the feat that it takes to rally volunteers, and it amazes me every single year the amount of volunteers that come out to help citywide. That's a long stretch of river. And it also amazes me every year the amount of trash that continues to be pulled out of the river every single year. It seems like it's a never-ending battle. And so I appreciate all that you do and all that your team does. And I hope that we can take some of that collaboration that is going on with Help the Hooch and spread that citywide outside of the river. And so what my mom always said is many hands make light work. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the results of this year's Help the Hooch. So thank you again for all that you do.
Thank you, Councilor Kogel. I'm glad you said that because pre-pandemic numbers was upward of 10 to 12,000. We're slowly trickling back up. Last year it was about 7,000, so we're pretty proud of that.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, if people have a chance to see some of the photos of the bags of trash and the stacks of tires, It's like every single time we have high water or really any major flow, we just keep collecting trash. And so, like I said, it's great for the wildlife. I know the river keeper is very pleased. And it makes a big difference for our entire community from Bibb City all the way down to Oakland Park. So, thank you again.
Thank you.
Councilor Anchor?
Thank you for what you do, and I look forward sometime in the future getting activated too and helping that. I am happy that you work so hard to keep the trash up. And I wanted to say that it is, and in reading this and listening to it, the proclamation is very well written, and it does protect and preserve the most valuable water asset that really put Columbus on the map. And before I even got on this council, I've been involved in, this is called Tri-Communities, Middle Chattahoochee Tri. And I'm going next week down to the Tri-Rivers Economic Development Forum. This will be the second annual one I've attended and listened to the River Keeper. But I hope that someday as costs go up and transportation changes, that barge traffic might once again, and some of you might disagree with some of that, but that if we have safe, environmentally friendly, clean river that's navigable with economic, that helps our community even more, I think we can do that. It's a big elephant, attainment for maybe 15, 20 years out, but the Alabama, Georgia, and Florida just spent over $100 million repairing our locks. They'll be done in the next 4 years. Now we're meeting with the river keepers down south in Appalachia about dredging a 6 foot wide, 6 foot deep, and we're still going to protect the environment on the banks and everywhere. And so I think there's a lot of upside, and I just want to mention that. I'm happy with what we're doing. I took my boat down the Chattahoochee several years ago and stayed 2 nights in a tent with 3 young teenagers. And it is the most valuable, beautiful asset. And it's the furthest port inland in the southeast. And I'd like to take economic advantage of that. And this is the best opportunity to take advantage of that with you. Thank you.
Here, thank you.
Deputy City Manager?
Just as a reminder, the city did commit $500,000 to the river surfing project in the FY26 budget. Just wanted to remind you of that.
Very good. Yeah, and Councilor Anchor is absolutely right. There's actually, for the first time in a long time, there's some aggressive movement in trying to do that dredging and try to make it more navigable going all the way down to the Gulf, down in Apalachicola. And barge traffic is not, I don't think, is not an unreasonable expectation as you get a little closer to it. Yes, sir.
If there's any messages I can carry on your behalf, I'd love to do that, number one. Number two, Bainbridge just won a $70 million big event because they can get there so far by locks. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
And Council Anchor, we do also work with the Chattahoochee River Keeper, Chattahoochee River Conservancy, as well as Columbus Water Works, one of our signature sponsors.
Well, Lisa, you and your group come around and let us shake your hand. Thank you for your work. Great job. Hey, sir. Herman, get your chair. Sit right here. He does. A lot of great things going on around Columbus, trying to make a difference for all of us. We got a couple of presentations today. The first one is going to be on SIM mapping. It's a SIM mapping report and housing study. Kristen Barker is here today. She's representing the Mayor's Commission on Reentry, but she works with amazing things with Better Work Georgia and trying to create jobs and create the work skills for people to take those jobs. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Good morning, and I really appreciate all our esteemed council members and Mayor Henderson for inviting us to share with you today. I do invite any members of the Reentry Commission who are in the room to come up and join us if they would like to. I am Kristen Barker. I'm the Vice President of Workforce for the Georgia Center for Opportunity and the Chair of the Mayor's Commission for Reentry. And today, we are here to simply share some updates from the work that the Commission has been doing, specifically, as Mayor Henderson mentioned, outcomes from the sequential intercept mapping workshop that we had earlier this year. And I'll share a little bit more about what that is. I do want to say this is purely informational, just to update you, so we won't ask for any decisions. We don't need anything from you, but there will be future opportunities, so we'll keep you informed about that as we move forward. And we do have a visual presentation. Is that available? Okay, if it's not, that is fine. There are some links on that visual presentation. So for the council members, there's a link to the full report, which is quite lengthy. If you are interested, when we're done, you're welcome to read that, or if you want to reach out for anything. So we will just continue. I will share a little bit about the purpose of this workshop. Our goal as the commission is to really strengthen our community's response to reentry by building collaboration across systems. And that's public safety, that's workforce, that's housing, it's behavioral health. It's all of these areas that touch individuals who are at risk of, in some cases, coming into contact with our criminal justice system. So ultimately, we want to reduce recidivism and support successful reintegration for individuals returning from incarceration. The SIM workshop helped us take a closer look at how people move through these local systems and helped us see where we can intervene and more effectively be able to help them so that they don't go back into incarceration or potentially end up going into that system in the first place. So late last year, Muskogee County was accepted as one of only 11 jurisdictions nationwide to receive a SIM mapping workshop through the GAIN Center, which is funded by SAMHSA. And the workshop was held in May of this year. We had 45 people come, and they represented 34 different agencies in these conversations. The final report, or the information from this report, that we're sharing that from you, it actually came out in August of this year. And as I said, if you want to get to that presentation, you can pull it from that visual presentation that we shared, or you can reach out to me, and I'm happy to share that with you. So the sequential mapping workshop, it looks at key points of contact, so those intercept points where individuals, specifically with behavioral needs, may come into contact and encounter the criminal justice system. And our goal was really to identify where we can divert them sooner, ideally before they become justice involved. We know that many people who do become justice involved are struggling with those mental health or addiction, substance abuse type disorders. So when those needs aren't addressed early, that system can become a revolving door for them. The process helped us really map where these points of contact occur and highlight where we already have strong programs, as well as where gaps remain in that. You will see a handout with a map. That is the SIM map that was produced at the back end of the workshop. I will say, I'm sure there are more organizations that are a part of that map. That's a foundation for that, and we can build on that as we move toward into the future. What we found some really wonderful community strengths. We found that we have strong specialty courts like the drug court, our veterans court, assisted outpatient treatment. We found that our crisis response training for law enforcement has made a measurable difference in our community. We found peer support programs in place that are really helping people sustain their recovery. And we found that we have a lot of solid partnerships in reentry and housing that a lot of other communities don't have. So that gives us a very strong foundation to build on. We did find gaps alongside those strengths. We identified some critical areas where improvement is needed, and those gaps led us to 4 key priority areas that need focused attention moving forward. Those were housing and specifically expanding options for individuals who are hard to place in our community, data coordination, so improving systems and how systems share information and data, crisis response, so building capacity and consistency across those services, and workforce development, which focused on strengthening and retaining the behavioral health workforce. So each of these priority areas now has a subcommittee that is focused on working on those needs, to address those needs. And our leads from each of those subcommittees are with me here today, along with some members as well. And so I'm going to share a little bit about that focus, but I want them to come share with you about what they're specifically working on. So priority area 1 is housing. The housing group found that while we have some good programs, options are still limited, especially for people who have complex needs or criminal backgrounds. Think of people with sex offenses, things like that, that are really difficult. Barriers include long wait lists, landlord restrictions, short-term supports that don't last long enough to really create the stability that people need. And this team is led by Pat Frey. So Pat, as you know, is the Executive Director of Home for Good. I would love for her to come up and share a little bit about their goals, which dealt with like mapping current housing inventory so that we could identify gaps, exploring development of supportive housing for people who don't need hospitalization, shelter, things like that, and then working to educate and incentivize landlords. So Pat, if you want to come up and just share.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. Kristen has shared a lot of what I wanted to talk about. But as we've been having discussions about housing and emergency shelter and the housing crisis, not only in our own community, but across the nation, it was really interesting for us to sort of begin the study before the study. And when we did the SIM mapping workshop, to see those intersections and to have a all-of-community holistic look at where those gaps are. And when we ranked our priorities as a group, I think you said 45 individuals that were there. The one who got the highest amount of votes as the top priority was emergency housing and long-term housing solutions for those with the most need. Those who not only are involved in our justice system, but also in our healthcare system and in all kinds of other community systems that drain resources, but also then don't serve that individual and or their family. So our votes put it at the top, and some of the things that they wanted to talk about is looking at, how do we increase stock of emergency shelter? How do we integrate community case management long-term? What do those things look like? Long-term solutions, and also promoting professional development amongst those who are receiving services, so that those then become those peer support, those peer mentors. So it's a very much built on the AANA type of process where see one or you do one. So I've gone through the process, and then I can help that next person. So there's lots of modes and lots of parts to that. But again, this is just one part of what we're working on for you guys, in that we're looking at everything from a holistic perspective. We were having a discussion earlier. None of these initiatives, none of these focus areas can work in a silo. We have to collaborate, because everything happens sequentially, and if one is missing, then the whole thing falls apart. So I think I'm supposed to turn it over to.
Well, I'll
There you go.
share, and then,
Okay, cool.
then we'll, so, thank you, Pat. I appreciate that. And everything that Pat does to support, our ability in our community to provide housing for people and shelter. So our second priority area is focused on data sharing. Right now, we have agencies that are all collecting their own data, but those systems are not connected. And so this makes it very, very hard to coordinate or measure outcomes across all of those systems I mentioned: justice, health, housing, resources. So some of the recommendations that came out of the report related to this were creating a data collaborative with designated leads from each system, developing a universal release of information that meets HIPAA standards, building real-time platforms showing available treatment beds, housing, program openings. So there are ways that we can work toward being able to really share data in a meaningful way across our community. And Reggie Lewis, who is the co-founder of Cure Violence, he is chairing this subcommittee. So I would invite him to come up. I know that he's already exploring some options related to this.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. As you said, we're looking at data sharing, and it's important that we share data with each other because we understand that a lot of times the people that we are dealing with as organizations are being serviced by other organizations. And a lot of times we don't have that information to understand, okay, they went to Valley Healthcare or they've been to Pastoral Institute. The idea is not to be sharing personal data, but to understand that we are helping the whole person. By helping the whole person and helping them in a parallel manner, we then allow us to service the person as a whole. Sometimes we can service them working with the mental health part, but then we drop the ball somewhere else. So by having that connectivity and understanding what that person's needs are, we're able to help them at the same time and provide a holistic approach. As well as what it will help us to do is really show what the issues are in our community as a whole. You know, we can show it from a violence perspective, we can show it from a mental health perspective, but we need to show the entire picture. By showing the entire picture, we can come up with better strategies and solutions that will help us to really be effective in addressing the needs of our community. Too often we are doing everything in silos and we're not connecting with one another, so we end up dropping the ball. Even though we have great intentions in doing what we're supposed to do, often we are seeing the same people going to different organizations, where if we were connected, working together and organized, we would have been able to address these needs early on in the process and reduce the amount of people we have going into our judicial system, as well as committing additional crimes. So that's the idea behind that. I mean, we've started that process. Fire EMS has their Connect Care, which is a great example of how we can do collaborations that will help. Valley Healthcare is working on one as well with the Sheriff Department in the same process. So with these type of organizations and collaborations that we have going forward, we're going to be more effective in addressing the needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Reggie. Our third priority area deals with crisis response. That affects every system. As Pat said earlier, there are connections integrated into all of this. We found that there were, limited crisis stabilization beds, high turnover among crisis clinicians, a co-responder team that isn't available 24/7. A lot of that has to do with staffing, not having enough staffing support, which connects to workforce. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But this group identified some short-term actions that included expanding a crisis intervention team and mental health first aid training for law enforcement, EMS, and fire personnel, improving coordination between 911, 988, and crisis service providers, and increasing community awareness of non-law enforcement crisis options. Longer term, we are working toward things like regional stabilization centers, 24/7 co-responder coverage. So really drilling into those specific areas that will help with our ability to respond more effectively in those crisis situations. So Ann Riley is the Regional Services Administrator for the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, and she is chairing the subcommittee focused on crisis stabilization. So I invite Ann to come up and share a few words about specifically what they're working on.
Good morning, Kristen, for that information and overview. During the SIMS mapping, what kind of told us a lot that we already know. when people have a mental health, substance abuse, co-occurring, family, situational, medical, when they have those problems, which we all have, crisis erupts quickly. And that first intercept is usually with a family or a friend or the public, and then that hits 911. With that first intercept, looking at ways to prevent the judicial system from getting involved, the justice system. So we're really starting to target more on prevention at that level and each intercept going up. Families turn to their faith-based organization, their pastors, their friends, and law enforcement. So we're working to provide free training for mental health, first aid, and other resources so that people who are struggling or whose family member's struggling, and that family member may not even realize it, know how to reach out, when to reach out, what to watch for. So we're really trying to target civic organizations, faith-based communities. We've been involved with the crisis intervention team with law enforcement for a long time. We're getting new officers all the time. We want to expand that as well. Sometimes 911 operators, sometimes parole officers, probation officers. And so it is very much a collaborative with the strong entities we already have in this city. Bradley Center, New Horizons, American Work, 211. We have a tight community. We have a really good court system in terms of the Veterans Court, the Mental Health Court. Assisted outpatient treatment is new in the last couple of years for the behavioral health with people with severe and persistent mental illness. So that's kind of our target. We're also working to help push the 24-hour co-responder. We should, in the next 6 to 12 months, have 3 different responder type programs in this city, and trying to get all of those collaborating for coverage, and then any other additional support, dollars that may be able to come from other areas. So those are our focus points. So, any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Our 4th priority area is workforce. It is focused on people who make all of it possible. So think of the behavioral health workforce. There are some major shortages that we found when it comes to the number of clinicians, peer specialists, crisis responders. A lot of that is because of low pay, burnout, those types of challenges. So the workforce subcommittee focused on recruitment, education, retention, and coordination, seeking to develop stronger pipelines for mental health positions, which includes promoting mentorships, internal career ladders so that retention can be improved. Olga Maxwell, who is the area director for Claire Vita, is chairing this subcommittee. She could not be with us today to share, but some of the short-term action steps that have been identified by the subcommittee include partnering with Goodwill for mental health career fairs, working with schools and colleges to promote behavioral health careers, collaborating with the DVHDD and the National Alliance on Mental Illness to expand professional training, and encouraging agencies to do something quick, a quick fix, and post openings on the Pastoral Institute's job board so that hiring becomes more efficient. So there are some quick wins, some things that are already underway, some quick wins that were recommended by the SAMHSA team. Many of the recommendations you'll find in that report are longer-term recommendations, but those quick fixes were identified because they require minimal funding, they have a high impact, because they do improve communication, capacity, and consistency across systems. So those are things that we want to do. Most of them were already mentioned today, expanding that crisis training for EMS and fire, connecting the quick data analytics, like the police department connects with mental health and justice partners, so we have better coordination, and then, things like posting those positions on the Pastoral Institute website. This work is all about building a system that helps people get well, and stay out of the justice system. And when we strengthen coordination across housing, data response, workforce, crisis response, we improve safety, recovery, and stability for real people in the community who need that. So again, you've got access to the full report. There's a glossary at the beginning so you can scan through it and see if there's anything you're interested in. We will keep you updated and our community partners as those subcommittees progress with the work. And I thank you for your support, your continued support. It truly takes all of us working together. And I ask if you have any questions for anyone, any of the subcommittees, or for myself.
I don't see any questions, Kristen, but I think it's really important that the public knows the initiatives that are being undertaken right now to address some of these systemic issues that don't just go away. They sometimes cease to be talked about, but they're still there. So just want to thank all of you, and want to thank you in advance for the work you're going to continue to do as we look for ways to create these close these gaps. It's a good report, great update.
We appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you all so much. All right, we've got one more presentation. It's the 2025 Internal Audit Risk Assessment and Annual Audit Plan, presented by Craig Carter, Managing Director of Malden and Jenkins. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. First, let me thank you for allowing me to revisit your historic city and the opportunity to talk with the City Council. I have about 30 minutes of prepared information. I can go longer or shorter, but what I want to welcome is your questions. So please feel free to interrupt me at any point in time. I'm very familiar with the content, can pick up elsewhere and speed through it, but want to be able to address all the questions. Do I advance the slide from here? Which one? Clicker. Okay. Green button. All right. Contents today, I want to talk quickly about the executive summary, talk about the project approach, move into the risk assessment results, and the outcome is the development of an annual internal audit plan. I do have material in the appendix about risk-based auditing. I'm prepared to talk about it, but it's primarily provided for your information. This was the first risk assessment, the initial risk assessment done for the government. The approach consisted of 15 interviews with members of your management and a documentation review of about 87 to 100 documents that were provided at our request to evaluate your key performance indicators, your financials, your departmental budgets. We defined the risk universe for the City Council, for the government rather, based on the organizational charts and the departmental budgets. You are a very complex government, a combination of both city accountabilities and county accountabilities, and also affiliated with the state. You have 92 different entities within your risk universe, which, quite frankly, is the largest I've ever encountered. for city government. Really doesn't surprise me, but it's still notable. We evaluated through the documentation reviews and the interviews, 90 of those. We did not evaluate the city council itself or the mayor's office because traditionally that's not done by your internal audit groups. What we developed and what the deliverables were first of all, a risk taxonomy. And that is a collection of risk that we have identified that fell into 9 different categories. And what we were attempting to do is identify those specific risks that affect the strategic, operational, legal and regulatory, and financial risk associated with operating the government. As a result, we've identified 631 specific risks. Those were married to that risk taxonomy organized in those 9 different categories, and those are provided as a deliverable to your internal audit function to enable them to refresh the internal audit risk assessment on an annual basis. So in essence, we created a tool with the information that would allow internal audit to annually go back and look at your environment, identify new risk and emerging risk, and move through assessment of those risks and adapt their plans accordingly. Based on this information, these 631 risks really represent your risk register, almost a library of risk associated with operating the government. From those, we evaluated the inherent risk associated with each of those categories, and we did not look at residual risk, primarily because your internal audit, residual risk is risk that is evaluated after you consider the effectiveness of the internal controls and your policies and procedures and your KPIs, primarily because your internal audit function had not focused in that area previously, which led us to only look at the inherent risk. Talked a little bit about the risk assessment tool. We identified the critical and high-risk departments and offices. There were 6 critical, 32 high risk. If you think about that number, that really falls into a population of about 37 departments and offices. We also detailed the top 30 risk for the government itself and identified those with the functional activities and with the departments and the offices. Developed observations and recommendations and met with the internal audit function to assist them with using these tools in developing the annual plan, which we anticipate each year they would develop an annual plan and keep that refreshed and execute it on an annual basis. Any questions about the executive summary?
No, sir.
Oh, peaked too soon. The approach, very quickly, essentially looked at a lot of data, talked to a lot of good people, and saw a lot of very positive things going on within the government. We also saw some opportunities, and it's those opportunities we really want to talk about today as we move through this presentation. Major changes. The first thing that we looked at were major changes that were impacting the organization itself. We identified 12 of those, and we tried to assess how those changes impact your ability to meet your objectives. When we talk about risk, we're talking about the ability of the government to meet its strategy and its stated objectives, and what would prevent you from doing that. So we asked each of the 15 interviews, what could be those impediments that would block you from achieving those objectives? The impact of the changes by frequency of mention are displayed on this page. Termination of a long-standing leader within your organization was one of them. If you look at these and you start to group them, you see they're going to fall into basically 3 different categories. First off, there are those that are dealing with financial risk, And second, there are those that are dealing with more operational risks associated with, primarily with human resources. And then lastly, there are those that are dealing with your capital build and your capital projects, which you have a significant number of capital projects underway. So these were the impactful changes that came through the interviews. As we look through the documentation itself, we assessed all of the city council meetings for the past year, and these also aligned with the discussion points from those city council meetings. So I'm quite confident that you're familiar with these. Second objective was to build a risk taxonomy that could be used going forward. Here's what that taxonomy looks like. There are 9 different risk categories. These are just essentially groupings of risk: governance, strategic and reputational risk, financial and operational, legal and regulatory, public health and safety, technology and information technology, and those risks that are hitting your organization from the outside, which you're largely not in control of. We also identified level 2 risk associated with these number of risks, and then underneath that identified the specific 631 risks that I mentioned earlier. That becomes part of your risk library. We ask, what are the barriers to meeting objectives? And those really fell in these areas. And again, they fall in these different categories. Primarily HR, primarily financial risk, and also those that are dealing with funding and securing funding. Again, I'm quite confident every member of management that we discussed this with had a very strong line of sight on not only the current set of risk and their impact, but also on the emerging risk, those risks that are coming over the horizon that may not be baked into your strategic plan yet or your objectives yet, but are certainly impacting them. So it was a very good interaction to be able to see such experienced personnel with a pretty good grip on risk and how those risks could potentially impact the operation of the government from an effectiveness, and both from an effectiveness standpoint and an efficiency standpoint.
Greg, excuse me, Councilor Tucker.
Yes. Thank you for this presentation. I see a lot of folks taking photos and some of the counselor individuals. If possible, can we add this, this document right here to our, to the agenda as one of the links? That way the citizens will actually have this presentation, because the only thing we have out there is the actual presentation, but this report
Yes, that
as
would be
well.
fine.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. My question was can you go back one slide? I'd like to take that picture because it's not in this report. The one with, in between,
Okay, if I'm back on the slides.
that one.
Yes.
This slide is not in here. I can't find it, so
Okay.
that was the one.
Yes, this slide simply identifies the risk taxonomy, which means this is the way that you group the grouping of like risk into these 9 different areas, which we then developed underneath those a second tier of groupings that are tied to the 631 specific risk. These are the what can go wrongs, what can keep you from achieving your objectives, based on these different categories.
Thank you. I got
Okay.
the picture now.
Yeah, I can go forward and backward, but my technology, my ability to manage the technology is clumsy at best. I apologize for that. There were certain common themes and interdependencies. When you do a risk assessment, you want to say, all right, what can we pull from this data as the common themes? And they really fell in these two different categories, these two different categories that frames the risk profile of the current government. On one hand, there are persistent challenges that you're very familiar with going back over documents 3 to 5 years. All of these issues are identified in those documents, and they have to do with community development, crime, economic development. You never expect these to go away, but there are in place programs that address them and mitigating activities that address them. But also within that picture, within that frame, there's this set of emerging threats. And those are less common, newer to you, and the ability to have sustainable processes in place may simply not be in place to address these risks that are emerging, in some cases at a very fast velocity. They include cybersecurity, the environment itself. We heard several proclamations today associated and speakers associated with the environment. The environment, of course, is going to continue air quality, stormwater drainage to be a major issue that the government will need to respond to as it continues to change over time. External climate change being one of them, floodplain management being another, housing, project management risks, public services access, poverty and social equality and homelessness. These are categories of risk where the specific risks themselves are morphing or changing and need to be addressed by the city. You also have technology risks, which could include both the adoption, in the case of the city itself, and adopting new technology, and also access. So the citizenry has access to technology themselves, especially as you create abilities to pay online or provide online services for the citizenry. Also, because of your capital build, a good bit of third-party risk, because along with the capital projects, you have new vendors that you're dealing with, an expanded set of vendors that you're dealing with in order to complete these large projects. So when you look at this and you take a step back, what you can see is a set of graphs on the left side of the page and a set of data on the right side of the page. The set of data on the left side of the page shows the overall scoring distribution and how we scored those risks against basically the 37 different departments and offices, and also against the total population, which was 92 different entities. So besides departments and offices, you had committees, you have boards, and you have also authorities that can constitute those 92 different auditable entities. Of those, you had 6 that fell in the low, you had 46 that were in the medium, 33 in the high, and 6 in the critical when looking at the scoring at the inherent risk associated with these specific 92 different entities. And then the graph underneath that immediately is information technology score itself, 4 medium, 10 high, and 5 critical. So one would remark that clearly information technology, when you look at your top 5 risk, is going to be in your top 5, top 8, top 10 risk that you're going to have to address on a go-forward basis. And probably one thing that one can say from looking at the past data is an area where more work needs to be done in developing policies, process, and procedures to be able to audit this area. It's an area that's pretty much been a greenfield, if you will, from addressing risk standpoint. You can also see how the audit universe, the 92 different entities, fell across these different categories. So my eyesight is neither good, long, or short. So I'm guessing at these categories. I think the first one, in terms of governance, there were 6 different groups that were identified, and you can see there were 3 that were identified as high. At the enterprise level, these are your customer supporting processes like finance and HR. It identified 1 high and 2 in the critical areas. Those 2 in the critical areas we'll speak about in just a moment. In the operational areas, as you would expect, this was one of your largest areas viewed. There were 33 boards and committees, 39, and then courts, 10. IT was viewed as a single entity in and of itself. Let me pause and ask if there are any questions.
There are. We've got a couple. Councilor Tucker?
Yes, when you started off in reference to your executive report, I'm trying to go back up to it. I'm doing like you, using technology, going back and forth. I think the executive summary, I think one of the key, like Councilor Crabb is saying, certain things are in here versus on the presentation. And in here, based on what was presented, it states really how this engagement came about. And the engagement came about based on the audit committee and how we are doing this risk assessment, being the first part, and then the second part, which probably has started or will be starting soon, is the performance and operation assessment. So
right.
just giving some background of how the engagement started, because it's in this part, far as the introduction of how we got here.
Exactly.
And, why the audit committee felt like it was important for us to basically do this risk assessment.
It really speaks to the why.
Right, the why.
Why? Why do a risk assessment? Why now? And because you have an internal audit department, you've had an internal audit department from a number of years, but the focus of that internal audit department has changed over time. It's always the process and the procedure of coming to the city council and identifying areas to audit has remained the same. But instead, the internal audit activity has increasingly focused more toward what I would call investigations and fraud support, and less away from risk-based auditing. So my understanding was that the audit committee was asking for an annual plan to be able to say, how do I use my resources to address the highest risk associated with the organization? And implicit in that is a shift of the focus of internal audit from focusing on managing whistleblowers, participating as much as they have been in investigation, to actually working with the departments and the offices to help identify that internal control environment, the internal controls themselves, the key performance indicators, drive improvement in the business, as well as improvement in your compliance, which is really a completely different approach than what they have been doing on the past 2 years. So that's why I had mentioned the content in the end, which is what does a risk-based auditing approach look like? You have a set of resources in internal audit that amount to about 5,000 hours of audit activity a year. That should equal at least 8 to 10 different audits that should be completed during the year. And so the shift that is before you, should you choose to make that shift, it consists of several different things. One is changing the focus of that internal audit activity. So it is working with the organization to improve both the internal control environment and its compliance with laws and regulations, as opposed to the type of support they have been providing on investigations and managing whistleblowers.
Right. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Allen.
Yeah, on page, good morning.
Good morning.
On page 8.
Yes.
You've got a couple of charts there. I was wanting to look at the audit universe and entities by rating.
Yes.
If you could kind of walk us through that and clarify what you mean by those. I see the boards and committees, there are 39.
Yes. See if I can go backward to 8.
Yeah, the top right
Yes.
chart.
So essentially, what a auditable entity is a set of departments or offices or boards that are contained in themselves and that can be audited and be part of the audit universe. So the objective of a risk assessment is first identify what is in the universe. What should you be looking at? And then secondly, to provide risk and identifying the risk associated with them, and then to rank those risks based on the inherent risk, the risk they offer to operating the government. So when you break them into categories, what you see, if you were to look in the governance category, that first category, that would be the mayor's office, that would be the city council, and that would be the office of the city manager. They would fall in those areas. And for that reason, you would expect that a lot of the risk that were associated with them were more strategic in nature, as well as those that were associated with governance, because that's where your governance comes from. Basically, the city council is the legislative body, and the mayor, as the highest elected official, is the executive body. And between the two of you together, along with the boards that are governing the operational components, y'all, that combination of groups are responsible for the tone at the top, for policies and procedures, and for strategic direction, and making sure that the city is moving in the right direction, by definition.
Okay,
So as you go to enterprise, you have two sets of different processes. One set, this is the way I think about them at least. The first set are your service delivery, your customer, citizen-facing service delivery processes. Whenever you enter Parks and Recs, wherever you interface directly with the public and you're providing that services. So looking at Ms. Goodwin here, you know, her group, 311, did I get that right? Is a prime example, which is kind of the clearinghouse where all the inquiries come to, and they broker those inquiries to other different departments with the government. Then you have other processes like finance and HR that support the whole enterprise. And those enterprise processes are those support processes. So that's HR, that's going to be finance, that's going to be treasury.
So the ranking indicate their importance to the city.
Yes,
Is that
exactly
what,
right.
Is that what you're, okay.
That's exactly right. And if you have about, they fall into two different categories, and I probably should have said this right off. You have about 37 departments and offices, and that's counting our legal counsel as an office, treated almost like a department. And then you have boards that sit on top of departments and divisions, and authorities that sit on top of divisions that provide, in most cases, governance type of activities. So in looking at your audit universe, you're going to be addressing all of those, not only departments, not only offices, but also groups such as your boards that are associated and overlook each of the specific departments and specific activity.
Okay, let's go down to the chart under that. You've got risk score for finance with 14.
Yes, I glossed through that, and I was going to get through that later, but this is actually a good snapshot. So this is kind of the so what graph. So you've got 631 risks. You've got 92 auditable entities. Where are your highest inherent risk of where things could go wrong that would keep you from achieving your objectives? And as we looked at that and we took that cut, these are your highest risk auditable entities, which are primarily departments. Finance, and remember, we're looking at inherent risk. So a lot of the changes that have been made by the finance department, because they haven't been audited or validated, we would still identify that as an extremely high risk until such time that you can validate that those changes has been made. The second one is human resources. Actually, I think if you were to ask me my personal opinion, human resources is probably higher than finance. There's just been so much focus on the finance department in the last 2 years. There's so much more documentation that would speak to it than as opposed to human resources. Then you look at the third highest risk area. These were rated and ranked on a basis of 20, and we also rated them based on the inherent risk and the risk of fraud. So if there had been fraud in a specific area, it would drive that risk up by definition. And you see that accounts for a high score, for example, in the tax commissioner area. Then as you move down, the risk drivers are going to be different. The risk drivers, for example, for public works, our aging infrastructure is a major risk driver, and that's not going to be news to anybody. In fact, I resemble that remark. I'm pretty much aging infrastructure myself. But as you move through each of these, Civic Center, there you have a major change underway where it's being moved out of the organization and to a new body that's going to be managing its operation. It's tended to be revenue generating, and that's what's driving that risk. And for each one of these, Muskogee County Jail, again, that is a historical risk area. In the past, there has been federal oversight over that jail. There's also concern about the state of the jail itself, discussions about whether a new facility needs to be built, access to health care or to mental health services was another factor that was driving that risk for the jail. And then down through, all the way down through Parks and Recreation.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the clarification.
That was a very good question. Thank you for bringing me back to it. All right, observations and
We have one
recommendations.
more, I'm sorry. Counselor Chambers?
Yes, quick question. Number one, great information. How often are risks reevaluated and by whom?
That's a great question. And I did not pay you in advance. You will attest to that, right? On an annual basis, the internal audit function in a risk-based structure is going to look at all of your enterprise level risk. However, on an operational level, the answer is daily because those risks are flowing through your processes and they're being applied by, they're being addressed by your standard operating procedures, by your reporting on KPIs. One of the things, and this gets directly to the first observation, is that there's not a lot of awareness of your risk profile or a lot of understanding of it. When we talk specifically to your executives, they understand risk, but the risk environment has not been documented, it's not been tracked, it's not been evaluated as to whether it has been right-sized and it has the right amount of effort against it. Primarily because your internal audit function's focus was elsewhere. It was not focused on enterprise risk in that way. So one of the changes, and this is getting back to the councilwoman's point about why this project is, and one of the decisions in front of the city council is, do we make a shift to how we deploy our internal audit resources? Are they best served in the way they're currently operating, or should we instead refocus them in much more of a risk-based approach method so that they are essentially working with the departments and the offices to define the internal control environment and to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of operations. So when you think about, and let me riff on that a minute if you would allow me to. When you think about what internal audit does in a traditional sense, often you have an internal audit function that was set up just as yours was set up. So this is not a criticism of the way it was set up at all. What it is more a remark about that it appears to be a time for it to evolve to the next stage of maturity, where it is working and focusing on helping the organization understand whether they have the right policies and procedures in place to cover off legal and regulatory risk. Do they have the right internal controls in place to ensure the accuracy of financial reporting and the accuracy of how money is spent within the government as effectively as possible, and whether they're looking at key performance indicators. So it is not, again, it is not a criticism. It's simply an opportunity. The opportunity is one of a transition and an evolution, if you will, which speaks directly to the observations that the existing governance, risk, and compliance process do not provide a lot of detailed insight currently. And the reason is because you haven't tasked your internal audit function to do that. So the decision point is whether or not you shift their focus in the internal audit process. We call that internal audit positioning and internal audit focus, what they're focused on, and what they apply their resources against.
One last thing. You know, I guess, well, I asked this question. I mean, do we have an effective dashboard or some tools for ongoing monitoring to make sure that there's consistency, or internal governance team, you know, that meet to kind of make sure that we can tackle these risks?
Another great question. The answer, those tools are not readily available now. And I would say they're immature. At a departmental basis, when you talk to the departmental leaders, they will be able to identify what those risks are, and they can answer those questions. But the visibility at an aggregate level is very low. And so let's talk about what that means. And again, that's not as much a criticism as a statement of fact and where you are in the evolution. If your internal audit has not been tasked with helping drive that point of view, then there is no way that your audit committee is going to have that consolidated view. Plain and simple. And as you look at the audit committee, and we did look at the internal audit charter and the audit committee charter. There's nothing wrong with the charters. They're chartered very, very appropriately. The point is, though, that it's early in their evolution, and because they have the internal audit function and the audit committee, which is only a 2-year-old institution, I believe, has not developed policies and procedures. There's the ability to start building those, what I would call enterprise level snapshots or dashboards, as you referred to it, of those risks, to allow you to have that perspective and that point of view. And again, the advantage of that perspective, risk is a tricky thing. there's two sides to every coin. There's two sides to risk. Risk represents, on one hand, opportunity. On the other hand, it represents what can go wrong. So you need to understand that you can over-control something, and if you over-control it, you won't get the benefit of the upside of the risk. However, if you don't have the data, then you're not sure how your compliance dollars are being spent, whether you have right-sized your approach in the right areas. And that's the opportunity, in my view, that's before the City Council. Do you need to develop that line of sight? Do you need to be able to evidence to the citizenry that the dollars that are being spent are spent in the most efficient and effective manner, and that you've covered off law and regulation, not over-controlled it, but put the right policies and procedures in place and put the right controls in place, and to be able to identify those controls. Until you're able to map from standard operating procedures down to what those internal controls are and over to what those KPIs are, you really can't develop that picture. It's almost like a three-way match. And really, to summarize these observations, you provided a very good framework for doing that. There's an opportunity to move to that type of approach. Again, it is, in my view, more of an evolution that needs to be evaluated by those of you on your council in terms of timing. Is this the right time in terms of resources? Do we have the right resources to do this? And the political will. Because my understanding is that the internal audit function was additionally identified as a citizen initiative or a citizen's request. And so the question is, on that maturity spectrum, where are you and what is that opportunity? And those factors all play into it.
Councilor Kogle.
Thank you for coming in and doing this presentation. I think I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of your comments about the internal auditor and how we've kind of gone into more of a reactive state. I think we started on the right track about 3 years ago when we asked as a body to what are the departments that have not been audited in a certain amount of time, and can we rank them, and then can we start them in this process? And so I'm happy that the audit committee has asked for this because I think that this helps us take that list that we initially had and kind of put some ranking to it. Yes. And, when we first asked for that list 3 years ago, we kind of got a little bit sidetracked with the finance audit. Yes. And then it rolled into some of the other audits that are going on. And so we got a little bit sidetracked playing reactive to some of the issues that were going on within our government. But I think that this presentation right here really resets our clock and gives our internal audit department some guidance on which departments need to be audited on a more regular basis to prevent that fraud and I mean the good and the bad. I mean an audit is not bad, right? I mean you brought that up of it can be good and it can be bad, but we've also I'm really actually happy that you brought up SOPs and KPIs because we have been talking about that over the last several years about the importance of having SOPs or those standard operating procedures within our government and to be able to measure those KPIs on how can we measure our success, because without those two pieces of the pyramid, we're just floating in space. And I think that's kind of where we're at right now is we're just floating in space. We're auditing departments for transitional audits. We're auditing departments based on concerns that are coming up with some of our whistleblowers. And so, again, I wanted to say thank you for helping us reset this clock and for the audit committee for taking the charge on that. And I think that ultimately it will give our citizens a little bit more peace of mind that their tax dollars are being used for the best, for the
Yeah,
best.
you've been through some hard times.
Right, sure.
And which, in my view, is what drove the reactionary nature
Yeah.
of the current internal audit function. So again, it just is, that's just is. But one of the lessons learned, I would suggest from that, is that there's another way to approach it. And that is, it's very difficult for an internal audit department to, if they assist, if their internal audit focus is on fraud, waste and abuse, and it results in people going to jail, it's very difficult for them to move into a position to where they're going to work hand in hand with the department to make them better, because the historical track record has been you work hand in hand, you go to jail. So there is an opportunity, when I look at all the changes, major changes, sea change type changes that your organization is going through and the velocity of that change. You know, my comment is there's an opportunity to press a reset button. And some of that would be tone at the top and focus at the tone at the top, because you got major positions open. You have a nationwide search for a city manager. Your HR director position is a search is going on now, I understand, for that, and those are two very key opportunities. So from my perspective, in dealing with organizational change, and in dealing with governance and compliance and controls over, a history of 39 years, the time looks ripe, or right to do it. But the other comment I would make is from and I'm talking now from an employee standpoint. Having standard operating procedures that are consistent across all the departments, having a line of sight and understanding of what is an internal control and how it's needed to prevent something from going wrong, and a line of sight in KPIs and how it fits into your overall strategic plan, those are like seat belts. And a lot of the things, and like the thing that comes out of your steering wheel and breaks your nose.
Airbag.
Crash bags, yeah. So a lot of the unfortunate things in the past, I think, could have been avoided if some of those parameters were in place. Because there's almost an invidious comparison or a jump to judgment that occurs that may not actually be quite accurate.
Right.
So that doesn't suggest that this would be an easy change. In fact, this is a culture change. It's a hard change that we're talking about. Not only changing from the way you've been doing internal audit to a risk-based approach, that's a change, but resetting tone at the top, resetting accountability, identifying and basically teaching every layer of employee the way you do business, it's not a small thing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think every single citizen in Columbus, I think every single person sitting up here wants Columbus to be successful. And there just needs to be some guardrails and some, like you said, seatbelts and a way to define our success. And
yes.
Again, I think having a reset button here really does help all of our departments. It helps all of our employees be successful. And I would hope that we would look at audits as a chance to highlight what we have good going on in our departments and celebrate some of those successes going forward. So.
Exactly right. And first of all, I have neglected to mention this. We received 100% cooperation on this project. Not only did everybody we asked deliver, they often delivered more than we asked. Well, you didn't ask about this document, but I think it's important. So that's the first point I want to make. The second point is that the culture that you have a lot of good, strong people that care about delivering quality services to the community. That's a lot to build on.
Absolutely.
And basically, I think that speaks to the opportunity. The bones of the structure are there. If you didn't have those, then I would tell you you're facing a very different process and project altogether. But those are there.
Yeah. I would be remiss not to bring Judy Thomas, our former counselor, in. There is a country song, but the bones are good, so thank you.
So let me
Mayor,
speed
we've
through
got a
this
few
last
more.
page.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Allen?
I just wanted to go back to your question, to your point about policies and procedures.
Yes.
Are you referring that to the audit committee, that they work with the auditor as she files her reports and they develop policies and procedures? Or
Yes,
is
I'm
this-
talking
is
about
this-
it at every level, yes.
Yeah, but
So-
I'm asking, where does the work start? Does it start with
I believe the work starts
each
at-
individual department?
You got two different work streams.
Okay.
And let me talk about the two different work streams. Sorry. Two different work streams to consider. One is at the department level. One of the findings, we found policies and procedures, but we didn't find a lot of commonality between the policies and procedures. And so there, the opportunity is to drive to commonality and include in those policies and procedures the ability to identify the key internal controls and the key KPIs. Then, so that's at a departmental office level. And then as you go to the next work stream, it's really at the audit committee and the city council level. And that is the opportunity to develop policies and procedures there. And, for example, there needs to be expectations. So let's say I mentioned earlier that you have the capacity to have 8 to 10 audits. Well, you need to know what those 8 to 10 audits are a year and an expectation that they will be completed during a time certain. And you need to have an expectation that they will be objective, that internal audit will provide independent, objective assurance that policies and procedures are in place that cover all these categories of risk, and that the internal controls have been identified and that the KPIs are being reported up through the organization and tied to the strategic plan. And that's basically the program. So it's a two-level program. I would recommend, though, that it's not just the audit committee, it's also talking and learning and about the expectation of how this works together.
Okay, so
As a governance, risk, and control system, if you will.
So in the report of the auditor, the internal auditor, that person should include a risk assessment and policies and procedures in addition to what the other part of the report.
Yes, each individual audit is in essence a mini risk assessment down at a departmental or office level. And what we recommended is that that's the way that you would attack it. Or make this shift, that you would go into an office, and I'm gonna pick on finance because they're off to my left. You go into an office, you work with their management, you look at their policies and procedures and evaluate the underlying risk and say, yes, are they current, accurate, and complete? And do they identify the key controls and the KPIs and how those KPIs are being rolled up and how are they tied to the business plan? Those are very standard type audits, but the mindset is critical. And the mindset is not to identify, as you would in a fraud investigation, the root cause of why something has gone wrong. The mindset is to assist in building the flesh around the bones.
So it doesn't happen again. All right, thank you, sir.
Yes. There's one area that
Councilor Tucker.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to get a little clarification. The auditor is not responsible for doing the policy, but basically showing the need for the policy. Is that what
Yes.
you're saying?
That's exactly right. The auditor should have a point of view on what good is.
Right.
But in order for that to happen, you have to, it really is a management level decision that we're going to assess the entire organization in this way. Here is the standard, and then you drive to the standard.
Right.
And they really become, in that case, they're still an auditor, but there's an element of facilitation that's required, because this has not been asked of your department heads or your department resources before. So there's going to need to be training involved at all levels. Now, what is an internal control, and why do I care? What is a KPI, and how does a KPI flow up to the success of my department, and how does that then line up with the strategic plan, and why is it important? And it's important because it allows you to evidence that you are spending the taxpayers' money the most effectively and efficient way that it can be spent. And the other issue that we didn't talk a lot, there's a lot of activity going on to find new revenue sources in order to fund new activity. One of the, again, upside opportunities that this type of approach, how it benefits the government, is that you start evaluating the effectiveness and efficiency of those departments and those sub-functions. It allows you to do more with less.
Right. I have a couple more questions. So, I know at the beginning it talked about some of the departments that were not included. Did we include the Muskogee County Prison or the fire department and
Yes.
some of the, so we included not the jail?
No, we did not include the prison.
So, okay, so
We
we
didn't
did
interview
include
the prison.
Prison,
Yeah, but we did the jail,
okay.
and the other one that you mentioned now slipped my mind.
The fire department,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
trying to see if
Yeah,
we did.
I have a special affinity for your fire chief because I knew of him in Kansas City. I think, yes, absolutely,
Yeah.
we evaluated the fire.
Yeah, I think the presentation is great. I think one of the elements that would have been nice for the citizens to see, where on the one slide you have the critical and high risk. I think that was slide 8.
Yes.
And then within the key risk areas, say for instance in the finance department where you say cashing, revenue collection, handling and billing, procurement and contract management. I know, I think I had asked a question about, do we have a contract management system to be able to input the information into and be able to see all the contracts within the city. I wasn't for sure whether we had that, but these are things, and then SPLOST budget overages. So just looking at that to let, everyone know exactly. The main goal was risk assessment.
That's
And
exactly
seeing what risk areas that we had within our departments. And it's clearly defined in these areas, in this report, the full report.
The full report.
Where it will show the actual key risk areas that you and your team identified, all the way, I think you got 11 that was listed. But I do want to say that I really appreciate our elected officials, especially our constitutional officers like the clerk of state and superior court, our sheriff, because they participated in this. And what people need to realize, they don't have to.
They don't have to, but they did, and they were very cooperative.
And they did, and I thought that the solicitor was on here, but I don't think so. Did we reach out to the solicitor?
Did not reach
General?
out to the solicitor.
So
So we have there are two different Malden and Jenkins projects going on. My focus was on, of my risk assessment team was on conducting the risk assessment. And our sponsor was Pam Hodge.
Right.
And she is also the sponsor for the second project, which is going department by department and taking what we identified from a very high level and going very deep into the specific processes and into the specific controls and into the KPIs. And that project has 3 phases. It started with the department. The departments were the first one that this government wanted to kick off, and that's been kicked off, and they're through that, or almost through it, or in the midst of it. The second project then looked at public safety. It'd be fire, the sheriff's office, and there's also going to be an opportunity for your elected officials to opt in as well. And then there's a third phase of that project right now, which slips in my mind, which I apologize. But in that third phase, the elected officials, the broader set of elected officials will be able to opt in.
All right, so I'm just thankful for that. But I do think that it's important that we include that portion so it won't be something that people will have to dig and try to find.
Yes, agreed.
Mr. Carter, I just, one quick suggestion for council, if we could hold our questions till he finishes his comments. He's only about a third of the way through the presentation, and a lot of these may be answered as he moves through, so I would urge you just to keep notes, and we'll ask all those questions when we get to the end.
I'll move very quickly, because I don't want to abuse my privilege.
You're doing fine. It's important information. Watch this.
On observation and recommendation, I'm on page 10. The ability to, and this speaks directly to the audit committee processes that was your question earlier, which was present. Now, there are restrictions because of the way that you're organized. You have to work in concert with Georgia's OMA and ORA regulations. But that also presents opportunities. There are exceptions to the Open Meetings Act and to the Open Records Act, which would allow the audit committee, for example, to meet in private sessions on certain specific topics that fall into those. And our recommendation would be that they develop an approach working with the city attorney's office to doing that from a process standpoint. Secondly, as you move down the page, you look at process analysis and maturity. What that is basically a discipline that identifies not only the key controls, but the key process indicators, and often drives, on average, about a 10% improvement in effectiveness and efficiency on an annual basis. So there's an opportunity to move with those type of approaches, again, centered on standard operating procedures, identification of key controls, and identification of KPIs, which is, in essence, a governance, risk, and control type framework for an organization. We did note that there seemed to be, IT is an area that has probably been underinvested in terms of the resources to build policies and procedures. And as a result, there probably is going to be a 2-year time frame needed for them to put in the right governance structure and policies and procedures for internal audit, then to come back in and to be able and audit. So in developing the annual plan, what we did is develop essentially a tool that consists of an Excel document that had the risk taxonomy in it, the 630 risk, and the approach that we provided to the internal auditor, as well as examples of how you take the output from the annual risk assessment and turn it into an annual plan. And these components in this grid on slide 12 really is a how-to recipe that you want to be able to clearly demonstrate how the selected audits address the highest priority risk. It ties again back to the risk, and that you're putting your efforts on the things that matter most to the organization. Then you allocate your audit plan resources against the highest risk areas, and you then obtain from the audit committee approval of the plan, and then you execute the plan at the end of the year. And again, there are examples in the larger report about how that's done, how that is tracked. These last set of slides really talk about a risk-based approach and are provided as an example for your consideration to see how this changed, how this approach would change from the approach that you've currently been using. Basically, you would be using your internal audit function to be positioned differently and focused differently and be more in a facilitation and audit role, working with the departments and the offices. Second, that internal audit focus would first be covering off alignment against legal and regulatory risk, as well as the identification of those standard operating procedures and internal controls and KPIs, and that it is fit for purpose, that it has the right resources it needs in order to conduct the audits. IT is a perfect example. Right now, you don't have the expertise in your internal audit function to be able to do attack and penetration audits or things that you would need to do. So the recommendation is that while they are building information technology, is building the groundwork, the infrastructure that they need, that you seek outside resources to do that over the next 2-year period. This is a very key chart in terms of risk-based auditing because it really describes the structure. In essence, you have a governing body. City Council is a governing body. The mayor's office is a governing body. You have management that is actually responsible for understanding the risk and mitigating the risk and operating the processes. And then you have internal audit that's in a position that's facilitating both, reporting to the governing body and facilitating the development of the infrastructure and auditing that infrastructure at a department and an office level. These foundational elements are what you usually work around, and you have a perfectly fine audit committee charter. Because of the way that you are chartered as a government, you don't get a chance to change that on at whim. It comes at a period of time. But because of the way your audit committee charter is framed and because of the way your internal audit charter is framed, you do have flexibility to develop your own policies and procedures. Internal audit should be held to the same standard as every department. They should have a strategic plan. They should have a set of policies and procedures that describe how they work. And that's usually in an internal audit manual. And they should have that annual plan that demonstrates that they are applying their resources against the highest risk. So these foundational documents speak to that shift to a risk-based function. And this is what this very busy chart literally makes your head spin as you go around the diagram. But this is what the annual process would be for internal audit, conducting risk-based audits, establishing the risk profile, developing the annual plan, performing the internal audit reviews. And each of these are captured very specifically. And then finally assessing the stakeholder experience. So that includes not only evaluating their performance from city council level, from the mayor's office level, but also at the people they audit level. And then this is an example of how that process works for a risk assessment. And this is an example of how a risk-based audit approach for each individual audit would have a process that they use, describes the internal audit activity, and they will have metrics, just like KPIs are just like internal controls, that evaluates whether they are performing in such a way that the audit committee can evaluate their performance. The audit committee has expressed a desire to look at examples of what a framework of training would be based on this triangle of standard operating procedures, internal controls, and KPIs. And I will have that out to the through Pam by the end of this week for you to look at. And there's some other follow-up questions. What internal control training look like? And we'll have an example of that as well. This is the type of work that, again, takes, this is not a small change that we're talking about for anybody involved. Nevertheless, the internal audit function, which if the council decides would be pivoting to a different approach with different standards and with different expectations. And that's it. I appreciate your patience.
No, that's a lot of great information. We appreciate the work that you put into it. Councilor Anker?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for this, and I appreciate the detailed questions. It's very relevant, and the words I picked up, and I kind of just wanted to repeat, what I think is important is setting the tone at the top for us at council, our mayor, and then our search for operational excellence. And I think that was said in some of your comments. The opportunity is now to press the reset button, to deal with organizational change. The time is right to do it. Reset the tone at the top. And I just kind of want to focus on that and say those words again, because this is just the beginning of, as Councilor Kogel said, to set those SOPs across all departments with consistency and dependability and trustworthiness and transparency and the key performance indicators that we can measure. And I think I heard also 8 audits a year is an expectation. It shouldn't take 13 months to get an audit through.
Right.
And we saw that, and we saw all these things. And I do think it's important that the auditor is viewed as an asset to help strengthen SOPs, not just find problems. And that kind of tone comes from the top, and we need transitional leadership. And it does go to the question, we can answer it now or later, of where we are in our search and what the process is. But I am very grateful for this. It's just a recipe for the operational director to have boots on the ground in redeveloping these processes to make us greater in our city together.
I think, as I said, the fundamentals are in place. There's nothing to prevent you from achieving that, in my perspective.
Yeah, I do appreciate it. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilor Tucker?
I just want to thank you again, and thank you for working with the audit committee. I think we had our initial meeting in reference to this back in May, and we made it a priority to do this risk assessment. We have some great people on our audit committee team, and I want to thank them. Right now is former City Councilor Mike Baker, Mike Bruder, and I think Mike Baker is a CPA. Mike Bruder, who works at Aflac, also a CPA. And at the time that we made this commitment, our former auditor, John Redmond, was the chair and I was the vice chair. And now Tyson Begley is back. John Redmond fell off the audit committee, and then also Councilor Glenn Davis, who are the 5 individuals on the audit committee. And the audit committee is new. We were formed based on the citizens' vote to actually start this audit committee. So we're learning, and that was why it's so important to do this risk assessment and get best practices One of the things that I'm always talking about ACCG, but being involved in ACCG and looking at what other counties are doing, like DeKalb County and Gwinnett County, which were the benchmark for us doing this. So I appreciate ACCG and my fellow county commissioners in those areas who are doing amazing things, and you all help them with their assessment as well. So it's just good to get the context of, I'm gonna say in the pretext of how we got here. And I look forward to seeing what the future holds in regards to the performance and operation assessment as well. But I do believe that this risk assessment is a tool. It's a tool that will be in our toolbox that we can use. It will not be a coffee table book. It will be something that we execute. And I'm just thankful that we were able to get my fellow colleagues, our council body, to approve and see the necessity of having both the risk assessment and the performance and operation assessment. So thank you, because you did a lot of man hours, you and your team, for this risk assessment. So thank you on behalf of the audit committee. I appreciate you.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Mr. Carter, thank you.
Good to see you again.
You too, sir.
Godspeed.
All right, next we'll move on to the city attorney's agenda. Assistant City Attorney, it's your agenda, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councilors, Deputy City Manager. We have a very active zoning agenda today. Our first item is a second reading for property at 2506 Riverside Drive, going from residential multifamily 2 to residential multifamily 1. It is ready for a vote.
Motion and second to approve item 1. Are there any discussion? All right, hearing none, please put it on the screen, and councilors, you can vote. Councilor Tucker? All right, that passes. That's approved.
Next, we have a first reading and public hearing on property at 1420 Winton Road, going from residential office to single-family residential 2. Charlie Vasquez, the applicant, and both Planning Department and PAC recommend approval. Are there any questions of council?
Is Mr. Vasquez here? Doesn't appear to be any questions of council. Is there anybody in the audience that wants to speak to this?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Mr. Vasquez.
Mr. Vasquez, we'll not ask you to make a presentation unless there are folks in the audience who wish to address the issue. Anybody here to speak in favor or against the rezoning at 1420 Winton Road? There being none, we'll bring that back for a vote at the October 28th, 5:30 meeting, sir. Thank you for being here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have a rezoning at 9055 and 9067 Veterans Parkway, going from residential estate 1 to residential office zoning district. Applicants and owner Nakia Miller and Janet Loward. Thank you. First, are there any questions of council?
No, ma'am.
Next, anybody in the audience wish to be heard? If you'll identify yourself. for the
Nakia
record.
Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Since there's no question, you don't need to make a presentation. It will come back for a vote on October 28th. Okay, thank you for coming.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have rezoning at 6839 Mitchell Drive, going from single-family residential 2 to single-family residential 4. Planning Department and PAC recommend approval. And Danny Arenciba is the applicant. Mr. Wright,
No questions from council.
no questions of council? Is our applicant here, Mr.? Okay. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to the petition? There being none, Mr. Owen? Oh, I'll let you go ahead and explain what your rezoning request is, and then we'll hear from the members of the audience.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So this is a property right off of Buena Vista. If you go all the way, or off down Forest Road, all the way towards Chautauqua, if you take a right, Mitchell will be right there on your right-hand side. There are already SFR4 zoning around this property, and right now it's just woods across the street from a row of houses. And really what we're doing here is we've heard affordable housing. Everybody in here has heard affordable housing 100 times. I don't think there's a candidate running for office that doesn't talk about affordable housing. And so what we're trying to do is actually do that work. So we're building 2 brand new houses that are retailing for $215,000, $220,000. This is a new product that we've brought to Columbus, Georgia. People thought that I was crazy for building houses on Forest Road, brand new houses, and I proved everybody wrong because they sold extremely quick. So we are very excited about this new product. As far as this property itself, we're looking at the feasibility of 6 houses, but really it's going to probably turn into only 4, considering the last 2 are going to require septic, but there is city sewer and water for the 4 already. So the planning department, they approved. In the PAC meeting, I did that small presentation and that was approved. But I do appreciate all of our builders in town, Houston and BC Stone, Stone Martin, Davidson, they're all building, great quality products. We're just trying to do something that nobody else is doing because, to be completely honest, the margins are extremely low. And nobody wants to build a house and not, hoping they can make a little bit of money and break even. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to champion some affordable housing here in Columbus, and so that's what that is going to be.
Thank you, sir. Now, sir, if you would like to come forward and be heard.
My name is Val McGowan. I live at 6059 Walters Loop, but I'm here talking today in regards to stormwater runoff issues. Especially, I want to speak in regards to his before I'm speaking general.
With respect to this property, yes.
I would like to know what they're going to do on this property that he's getting to mitigate the increase of the stormwater runoff that this is going to create. Here in Columbus, we are allowing builders to build and put houses and leave the stormwater runoff running where it's going, but we're not building up the infrastructure where that stormwater is running to. And we're not even getting a value of what it is to know if what he's doing is increasing it and how much, and what that ditch or valley or whatever that stormwater is running into, is it going to be sufficient? And is it going to hold up over time? We do not have a city ordinance for it. We have a gentleman back there, he can probably speak to it. We don't have it throughout this city because it's a natural already stormwater runoff. But when you turn it over to a homeowner, he don't know what it is. So I would like to know, what are we doing for this guy, since he's increasing the stormwater for sure because he's not leaving it as is. What are we going to do to make sure the city council, engineering, codes and inspection, what are we going to do or come up with to make sure the future people don't have a stormwater runoff issue.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ansiabi, you may come forward and tell what your plans are, and then we'll let the engineering director and the planning director comment as well.
Yes, ma'am. You know, before we obtain any types of permits or anything, of course, we have to do our due diligence. And when I say due diligence, I mean we do take months to decide if we're going to purchase a property or not. This one here, the rezoning, I think the process is typically about 3 months, and that's, you know, we're willing to do that. With regards specifically to the stormwater, this property, I thought y'all were provided maps prior to the rezoning meetings, or site plans. But these houses, if this is the street, the houses are going on the street, the entire back of the houses is already running down into a very large valley that nobody lives in. It's just empty property. So imagine if I was standing at the front door, the back door is where that gentleman is, and my entire yard goes that way down to a slope. And some folks are willing to have a nice little flat backyard and then actually having more land for that water to roll off. So it's a natural runoff that's being created on that site. And sir, I appreciate your comments because I've seen a lot of home build sites that, number one, they don't build their houses up off the ground first, which is the first thing you should do. Should never put a house on the ground because it's going to always have water issues. And aside from that, I do appreciate your comments there, but with this specific property, I don't foresee any type of runoff problems because the water is already naturally going to be rolling off.
Thank you.
Councilor Tucker.
Engineering director, care to make a
Councilor
statement?
Tucker has a question.
Director Van.
I actually was gonna ask, Director Van Speck, to address some of the concerns in reference to the stormwater runoff mitigation. And then I did have a question. Have you purchased the property already, or?
Yes.
You purchased the
Yes,
property?
yes.
Okay, so I was listening, I thought that you said you didn't purchase the property.
No, we usually wouldn't, but with this property, it was just such a perfect spot for houses. Essentially, they're literally right across the street from other houses, and it would make sense to have neighbors there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have not, I've not seen anything on it, but as far as what I'm reading, it's not in the floodway. It'd be a normal type house construction, and the permit process would address all of the concerns during permitting.
No, I'm gonna have to. Director Johnson. In reference to the pack, did we send the letters out to all the area as far as the rezoning? Did we get any concerns for the neighbors?
No,
that
not at all.
live in the area?
Is that all, Councilor Tucker? Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem Allen?
Yeah, I just wanted to, for this gentleman's clarification, I just wanted to mention, in the building process, at each stage, there is a inspection. So there's an inspection by the engineering committee, and there's inspection by codes enforcement. So all the steps they have to follow all the steps under construction. They can't and Vance, correct me if I'm wrong, they can't create any more runoff than there is today. So they're not allowed to do that. They've got to put in the proper equipment so that does not occur.
Councilman Allen, when I get up and speak about my problem, you'll find out that there is no process for it. The city has no ordinance for it.
I'm talking about.
And I'm speaking of my development when it was built, and they did it throughout the whole development. So I know for this gentleman, they don't have an empirical value on the ditch. If you ask them, have they took an empirical value of that ditch? And see what your answer would be. That's the only way they will know if they have an increase in it. The city does not do empirical values on it, and you all do not have anything in your codes or regulations to inspect it to.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, that's
Is
all.
there
the
anyone
questions.
else who wishes to be heard on the rezoning at 6839 Mitchell Drive? It will be back for a vote on the 28th at the 5:30 meeting. Thank you for being here, Mr. Unsebia. And next, we have a rezoning at 4627 Milton Road, going from light manufacturing industrial to general commercial. Sun Molina is the applicant. Planning Department and PAC recommend approval. Are there any questions from council?
No.
Is Ms. Molina here?
Is Miss Molina here? Oh, are you representing her?
Just waiting for you to say if there's anybody here to represent. So this is a client of mine. This property here is the one, if you are driving down Milton Road, heading towards the Publix, or let's change that. If you're heading from Peachtree Mall down, heading north, you're going to come to Warm Springs Road. When you take that right on Warm Springs Connector, you're going to dead end into Cooper Creek, right? Everybody knows where we're at. So on the left-hand side was the skate center, that's now a church. On the right-hand side, there it begins these lots. That corner lot there has been for sale for decades. And the reason we have not been able to find an investor to purchase that property, that corner lot is adjacent to the lot in question here for rezoning. GDOT is not going to allow anybody to cut a driveway coming in from Warm Springs Road. And of course, any investor who's going to put some type of whether it was a gas station or whatever it was, had to have access from the Warm Springs connector, which is why nobody's ever wanted to buy it. Because now whoever bought it is going to have to rely on that customer stopping at the red light, taking a right on Milton, and then taking another right to enter into the business driveway, into the property. Finally, there is an investor willing to purchase the whole corner and is okay not having access from Warm Springs Connector. That client is going to be, and I'm representing the seller in this case, not the buyer, but that client's going to be putting in retail, commercial shops. There was talk about a restaurant. And so this lot in particular has a big sewage easement under it. So that already is going to tell them that there's not a whole lot they can build on that already. It's simply going to be, for the most part, I believe, parking there. So this sale is contingent upon this rezoning for an investor to come in and really revitalize that corner. It's turned into somewhat of an eyesore. There's a lot of dumping going on over there. With the same as the Mitchell lot, I'll be honest to say, there's a lot of dumping in the back of those lots. We're having to clean all that up, but hopefully stop that from happening. But this particular area, that is what this is for. It is the adjacent lot to that corner, and it's combining them together into general commercial, which is, I believe, that's a downgrade, right, of a rezoning. So we're just trying to keep it all easy for the investor to do business there. Were there any questions?
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Yeah, Councilor Cram.
This is an exciting project. I could see a lot of possibilities here because it backs up to the bike trail also.
That's right.
And it would be nice to have like a stopping spot where you could get lunch or, along the trail. And then you could also use that property to connect the bike trail with Cooper Creek Park too. Kind of
Lots of possibilities there.
And so there's a lot of possibilities here on this, and you're right. It's been sitting there looking shabby for a long time, and it's an entry right into one of our parks. And so I look forward to the progression of this project.
Yes, ma'am.
Does
Okay.
anybody in the audience wish to be heard on this matter? He'll come back for a vote on the 28th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a rezoning at 4459 Casita Road, going from single-family residential 2 to heavy manufacturing industrial HMI. And this is a zoning request brought by CCG staff. If Director Johnson would like to address it.
Yes, this is 184 acres that borders Fort Benning. It's kind of sandwiched between 185 and Fort Benning. It was part of the original, the first TAD, the Benning Technology Park, which did not take off. So to get some interest spurred on that property, we are proposing to rezone it to HMI. This is property that was given to us by the state back about 10-plus years ago. And it does have access off Custer Road.
Counselor Huff?
Are they still looking at bringing in, say, like the IT engineer and technology type people into the area?
Ideally, you'd want defense contractors, yes.
Yeah, okay. And is that going to flow through and open up the end of Casita Road going down?
I don't know if you'd have commercial traffic in that section of Casita Road. It could be a possibility. But under the first TIA in 2012, the Custer Road interchange was built to access that property as well as new housing at Fort Benning.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other council questions?
No more.
Would anyone in the audience like to be heard on the matter at 4459 Casita Road? Ms. El-Amin?
Interesting. Casita Road is a highly depressed residential area. A block from this address, there's a condemned property. If you drive through Casita Road, you see a lot of potentially condemned property that should be condemned. And I find it interesting that you would be going to heavy manufacturing in this residential depressed area. And I just like for number 3 to explain why are you supporting heavy manufacturing in that depressed residential area with all that condemned property? Lots of condemned property. If it's not on the list now, it should be.
Counselor Huff?
Yes, ma'am. The way Casita Road flows, and you go down past Otis Spencer Stadium, you come out that side. When you come around the other side, that property has been there, like they said, since we voted on the TAD in 2012. And it was supposed to be the technology park for all of the people coming through. It didn't take place. The original owners sold it off. And Fort Benning came in on the backside and put in, I think they call it, it's a name for it, it's for the village, Patton Village, I think it is. They put Patton Village in for housing for the military families. They built a new elementary school back there, and I don't think any more housing is going to get built there in quite a number of years.
Does anybody else wish to be heard?
I have a comment.
Councilor Anker wanted to make a comment.
Mr. Huff, with the housing crisis the way it is, and we're forcing all these houses.
Excuse me, sir, just a minute. Councilor Anker.
Yes, I wanted to thank Mrs. Teresa for coming forward, and I appreciate, Ms. T, what you do to stand up for our citizens on Casita Road. Thank you. And I too wanted to comment because I appreciate your concern, but as a small business owner, living in that neighborhood with 3 plants on Casita Road, I see the devastation, but I see a lot of hope. I feel like if the city's doing the right thing by bringing about industry, possible increased wages in high tech, tying up with Fort Benning. And I think the housing that we have over there is underdeveloped, underutilized, and if people make better wages, it brings competition in, it raises wages, and they can afford to remodel in that area. So I'm supportive of it also, Misty, but I am very appreciative of your comments for our neighborhood. Thank you.
I'm just curious, Mr. Huff, with all the affordable housing crisis that I've been hearing here and everything, and the wonderful developer that comes up and tells you what a good piece of property it is to build a house on. This property is not a good piece of property to build houses on?
We have an affordable housing project that we're working on now on Far Road, on the other end of the 185 extension there. That piece there, I don't think would work for the future because of location, because Fort Benning is not going to allow but so much to come into the back side of that whole development of the housing and the school and all of that. That's all for that particular piece. So if you go out and ride it, I went out and rode.
So Fort Benning is going to protect their people?
No. Don't
Help me
put
out,
words
yeah.
in my mouth. I'm not going to do that today.
Okay, well, help me out. I'm trying to figure out, you
Okay.
say Fort Benning is only going to allow,
Fort
but they
Benning
don't own it.
Benning has their own property.
Right,
Okay, and we have ours.
right.
Okay. So I'm
So I'm
saying.
trying to figure out
so
how they
I'm saying,
class it.
you can come into the back door, but what I'm saying is, in us being good partners and working with Fort Benning, when they put the neighborhoods in, we were voting on putting Technology Park in with future development, creating jobs. So you have Otis Spencer Stadium on this side. You have some manufacturing. We're trying to bring back some manufacturing to the battery plant that we lost on the cleanup and things of that nature. So when you swing around, this is actually, it's not just running down Casita Road like you normally go Casita Road. This is, if you come around the back side of where the Mount Pilgrim Church was.
Okay.
Okay, and you get to 185, it's a big piece of property sitting right off of 185.
Okay.
It's been sitting there by itself, yeah.
Right.
So for development of the area, yes, if you're just saying property-wise, yes, you could put housing there. I think it would be better used to work with the other properties that we're looking at right now for affordable housing in the area and to create jobs at the same time. We're working on a 60, I think it's 60 or 64 affordable housing project we've been working on for a while now, trying to get done.
Right, I saw the initiative that you guys put out, and I think it's a great initiative. The public didn't do a lot with it. You guys did a lot with it, and I think you did a good thing on it.
I'm saying in this area. I'm not talking about just initiative for the city.
Okay.
We have an initiative in the area.
Okay.
That we're sitting down now waiting.
I think it's on the agenda.
It may be, but we are waiting for some answers on some things to see if we can move forward.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else to be heard?
Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. This change in this zoning could be a catalyst for change for all that area, because if you bring jobs into that area, close by an area that, like what you say, Mama T, that it's depressed, that gives opportunities and job opportunities to all these people living in the area. They don't have to necessarily have a car to get to work. We could have a bus system that could get them to work. I could see where this could be the catalyst of changing all of that area, because it gives jobs to these people, and when they have jobs, then there's opportunity to purchase a home. I'm working with a buyer right now that just got onto the fire and EMS, and he's out looking for a house for the first time. He's in his 30s. And that's what this could do. This could create jobs that are sustainable jobs, not hourly wages, but salary wages, and it could change the whole momentum of that area.
Deputy City Attorney, could I speak to that? Since it is a public hearing.
Yes, ma'am, as long as it's to the item being discussed.
Yes, because when this happens, it can become a kind of urban removal for the poor people who are not trained to do jobs in that kind of industrial setting, like IT. What I know about the people who live around there, not only is the area depressed, but they have been denied a basic right to education. They are living in deep poverty. The likelihood that they would be getting a job in this industrial thing is highly unlikely, highly unlikely. Madam number 5, highly unlikely. So unless you got a plan that's gonna be doing some serious job training, reducing poverty, and being fair to those people who have been denied all kinds of opportunities for far too long, it's gonna be urban removal. Yeah, it's gonna be, they're gonna be wiped out, and something else is gonna be put in place. They'll be putting up those encampments that you're arresting people on. That's what's gonna go down with that, because those people won't be eligible for those kind of jobs who live in that vicinity, from what I've seen, just so you know.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just so you know.
Thank you. Councilor Chambers?
Yeah, I just want to add, you know, we've Goodwill has an opportunity center for those of you that were able to come out. And the purpose of that opportunity center is to provide training, job training, resume writing, etiquettes, you name it. So that vehicle is an opportunity to prepare people for employment opportunities in the South Columbus area. So I believe in affordable housing, but again, we talk about South Columbus. We need more jobs in that area, high-paying jobs, over living wages. But what better way to have that vehicle, the Opportunity Center, right there in South Columbus to help equip people that live in that area to prepare them for opportunities when jobs are presented in the South Columbus area. So let's just keep that in mind as well. You know, we do need more good paying jobs. So this is an opportunity for economic development to help put our people to work and help them have a good paying salary. So I just wanted to add that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mayor, if I can make one last comment?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, in piggybacking with Councilor Chambers, this has always been the plan to, if we were able to attract the industry and get jobs in there, the plan was to use Goodwill and Columbus Tech in order for training. But we have to get the industries in first to know what we're training for. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no other comments on that matter, it will be back for a vote on the 28th of October at 5:30. And our next first reading is a rezoning petition for several addresses on 7th, 8th, and 9th Avenue in the Liberty District. It is brought forward by the city itself, and I will let Director Johnson explain the purpose. They are going to the UPT zoning district.
Yes, several months ago at the request of the city manager to spur some development in the Liberty District, we had our surveyor go out and divide this into 14 lots, 6 on the south side of the theater itself, and then across 8th on the other block, also on the south end of the block, 8 more lots. So 14 total. They have been appraised, they have been surveyed. The lots on the south side of the Liberty Theater have a value of $11,400 each, and then the ones across the street have a value of $10,800 each. They are 6,000 square feet, and we're getting them rezoned so that they are compliant for single-family development.
Any questions from council?
No, ma'am.
Anyone in the audience wish to be heard on this rezoning in the Liberty District? And we'll come back for a vote at the next meeting. Thank you. All right. Next on first reading, we have an ordinance changing the street name of Masterbuilt Court to Master Wall Court. This is a situation where one business is the only address on that cul-de-sac. The name of the business has changed, a new business has come in, and they're asking for an official name to the street map, which takes an ordinance. If there are no comments, that will be back for a vote on October 28th. Finally, we do have a zoning special exception resolution to allow a resource conservation subdivision at 1650 Hubbard Road in the Real Estate 1 zoning district. Does anybody wish to be heard on that?
Hey, how are you? Excuse me, Tyler Finley. I'm here representing Houston Homes. So we've done this across the street, and so what we're asking here is in the base zoning of this parcel, which is RE1, to be able to go into a conservation subdivision. What we're offering is 13,000 square foot lots. We're going to take the entire parcel and set aside approximately 77% of that parcel and build 29 homes on that. So I'd be glad to answer any questions you guys may have. We did this across the street. It's been a really big hit for us. Allows us to develop for a better cost and conserve any environmentally sensitive areas.
Councilor Chambers?
Yeah, quick question.
Is it on? Hang on. There we go.
What's the price point? I'm just,
So we'll be anywhere from the upper 300s to lower 500s.
and how many homes?
29 total.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I'll just pipe up, Tyler. I think that the conservation subdivision is a great resource. This has nothing to do with your organization, but it concerns me that we get too quick to use those as a resource instead of looking to try to work within the lay and the topography of the land and end up, in an area like Midland and out in an area where most of these lots are estate-sized lots. It's all that's left. I know Mayor Pro Tem has dealt with this a lot. I just want us to be careful. It may even require us to go back, look at the UDO and see if there's some threshold that has to be met, if there's some type of authorization process, something that inserts this council into the process, because the conservation easement or subdivision largely leaves the council's zoning discretion out of it if they just check those boxes. And again, this is nothing against Ms. Houston, but I've seen these pop up in a few other places, anyway, that's I know the counselor for that area is not here today. I just piping up on his behalf.
Does anyone wish to be heard on that?
Counselor Crabb?
How large will the lots be?
13,000 square feet, which would be just under a third of an acre.
And I'm trying to look at the topography here. Is there a reason why you're wanting to put it in a conservation?
Absolutely. So a couple of reasons. The number one reason would be to stay away from environmentally sensitive areas. And topography here is rather difficult to deal with. And then second would be so we don't have to put in a ton of streets, which would, again, impact the environment. So that's the two main reasons that we're chosen to do so. And then from a business perspective, we've had such success across the street We have Heiferhorn Farms, which is a 292 lot neighborhood. We're about 170, 180 families into that now over the past few years. So, it's, again, it's been kind of what our clients have said they wanted or shown they wanted through their purchase. And so we felt like we would continue that path going forward here.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Right.
Oh,
I just wanted to ask about access. So you're only planning, according to the plat, one access point?
Yes, sir, that's
in and
correct.
out. So is there a need to have two? I know there's only 29 homes. What's the limit? Where do we normally add another outlet?
120.
Okay. All right, that's all I had, Mayor. Thank
Well,
you.
and piggyback on that, I think, Vance, we're gonna need to take a look at that intersection at Hubbard and Whitesville. It's a very unusual intersection. It's the point of ingress and egress on Hubbard is probably 4 times or 3 times the normal width of a street, and it's right there at that curve, and it's just a really volatile mix. It's always been dangerous, and I know if you add, it's not a ton more houses because of this type of development they're doing, but it is having an impact. I don't think there's any more questions.
This is ready for a vote today if it's council's pleasure.
All right. Motion second to approve the exception. Any discussion? All right, if you'd put it on the screen, and council, if you'd enter your votes, please. That passes. Tyler, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. And I will say, as a result of some of these conservation subdivisions, there is an opportunity for more affordable housing because you can reduce your lot cost because you don't have as much development costs, you're not putting as much roadway, so I get all that. But it does represent a sort of a paradigm shift for folks that are living in estate-sized lots.
Thank you. Mayor, that concludes our business agenda. We will need to ask for an executive session for potential litigation and acquisition and disposal of real estate.
Okay. Counselor Huff?
Yes, I was out of the room. Can I get an affirmative vote for number 1, item 1 on the city attorney's agenda? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next is public agenda, and I'll remind you, you've got 5 minutes. We cut it off right at 5 minutes just to be fair to everybody else who's speaking too. If you can't get through your comments in 5 minutes, you'll have an opportunity to come back for an additional 3 minutes at the end of the clerk's agenda, which will be at the end of the meeting. When you come up, just state your name and your state of residence. And we'll start with Dr. Natalie Nicole, representing Role Model Academy of Arts. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning. Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Role Model Academy, 122831901. Ma'am, may I give you these? Okay, thank you this morning for the opportunity. There are 3 areas that I'd like to discuss today. Thank you for your time. And the details are supported in the document that the nice lady is passing out there. The first thing I'd like to talk about is balancing empathy with mandatory public responsibility. The second thing is concerns over dismissive communication when citizens discuss homelessness and it being criminalized. And the third is enforcement without sustainable solutions. We have a council among this body who more than a decade ago founded residential homes for abused and abandoned children. A reminder that care and structure can coexist. So as we address the issue, or have addressed the issue of urban camping and public access to public space, we cannot assume that enforcement is cruel by default. Order and compassion must work together, or neither is effective. And I'd like to take a moment to paint a picture. Imagine someone sets up camp at your house, in your property. They refuse to move. They build a lot of trash in your yard. You can't get in and out of your garage space. In this instance, you would call it trespassing. You would immediately call the police and expect that they be removed. Well, public land is still someone's yard. It belongs to the taxpayers of Columbus, not to just any group. Sidewalks, parks, playgrounds, and right-of-ways to all of us deserve the same respect that we expect for our personal property. Empathy is vital, but public responsibility is mandatory. I say that to say that most of us agree that something needed to be implemented to prevent the buildup of debris in public areas. However, we must be careful not to be dismissive of concerns of clergy or community people who come up here and talk about the fact that they feel that it has been criminalized, when in fact it has. The language states, "It shall be unlawful for any person to camp or store belongings on public land. Violators may receive fines up to $1,000 or imprisonment up to 90 days. When fines and jail time are involved, we have shifted from empathy to criminalization. You cannot penalize poverty and then publicly claim that you're not. The code is clear. Enforcement includes jail. That is not an interpretation. That is what the ordinance states. Mentioning 8 days for somebody to move when we don't even know if they have somewhere to relocate to, and considering all the different dynamics of people having pets, family dynamics, or storage issues, it's a concern that enforcement without solutions was what's happened among our city here. How can we justify enforcement before providing alternatives, especially when over $3 million from the ARP funds were allocated for housing stability? One of the counselors mentioned St. Mary's Road School as a transitional place for people to go. I'd love to know, was that evaluated? Was it rejected, or is the review still pending? Or was it just said just to be said? You don't solve homelessness with citations. You solve it with strategy. And while I understand that we have a task force now, it's unfortunate that this city has become a place where poverty is enforced before it was addressed, before a place was provided for these people to be able to go. A task force should have been the starting point, and then enforcement should have came as an afterthought. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next, Ms. Elamine, representing Southern Anti-Racism Network. Welcome, ma'am.
I would love to ask for a show of hands of everyone who read the email that I sent you about 7 this morning to provide a context for my comments today. It says racial disparities in Columbus development. Madam Clerk, I think I have 12 copies, one for your office and one for everybody around the table who's present. I see Mr. Hickey's not present, and there may be Mr. Davis not present, so there should be a copy for everyone. What you're receiving is a list of all the condemned properties in districts 1, 3, 5, and 7. We can hold off on 2, 4, 6, 8 until we get closer to 2028. But this is a time that 1, 3, 5, 7 need to answer for what you've been doing to poor people for way too long. The condemned properties are heavily shown in districts 3 and 7. Did you have an extra? Oh, if I could just have that one to look at, I'll give it back at the end because I do have one at home. But I want to just be able to refer to it. You see District 1, these are the condemned properties in District 1. I can tell you people have been raped, robbed, and murdered along some of these streets listed here, like Floyd Road. When you go to District 3, and I really appreciate inspections and codes providing me the records on this information. District 3, I understand the 03 zip code is the highest poverty zip code in Georgia. That's in District 7, I believe. But in District 3, I live in East Winton. I live in a house that's 80 years old. It is the most beautiful house. But you drive a few blocks and you see boarded up houses and all kinds of blight on Briarwood, on Thomas, on Colorado. Talking to you, number 3, talking to you, number 3, because when you look at this list, you probably got more properties on the demolition list than any other district. You and District 7, that's who you are. That's who you are. So if you're running for office, whether you're running for mayor, you're running for the seat you got to answer for this. You go to District 5, only 3 on that list. There is a color line to this, good people. There is a color line. The black and brown people concentrated in Districts 3 and District 7. That's where the condemned properties are, overwhelmingly. The condemned properties in Districts 3 and District 7. When I drive around this beautiful city, and Columbus is beautiful if you're not poor and if you're not living in one of these places where all this blight is and all this property that hasn't been developed, driving along. I see now the big red and white signs now saying land for sale. Is that your land you're selling? Because you really need to raise a whole bunch of money to deal with a 10-year strategy. Do you hear me? You got to have a 10-year strategy. That 2025 plan didn't do a doggone thing, not a doggone thing on poverty. 2025 is here. You see anything done for 10 years? Not a thing. That's who you are. And that Malden and Jenkins guy who was up here, how much was he paid? You pay a lot of consultants to tell you a lot of stuff, but you don't do anything with it. I'm gonna send out an open records request, find out how much Mr. Carter was paid for standing up here for as long as he stood up here talking about what he was talking about. You pay a lot of consultants, but nothing changes. I may hang around and come back for the 3 minutes, I'll see, because I could certainly say more.
Thank you, ma'am.
Change got to come, good people. I sent out a bunch of blind copies, media people, and a bunch of you sitting up in here. You got the email I sent. Let's try to make something out of this.
Thank you, Ms. Elamine.
Thank you. I'll try to hang around.
Next, Mr. Val McGowan regarding stormwater runoff. Hey, Mr. McGowan, welcome, sir.
How y'all doing? My name is Val McGowan. I'm at 6059 Walters Loop. I'm here to talk about the problem that we've been speaking about so much this morning, new development in Columbus and stormwater runoff. I've had 2 of your elected officials, well, not elected, I had the engineering department come out and codes and inspection come out. This gentleman came out. And I just want to get a true classification and an understanding. There is a ditch, valley, above ground, French drain, I don't know what you want to call it. It's behind my house. It's been there they developed it back there. I'm being told by this gentleman it was originally a natural stormwater runoff. I have 2 problems. At the very bottom of the hill, the city owns, in the middle of someone's yard, a stormwater runoff, stormwater drain, to catch the water from that hill and take it across the street. But it's in somebody's yard. That's always unheard of. The second problem I got is my neighbors didn't know what this thing was, and some of them wanted to take back their yard, so they started clogging the ditch up. Well, we done got to the point that, okay, I got them to clean this up. This ditch got to stay open, guys. Stormwater runs through this. Well, it's a gentleman here that's finna open his up. He had to get a permit to open a ditch that has no value on it. I think they call it an empirical value, which was never done. What are they gonna inspect it to? You get a permit, that means they gotta come back and inspect it. But they have nothing to inspect it to. I even asked this gentleman, what are you gonna inspect it to? He said, well, I can just give you ideas of what you should do. Giving me ideas doesn't give me anything. Give me something in writing that tells me what it's supposed to be. Now, the neighbor, after that neighbor, his ditch is clogged, which has clogged my ditch. Well, I can't clear my ditch until this neighbor clears his ditch. Even if I go get a permit, I can't clear my ditch according to this gentleman. So I either go over and take all this extra time to explain to my neighbor why he should do this when someone at the city should be, or I go sue him. That's what we done got to now, neighbor against neighbor. We're all paying taxes, and something was developed and put there to no standards no standards whatsoever. But I gotta get a permit, I gotta pay you $85 to come clean, and I got a copy of it here, to clean debris out of a ditch. I'm giving you $85 to clean debris out of a ditch. And you're gonna inspect it and tell me what? That the debris is gone? But is the debris gone correctly? Should have been fortified to make sure the sand don't run away. What should be done to it? It's natural. It's in my yard. So if I go and dig it, and my neighbor don't dig his, mine's still clogged. Something's wrong when it's all connected. That was developed that way, sir. What am I missing? I want my $75 back. That's what I want back. And I want somebody to give me a written classification of what that ditch is and what it's supposed to be built to. It does not have an empirical value on it, and any ditch that's developed is supposed to have an empirical value. That's engineering 101. Can y'all please give me my money back and please get me a written of what that ditch is? Because it ain't on nobody's paperwork, it's just on a picture. He said he done been there many a times. He couldn't go to see all the problem because he said, I've been there before, I gotta go. I got another meeting to go to. So I'm glad you made sure to meet, but we still got the problem, sir.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. All right. Next is Mr. Matthew Gilbert. Mr. Gilbert?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Matthew Gilbert. I'm here today to raise awareness about a growing concern. Our city has quietly become a network, part of a network of private security cameras and surveillance companies operating outside of public oversight. I'd like to start a conversation about how we keep people safe without giving up our freedoms, our privacy, or local control. A federal judge in an ongoing lawsuit involving flock cameras noted that the company's broad, warrantless data collection practices raises serious Fourth Amendment concerns regarding unreasonable searches and privacy rights. Every case built on flock data is now in question. Convictions could be overturned and prosecutors could fail. Our city could face costly legal fallout, just like what happened after courts ruled GPS and cell phone tracking unconstitutional. When that day comes, it won't be Flock's engineers or its investors like Peter Thiel cleaning up the mess. It will be our police, our prosecutors, and taxpayers. Aurora, Colorado already learned this lesson when a Flock camera falsely flagged a family's car and leading officers to hold a mother and her children at gunpoint. The city ended up paying $1.9 million in a lawsuit as a result. Even a small error rate can turn into a public safety disaster, and are we really prepared for that risk? The truth is, these cameras create a mass surveillance network by design. They build a record of every vehicle, every day, for as long as the company wants to retain the data. It is advertised that Flock holds it for 30 days. However, if anyone actually goes through and reads in the terms of service with our agreement, it is indefinite that this company holds on to our data as citizens. Through its partnership with the FBI, we know that a company named Palantir has unadulterated access to Flock's camera feeds. Palantir is also a company founded by Peter Thiel to, and I quote, enable intelligence, surveillance, and target acquisition. Remember that Thiel funded both Flock and Palantir. Palantir software is used in war zones and is now being turned inwards on US citizens. Once our data enters their network, we lose control. Local, city-owned plate readers can be audited through open records, and Flock's can't. They hide behind corporate walls to block accountability, and this is by design. Maybe our officials don't realize all of this, but we have to face the facts. Deploying Flock is not just upgrading license plate readers. It is a fundamental shift towards outsourced, privately run policing. The city could have easily built its own limited, auditable system right here in Columbus, one that flags stolen cars and wanted plates without logging all the innocent people's movements, and it would have costed far less than the $2 million that we have spent so far on Flock systems. Instead, we have outsourced a core public safety function to a private company whose profit depends on expanding surveillance. Whether intentional or not, that is an end run around public accountability and freedom of information. Flock boasts about using the data they collect on individuals to influence municipal decision makers. They use AI-powered data analytics to target city officials, law enforcement officers, and community leaders, identifying who is most likely to approve or be against Flock contracts, and they tailor their messages accordingly. That means Columbus officials and likely citizens are already being profiled and targeted with curated messaging directed to push Flock's agenda from out of our city. A city in Texas found that Flock costs $7,300 per arrest, money that could have paid for more officers or real community programs. Cities like Austin, Denver, and Oak Park have all ended or rejected their Flock contracts after discovering the unauthorized data sharing and minimal results yielded. Yet here in Columbus, we've spent over $2 million on this system, nearly 10% of our yearly policing budget, for something that might not even work, when that same cost could have funded over 12,000 police hours. I'm not saying that anyone here is wrong for wanting safety, but this program clearly violates our values as Americans and our Constitution. This is something that you would expect from China. Privatizing it does not make it right. I'm asking this council to consider immediately terminating the Flock contract that we have with the city and enacting a local ban on Palantir, Gotham, or any outsourced AI surveillance system. When we do not control the data is being used against us. The data is what is valuable, and that is why so many vendors, like one speaking earlier today, wants access to our data. Passing a surveillance oversight ordinance requiring public hearings, audits, and council approval before any new surveillance tech can be deployed is essential. Our community's safety, constitutional rights, and public trust are too important to hand over to a private network. Let's build solutions that make us safer without making us watched, tracked, and sold. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Mr. McGowan, please, sir. Next is Mr. Nicholas Yancey. Okay. Hang on. We do have a couple of comments. I apologize. First, Councilor Tucker.
Well, this actually was for Mr. Vance Beck to read. I think he provided a report regarding the site visit that he did in Moy Estates. That's number one, and number two, that homeowner association meeting is on Monday at 5:30. So that was two concerns that I wanted to bring up, but you had a report based on the findings. Could you please share that information?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll tell you.
Me and a gentleman that works for me went and met with Mr. McGowan and Mr. Washington. Walked their ditch. It's a private ditch, doesn't convey any city stormwater. The inlet and the pipe he's talking about are a private structure in a yard that feeds into the city system. That neighborhood was built 23 years ago. There's no city water being conveyed in that ditch. It's up on a ridge. Ditch looked in pretty good shape when we walked it, so I don't know really what the concerns, I don't know, it may flood at some point, but it was unobstructed when we were there, and it looked like it was conveying water, so.
And I know, I'm not sure if you're originally from Columbus, but from what I've learned far as the history of Moore Estates, that area was kind of a wetland, marshy area prior to it being built, I think. Talking about the history, that was something I had learned from some of the residents based on going to the HOA meetings about the landscape of that area, not just that area. I'm in District 4. We have areas where we have springs underneath our houses. And we actually had a issue with one of the projects that we had with Habitat for Humanity, where it was a spring that kept flooding right on R.C. Allen. But just listening to the gentleman providing the information regarding the permit. So in order for him to address his property regarding the ditch, does he have to pay? And if he has issues, how will we go about refunding him his money?
Minor land disturbance is required for any disturbance of land per the UDO in the county. I know his neighbor, Mr. Washington, secured a minor land disturbance, but I'm unaware that Mr. McGowan applied and received a minor land disturbance.
Okay, if they have.
I'm not saying he hasn't, I just don't know about it.
Okay, if a citizen have an issue when they get a permit and I guess they feel like they wasted their money, is there a process that they could take in order to get their money back, a
Well,
refund?
they're actually wanting to disturb the land is what prompts getting the permit. Mr. Washington has gone in there and cut several trees and is working in that area. We don't go soliciting for the MLD, they come to us. Or if an inspector notices land disturbance, they, of course, stop and ask to see their permit. So this was a situation that we were approached, hey, I would like to clean my ditch out, what are the processes? And a minor land disturbance is applicable in this situation.
Okay, so that's.
So he's actively been working in there, Mr. Washington has.
So that's the normal process
Right.
for the citizen
Yeah.
to come, and if they feel like they have wasted their money, they can't get a
Well, they're the
refund. Like
ones
how
that are,
would
they're
we-
the ones that are disturbing the earth, so I mean,
Okay.
they came and secured the permit.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
Well, if
see-
they got a permit and hired somebody and the people never showed up to do the work, I'm sure that they came back and said, hey, we didn't secure a contractor to do this work, we didn't disturb any land, can you come out and look? I would assume that we would work with them on a refund, but they're actively working, Mr. Washington is, on his minor land disturbance.
Okay, all right. I know Councilman Chambers asked, it's May 20th at 5:30 at the HOA property. I will send that information for us the address, but for those who live in Moore Estates, they know the actual physical house that they have their normal HOA meetings, but it will be this coming up Monday at 5:30 p.m. And I know you yourself will be there to answer any questions that they may have in reference to this concern and explaining issues in reference to stormwater runoff and things like that in regards to your department. And I appreciate you for taking time to come to the district to meet with the residents.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilor Anchor.
Can I ask you a question, sir? The email that went around, Ms. Deputy City Manager from River Chase Riverbrook Chase recently. It's a similar situation, maybe they hadn't elevated to this level, but I wondered if you and I might go visit this property. I don't know if you recall the email about a week and a half ago. I've been contacted 4 times for something similar. There's been Public Works, Rainwater Division, Arbor Department, City Maintenance has been out there 2 different times in the last 2 years to cut some vegetation, but we haven't gotten resolve on who really owns it. I don't know if it's for you, it's for Deputy City Manager, but maybe we could walk out there together and try to survey.
Yeah, let me
it.
look at the email. I'm unaware right off of what you're, you know.
I'll
Could be a utility issue or something.
Well, with permission of Deputy City Manager, I'll go to Miss Lisa and ask her if we can do that. I have one more comment, Mayor, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And that was to the gentleman that spoke to the flock cameras. It makes my blood pressure go up a little bit. It is a sensitive topic, but I think you brought some relevant points to the table, and I hope you'll keep talking about some of this. It's hard. It's easy to go and do the right thing to keep us safe. It has kept us safe in a few areas. I'm really familiar with that, but I think we got to explore some of the good points that you made, and I just want to say thanks for bringing it up. It's a hard conversation. We all want to be safe and protect our streets, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next is Mr. Nicholas Yancey regarding flock safety and red speed. Mr. Yancey? Okay. How about Ms. Natasha Hart regarding flock cameras? Okay. Next, Mr. Jose Altamirano, representing Vallarta Mexican Restaurant, Inc. Welcome, sir. Sure, you can give them to the clerk.
Good morning, Mayor Henderson, council members, and city staff. My name is Jose Altamirano Jr. I am a former active duty U.S. Army soldier, and I'm currently serving in the Georgia Army National Guard part-time. For my full-time work, I serve as the general manager of Vallarta Mexican Restaurant, which is owned and operated by both my parents, Julia and Jose Altamirano. My parents first opened Vallarta in 1998, never imagining that more than 25 years later, they would still be proudly serving the Columbus and Fort Benning community. They came to this country with a dream to create something lasting for their children and a place where families could enjoy authentic Mexican food and feel at home. Through hard work, sacrifice, and through faith in God, they built something that has become a true local staple. Over the years, Vallarta has become more than just a restaurant. It's a gathering place for families, soldiers, and community members. We've celebrated countless airborne, Ranger School, and OSER graduations, hosted birthdays, and served as a familiar spot for soldiers and citizens of Columbus alike for nearly 3 decades. Our goal is simple: great food at affordable prices, served with a loving smile that makes you feel at home. What began as a small family business has become a cornerstone of South Columbus and the Fort Benning community. But as time has gone on, the area around us has changed, and unfortunately, much of South Columbus often feels forgotten. While new developments have brought some jobs and economic growth to the area, the reality is that many long-standing, particularly small businesses along Victory Drive have closed their doors. Empty and abandoned buildings now line much of the corridor, while the city's attention and investment seem to have shifted toward other areas of the city. When Vallarta first opened, the trees in front of our property were newly planted, small decorative additions meant to beautify Fort Benning Road. My parents never imagined those same trees would one day completely hide their building and sign from view. In 2008, when visibility became a major problem, my father trimmed them himself out of desperation and was cited and taken to court and issued a stern warning. Since then, we've followed city procedure at every step. And in 2014, I contacted the city myself, and a crew came out to prune the trees, but declined to trim the magnolias for visibility, citing city policy. Since then, overgrown and falling branches have damaged our sign and patio, and our visibility keeps getting worse. Despite our greatest marketing efforts, the issue has only worsened. People regularly tell us, "I've lived here for decades and never knew you were here." For a small, family-owned restaurant that has proudly served this community for nearly 3 decades, that's incredibly disheartening. Most recently, in February 2025, I filed another 311 request asking for the trees to be pruned, again, to add visibility. However, I was informed that under city ordinance, the trees cannot be trimmed for that purpose. While I understand and respect the city's commitment to preserving its greenery, this policy has left us without a viable path forward. To be clear, we're not asking for the removal of the trees, as we value the city's beautification efforts. What we're asking for is permission to have these trees trimmed to add visibility to the business and signage without harming the trees. In recent years, larger developments around Columbus have bulldozed entire landscapes to make way for their new projects. We're simply asking for the chance to adjust a few existing trees. If the trees being lowered or altered cannot be approved, I respectfully ask that we explore alternate solutions, such as allowing us to raise our existing sign to a visible height above the tree line, or permitting us to erect a secondary sign closer to the street and in front of the trees so that drivers on Victory Drive can adequately see our sign and in turn our business. We're not seeking special treatment, just a fair opportunity to be seen again. Vallarta has been part of Columbus for 27 years, serving families, soldiers, and visitors alike. It's heartbreaking to see our livelihood behind overgrown and unmaintained trees in an area already struggling to retain its small business. As both a soldier and a small business operator, I take pride in serving, whether it's my country, my community, or my family's legacy. All I ask today is that the council recognize the unique situation we found ourselves in and consider granting a variance or exception that allows us to either safely trim the trees or implement one of these alternate solutions under city guidance. Thank you for your time, for your service to this city, and for allowing me the opportunity to speak this morning. It has truly been a pleasure. We love this community, and we simply want the chance for the community to see us yet again. Thank you.
Mr. Altamirano, thank you, sir, for bringing it up. Deputy City Manager Goodwin, I know there's another issue we've talked about out there with a similar kind of situation where it's a small area that the city owns and has some trees that have grown up and blocked a certain area where you can't tell what's in there because the sign ordinance doesn't allow a sign high enough, and now the trees have become sort of impervious to that. And I know several years ago, it seems like a cleaning business had an issue on Victor Drive that there was some trees that had pre-existing trees that we ended up cutting or trimming. This just, to me, seems like something that is solvable without getting too deep into the whole thing. Councilor Huff.
Thank you, Mayor. I went out to visit with Mr. Jose and his father on Friday. They were busy, and being a business owner, I understood. He wanted to talk with me, but I understood his parking lot was full. He had customers, so I left, and I came back on Saturday, and I sat down, we met, I ate, had a good time with him. But as I left that day and rode around, we have this problem in several areas of the city. So starting at his business, I went across, went up Victory Drive, came back down from 185, and his sign is completely covered. Can't see it at all. So you see the flagpoles, it's a beautiful sight, but you can't see his sign. So for a business that's been there for 25, 30 years now, it's just not fair to the business. It's not fair to the community for the services that they provide. The food is delicious, and based on that sign being there and the number of travelers that come through Columbus headed to Florida, they would stop there to get a bite to eat on their way if they just knew they were there. So I'm asking that we look into it and see if we can get with the arborists and the Trees Columbus and everybody involved with trees to see if we can come up with something, because it's starting to happen, like I said, in a lot of locations. We're having the guy down on Veterans Parkway with the muffler business, he finally just retired and went home. The trees finally grew up where you couldn't read his sign. His father went up and trimmed the trees and was cited for doing it. I had personally was called on an issue a few years ago where the trees were growing across the sidewalk where the people couldn't get by. So we were just thinking we're being good citizens to trim the tree limb back, and they told us we're not to touch the trees at all. So between them growing into the power lines and different things that's going on now, my first question, and we talked about this on Saturday, is is there a policy we could put together to come up with the trees that we plant so they don't grow but so high and don't get but so wide? Because once they all grow up and come together, not only can you not see his sign, but you can't see his building. When he started with the trees, you could see between the trees, but you can't see anything now. So I thank you for coming. I do. And I thank you for having the due diligence to be here all day to tell your story, because I know it's a little tough. You should be probably 26 or 27 now. That's a bit much in your area of the people that I know you've been around in your lifetime. Met his father on Saturday. I've known him for quite a few years. He and my son went to school together. They're good people. They're trying to make an honest living. And with the amount of traffic that we have at Fort Benning on Thursdays and Fridays for graduation alone is enough to keep most people in business if they just knew you were there. So if you would, Deputy City Manager, whoever we need to get with Mr. Jose and his father at the business and see if it's something we can work out, because somehow we need to trim the trees without the citizens having to risk being hurt, going up that high up to trim the trees themselves. And for us to be able to do it and come up with a plan where we can keep them trimmed, where we have beautiful trees in the city, but if we keep them trimmed below a certain point so that everyone's sign can be seen. Thank you.
Councilor Huff, we will take that as referral, but we will get with him as well, just to see if there's anything that can be done, okay, and what we can do.
Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. So what's the reasoning behind the ordinance that you can't top trees? Because I think I've seen some trees topped by Georgia Power. You know, and it looks like it looks as though there's wires going through these trees. I don't know what kind of wires, I don't know if these are power wires or cable wires or what they are, but it appears that there's there's wires going through these tree branches.
And yes, Georgia Power, they definitely could go through, and they do cut those trees that will interfere with any of the power lines. They do that on, all the time. That's just part of their standard operating procedures. But what we will do is we will get with him, but this is not us, this is Georgia Power that does that. We have this situation throughout the city where there are trees that are growing up that may obstruct signs or otherwise. But we can certainly take a look at the current policies that we have and see if there's anything that we can do, because we, of course, work very closely with Trees Columbus as well, as you know. But Drell is here, if there's anything, Drell, that she wanted to add, but we'll take this as a referral, and we'll come back and see what we can come up with, if anything. But we will work to see if we can make it happen. Okay.
Assistant City Attorney, can we look into, can you work together with them and maybe we can have a variance system where in certain situations they come before us, and if we see that it's, a danger to a property or, impeding a business, then council can vote on a variance to where these trees can be, altered?
Well, we can certainly look at an amendment to the UDO that would address the situation. We'd coordinate with planning, with Public Works. We'd be happy to help with that.
How long does that take?
Well, it would have to go to Planning Advisory Commission before it came to council.
Okay.
But, a month to 6 weeks probably on a fast track.
Okay, and if there's anything else that we can do in the meantime, just, we're here to help you. Thanks.
Councilor Huff?
Yeah, one last point. In my conversation Saturday, I was telling him that we just got back off an inner city trip. And everywhere we travel, the small business is the economic engine to every city. And this small business has been there, and I don't want to see anything to happen. We don't want to see any business go out, but especially any of these small businesses that have been struggling. And the conversation with his father, the pride in his eyes for what he built coming here. And he sent his son this morning because he loves to run the restaurant. He loves to cook and do what he does. So he's trying to pass something on, which his son has served in the military and everything, and back here trying to help his father. So not to beat it, but we have to do something. We got to do something to keep them in business and keep them going, because we're talking about all morning of having businesses in the area, having jobs in the area, having housing. It's all full circle. So help me as much as you can, please. 'Cause
Absolutely.
We need to get that sign seen from the highway. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Chambers?
Yeah, just a quick question. The ordinance that we have in place today, does it allow limited trimming or pruning for visibility purposes?
Certainly, on city property, it allows pruning if there's any sort of safety issue. I can look more specifically about whether the actual practice of topping is a problem or not.
Okay.
You know,
That was-
one of the challenges is 25, 30 years ago, it was a great idea to plant these trees. It would create ambient, but we planted the wrong kind of trees. So
Right,
now they're
right.
40 feet in the air. But there should be something that can be worked out with Public Works, Trees Columbus, and some of these individuals, because we've got companies that reinvest in Columbus and continue to expand. Small companies, small businesses do the same thing, and they've been reinvesting into that one spot for 20-plus years. We can work something out.
We'll certainly do what we can, Mayor, to make that happen.
Thank you. All right. And I think that's all for the public agenda. So we'll move on to the city manager's agenda. Deputy City Manager?
Okay, good afternoon. We do have quite a few things on the agenda today. The first is a approval for an EV charging turnkey design build agreement for electric fleet charging stations at Metro.
Motion, was there a second to approve? Motion and a second to approve item 1. Any discussion on that item? All right, please put it on the screen, and council, you can vote. All right, that's approved.
Okay. Item 2 is a contract extension with the Convention and Visitors Bureau for an additional 5-year period, and this ensures compliance with state law as it relates to the use of hotel motel tax proceeds as well.
All right, is there a motion to approve? We can. We're gonna pull this up anyway. I just didn't think it hurt to go ahead and vote on it.
Yeah, we have some there.
Nothing's changed. But we should go ahead and call Ashley up to give her presentation now.
Okay.
Well, let's just go ahead. There's nobody here for street
She's
acceptance,
here.
so we'll just go ahead and Ashley, you want to come on up and give your presentation?
Okay.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And real quick, is my presentation loaded by chance? Perfect, thank you. Well, thank you all very much for taking the time to give me an opportunity to speak on behalf of Visit Columbus GA in our 5-year contract renewal. I feel like you've made it very clear last time we were here that you don't want to rubber stamp anything in the past. You want to invest in a future that brings in visitors, more energy, and also more economic impact to Columbus. That's exactly what we're planning on doing moving forward here at Visit Columbus GA. I want to just briefly walk you through, highlights what we're going to go over. You've asked a few things from me last time, and I also want to go into what's we're doing moving forward. So the basics behind what is a DMO, an overview of how the hotel motel tax is funded, and then how our funding has looked for the past 5 years, our responsibilities as servants of that taxpayer dollar, our 5-year economic impact, our FY24 analysis, our future revision, strategic planning, and then any Q&As as well. Now, I will say with this, we are undertaking a new strategic plan right now. We're building very strong partnerships and collaborations, and we're also providing measurable successes as well as being very transparent in our actions moving forward. I want to make it very clear that we're not maintaining a status quo. We're building a destination that reflects the best of Columbus and that invites the world to experience it. So on this slide, what is the DMO? We're more than just a tourism office. We're the storytellers, we're the conveyors, and we're the economic drivers for our city. We are a community digital front porch. We believe in that very much in how we portray Columbus to an outside audience coming in, how our visibility looks to that audience, and then how we are received when that visitor comes to Columbus. So we're also, so more than just social media, we're also in the community building out strong relationships. Our key stakeholders are our hotels, our attractions, and our venues, our facilities. But we're also meeting with local business owners. We're meeting with local restaurateurs. We're really working hard to figure out how do we help support all local businesses and everybody moving forward. And then an example, we're also supporting the entire tourism ecosystem. So we're not supporting one entity. We're that body that supports all. We always talk about this, that Columbus doesn't hang its hat on one thing. We have so many different assets that we are trying to tell the story to bring visitors here. And that's our role, is to be that storyteller for all. So all attractions, all hotels, all small business. Now, I want to break down how the hotel motel tax is funded, just for awareness. I've had a few meetings and I've had a couple of questions come up. So I did want to kind of clarify a few things, that Visit Columbus GA is not responsible for how the 8% tax gets distributed. We receive 4% of that tax. We were created as a House Bill 1854 in the 1980s, and that's what makes us the recipient of that restricted funding of TCT, which is the Tourism Conventions and Trade Shows. Now, with that, you'll have the other 4% that is used at the city's discretion, and that's how the city has mandated that tax funding will be allocated. On our end, we are supposed to receive no less than 4% of the 8% of the tax. Currently, we receive all 4, but then we have 2.75 that we actually work with, because 1% goes to our sports council, and then 0.25% of 1 penny goes to the Columbus Cultural Arts Alliance. And just to break down how our hotel motel tax has broken down over these past few years, the orange is the full 8%, the green is the 4% which we receive, and the 2.75% is what we actually work with. So if you can look at that and that blue line, you can obviously see where 2019 we were doing okay. 2020 we took a big dip, and then we're starting to rebuild ourselves back up with that funding source. So if you're looking at that, last year we brought in about 2.3 million as our hotel motel tax take home. And I also want to address anything that was our fiduciary responsibility. So every December, our staff gets together and really hones in and builds out our budget. That budget is then submitted and presented to our board. That is approved by them every February. That is provided to the city. Every September through November, we go through a full third-party audit. That's an annual audit that we do. That is also presented to our board in November. That is approved and sent to the city. In August through September, we do what's called a PCIS form. That is a project contractor information schedule, and that is a requirement by DCA that we have to submit. That has a walkthrough of every single line item that we've spent, how we spent that funding, and it has to be submitted to DCA. That also, we submit that to the city as well. Well, that did not show up at all, so I apologize for that. But that was supposed to give you an idea of our 5-year, year-over-year economic impact. I can roughly tell you that on visitor side, we're averaging about 2 million visitors per year. Last year we had 2.07. We had a few years ago we had 1.98. So we're seeing a steady trickle upward in the number of visitors that we have coming in. And then economic impact, we're hovering in that $300+ million range. And I'll show you on the next slide. This is our economic impact from FY24 that breaks down how visitors spent in Columbus. And what we like to say, a visitor is a temporary taxpayer. They're the ones that are coming in, enjoying all the benefits that our citizens get to enjoy as well, but then they're paying taxes and they're leaving their money behind in our community and then go home. So they get to leave all those tax dollars behind and not have to, pay for health care or anything else for them, or it's all done by them. So 2.07 million visitors last year. They left behind 377 million economic impact or spending dollars. That also resulted in almost 4,500 jobs supported. That's direct jobs supported, so think hotels, restaurants, et cetera. And then an estimated payroll of 151 million in payroll, as well as 26 million in sales and lodging tax revenue. So what that results to, if these visitors did not come in, every single household would be responsible to pay $639 more annually. But because of visitors, we get to help alleviate some of that tax burden to our households. Now, this is just a quick snapshot of how we're performing. Again, with that TCT, it's a very restricted funding at tourism, convention, and trade shows. Just to show you, this is an average of the past 5 years. In the past 5 years, we've hosted 259 events total. So that's youth sports, that is conferences, that is the ICF championships. That's all of that included, with 191,000 attendees on average, and room nights of around 71,000 room nights there. We also have the number of leads that we send out and the number of definite business coming in. Those are some of the KPIs that we focus on, so key performance indicators for our sales team. Definite business meaning that's how many people have said yes to Columbus in that given year. It does not mean they will come in that year. It means that they are going to take place in Columbus. Now, you can look at that and see that we're very thankful for the different locals that we have here. We do a lot of sporting events here, a lot of youth sports. We also have great partnerships. So a lot of times when I talk about who comes to Columbus, I like to focus on the conferences that really have that community buy-in and take our community effort to support. So you think about the Georgia Thespian Conference bringing in 6,000 high schoolers per year. That does not take place without entire buy-in. It takes CSU, it takes all of Uptown, the Trade Center, River Center, Springer, Visit Columbus GA. Everybody's saying yes to wanting that business here. And then the recruitment factor of what it does for our local university is outstanding. We also do that with Creative South that comes in every single year with local Mike Jones and what he brought to Columbus. We also see that firsthand where we just won the 2027 GRPA conference. So with Holly Browder and her team, Holly's been a leader and advocate for bringing more conferences here. That's a great win. We just won the 2027 GEDA's Economic Developers Conference. So we're winning business left and right. People are really tuning in to what Columbus has to offer, and we're the ones who are out there going out and really trying to recruit business to come to Columbus. We're not order takers. We're not sitting on our hands waiting for people to call us. We're going out to conferences. We're traveling to different shows. We're really trying to make a name for Columbus outside of our destination. Now, this is a kind of a sneak peek on what's to come. We've invested heavily in new data and research, and hopefully a lot of this will actually be able to be shown either on our website or through our news blast as well. So what we're looking at here is called Symphony Platform. It's part of tourism economics. This is the same platform that the state of Georgia uses for their tourism department, and we're investing in that as well to really help tell that story of what tourism is doing for our community. Now, with this, it's the aggregate lodging performance review. So you're looking at not only our hotel data, so we do that with STAR, which is Smith Travel Reporting. That's our kind of benchmark of excellence for hotel data, as well as AirDNA, which is that short-term vacational data. This is the first time we've ever been able to really capture both short-term vacational data and hotel data together and really look at it from the aggregate standpoint. So we're looking at that. KPIs we focus on there are our occupancy rates, our average daily room rates, our revenue per available room. And we also focus on demand because that's a key driver for who's coming into Columbus and how many rooms are being demanded. for that. So it's a very new platform that we have, but we're excited for it. And we're not only excited because of this data, but we're getting airport data from Atlanta, from Columbus, Bureau of Labor Statistics, and we're also getting more data now in the next month or so with credit card data as well as geolocation data. We'll be able to pinpoint monthly who's coming into Columbus, their origin, where they're going when they're here, and what they're doing. We'll be able to really track and hone in so we can say, where are the markets, where are the pockets people are coming into Columbus, and how do we go and fish in that pond? How do we go and figure out, are there new emerging markets that we haven't realized yet, and we can really go after that data. So we're really excited for what's to come with our new improvements and enhancements there. Now, when I took over as the CEO of Visit Columbus UA, I really focused on 3 key pillars. So I focused on strengthening our organizational capacity, I focused on enhancing destination marketing impact, and deepening our partnerships and collaborations. Those were 3 big things for me coming into it. The strengthening organizational capacity, those are simple things. That's a lot of internal, in the weeds things of just making our systems and processes better, which we're still working on today. Getting different, enhancing how we can work remotely and those kind of things that you should be able to do. Enhancing marketing impact goes back to the research and data that we're developing now and building out, where we'll have that monthly analytics versus every 3-year big project. We're really focusing on monthly now and how we can get that data. That's done through different tourism economics data, as well as we're focusing in on what's called RIPE, which is a brand new booking engine for our website as well. So we'll be able to really see who's coming in, where are our conversions for that as well. We're focusing in heavily on that collaboration and partnerships with the usual, you think about us, Uptown Columbus, the Convention Trade Center, as well as Choose Columbus, the Chamber of Commerce, and a lot of other partners. We're meeting with Fort Benning as well. We're really trying to help understand that market where we have a lot of surges with graduations, 4-day weekends, and also how are we walking that family through graduation? How are we meeting that family on the very beginning end? And how can we walk them through what to expect and how to welcome them into our community? They're a given market coming in. We really want to make sure that we're showing the love and appreciation for them coming in and how we can get them to stay longer, hopefully, as well. We know they'll normally come in for at least 2 times. We're trying to really capture that. And then just going through all of that as well, the next phase, what we're working on now is our strategic planning process. So it's actually a great time because you think about Columbus 2025 Regional Prosperity Initiative. They're going through their strategic planning process right now. We are going to incorporate a lot of that data as well into what we're doing. We understand that it's not just Visit Columbus representing the entire community. We really want to focus in on that. So right now the Chamber is doing their retreat, their strategic planning process, so are we. So right now we're in phase 1. We're in that initial discovery phase where we're sending all the documents over, getting everything to our third-party consultant. After that, we're really going to engage in community engagement. So town hall meetings, surveys, focus groups. So it's not just a Visit Columbus UA effort, it's a community effort. So we're really trying to take this head on and really understand what our community sees. You think about, we talked about how we're the front porch of our destination. When they come in, we also want to make sure that they feel welcome. If we say we're the most welcoming city, we want people to feel that when they come into Columbus as well. And then we're looking at our board and staff retreats. That's another new thing for us. We're having a new board retreat coming up soon. That's the first time we've ever had that. We're also going to next have a board and staff retreat so we can really work together with our board and our staff being more in alignment. And then we're really looking at that radical alignment implementation where we're going to take all the data that's come in and really plan out those next 3 to 5 years on what does visitation look like for Columbus? What are our key focus points moving forward? So we're being very aggressive in the market and not holding back on what's to come for Columbus. We're very excited about the energy that's happening right now in Columbus. I'm very excited to lead that charge for Visit Columbus UA, and I'm really hopeful that you all will renew the contract for another 5 years, as is, so we can keep moving forward. We have a lot of plans, a lot of ideas, and we really need that funding to keep us moving forward on the right track. But I will pause for any questions.
All right, Councilor Anchor.
Ms. Ashley, I'm very grateful to have just recently gotten to know you and learn a lot more, and I appreciate your effort. I heard you a lot saying, we're going out, we're attracting, this is what I hear when I go to other communities about how we can attract more trade shows. I'm just really impressed with the idea, the vision of where you want to go. I wanted to ask, and I had conversations about this with you too, about the allocations, and I might be a little bit different than others on the bench. I just want to slow the process down, not, we've been there 30 years, I think, with this, and 5 years is a long time. I don't feel like we even need a contract for ourselves to do business with our people, but, and I don't want to change allocations. I think I got that clearly. But I think going forward, as we have transitioned, this is the right time in transitional leadership, what's happening. There's a lot of reasons to consider where those pennies make the biggest impact in the next year, 2 years. And so I wanted you to go back to one slide that was about 1/3 through, where it showed 2019 through 2024 and the 8% coming in. If you could pull that slide, if that was possible. And I wanted to ask a couple questions. I'll go ahead while they're pulling that slide up. You recently went with the leadership group to Chattanooga, and I've heard a lot of good stories about that visit. What's their percentage of hotel tax? I did hear the number they get for the Visitors Bureau.
Right.
I thought I heard $7 million a year
10.
to help their economic development, and I think you heard $10 million.
I heard 10.
That's a lot more than we're getting.
9 plus 1.
And if we make small changes without changing our tax, we're going to get a lot more. But can you pull that slide up? Will they pull it up?
Yeah, we're getting ready to.
Okay. Do you have a vision of where those revenue numbers are going to come in the next year, 2 years? Are you and your board working on projections so that we can not count the money before it comes, but have a goal for how much money we can grow through tourism?
Yeah, I'd love to grow it. That comes with us getting out there more, marketing. It comes with, I feel like the real side of that, we're doing very well on the meetings and convention side. I know Haley's here as well from the Trade Center.
Excellent job.
So we're doing a lot there to really grow and enhance that, that dollar there. And I think I know exactly what you're talking about here.
Yeah,
This one I mentioned. What we're really going to focus on too, and I didn't mention that at all, we just brought on a brand new director of sales and director of marketing. And that's going to be the game changer for us, is that in my tenure, we have not had somebody here who is thinking that way in terms of marketing for our staff and our team. And they bring in that technology side, that marketing agency side, plus being at like Visit Kissimmee and other destinations where they've had that big impact. So they're coming in now and evaluating what our current marketing is doing and how we're going to enhance and change that moving forward. But we really feel that tourism, that component of the TCT, the Tourism Convention Trade Shows, is a really big component for us that we really need to focus on moving forward. And that would hopefully raise us up. Would I like to be a lot higher? Of course. Go ahead.
Now that I got the slide
Yes,
up,
sir.
are there any particular indicators on why 23 to 24 went down and where we were in 25 from collections?
I'm not personally. We look at our occupancy as well. So we've looked at occupancy. I actually have a meeting coming up with the hotelier about this week. We're looking at our occupancy rates to see how we're trending. And then we're also looking at that average daily rate to see how high are our rooms going for.
Because prices change and it's based off revenue, right?
Right,
Okay.
right. And we definitely, the key thing is we don't want to lower our ADR to compete with like Macon or other cities. We want to keep it high because we have integrity and rate integrity. So we're watching that as well and seeing, are there ebbs and flows where it could be something as simple as a corporate business or Fort Benning or, different conferences that chose not to come to Columbus for that particular year. And we may be on an off cycle with them as well. I can tell you, I use this example a lot, but we always look at, our need periods, when are opportunities for us to really grow business. We think about January all the time because that's a need period. And I'll always go back to January a few years ago, we hosted Delta Sigma Theta conference and we hosted Georgia Realtors back to back. And you could see our data was through the roof because we hosted 2 really big conferences in-house. So we're actively trying to say, how do we fill those need periods? And we're doing a lot of things on our sales side now to really try to incentivize how we get people to come here during those need periods for us.
Well, Ms. City Attorney, Deputy City Attorney, is it a contract or is it an MOU, a memo of understanding that we're going to do for you guys?
Contract.
It is a contract.
Yes.
I haven't seen that contract. Was it attached to any of the data that we received? I didn't see it.
I don't know if it was posted with the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, there was the original contract, the 2 previous renewals.
Which were all for 5 years? So
Yes.
this would be, okay, going in.
And
Is
I
there-
mean, the key thing is we have to have this formal designation from the resolution and the contract in place so the funds can flow to them. And I believe that expires November 1st, correct?
Yes, it does.
So this is very important.
We have one more council meeting before then, right? Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions. I do
Yeah.
appreciate the great job. I know you're brand new and you're full of
Right.
gusto. We're going to see the numbers go up.
Yes, sir.
The revenues come in. And, you know, personally, I'd like to hold that maybe to a year or 2 year or have an automatic renewal, but we'll have that for discussion.
Okay.
Council Chambers?
Yes, thank you for that presentation.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for what you do. Quick question, I mean, I support wholeheartedly small businesses. And I guess my question is, how are you supporting small businesses and underrepresented communities in tourism marketing?
Great question. We really focus hard on supporting all. So that's a key thing. I know that you'll see us probably, we've gotten, people have said that we focus on uptown a lot. So you'll hear that. We focus on where visitors tend to go, and that is uptown. But we're really starting to see South Columbus is thriving. North Columbus has all the new development with Old Town, with Midland Commons. We're really focusing hard right now on, looking at the National Infantry Museum, Westfield Village coming back online, as well as Oxbow Meadows being right there as well. So really focusing in and honing in on that. We've done a big effort trying to find different restaurants, different areas outside of Uptown to really make sure that we're focusing in and telling that story. We'll have a whole new marketing campaign where we're really trying to focus on those local chefs and really tell stories. So like, for instance, our staff went out to like Darby's Air Base Patrol the other day to have breakfast. We're really trying to get out and see what's new, whether it's going down, we do a lot on, personally, going down to Buena Vista Road or anywhere else, having lunch, having dinner. We're really trying to focus in on how we can kind of broaden that scope and tell the story of all the different authentic places that we have in Columbus and what makes it unique and special. So we're not just, anyone can go to certain restaurants and you have that, but we really want to make sure that we're showing what is Columbus, and that's going to all the small mom and pop restaurants, it's going to the barbecue joints and the restaurants, and really just focusing in on what people, and actually asking our locals, what do you feel? Like, where's your favorite places to go to? So then we can go focus on them as well. But I will say one key thing that we're working on coming up very soon with our PR campaigns is focusing on local chefs and then really hearing their story of how they've come about and then why we support them.
Okay.
Yeah.
One last question.
Yeah.
So I know you're utilizing analytics and things of that nature, but how do you define and differentiate between like your local visitors, your day trippers, and your overnight tourists?
Yeah, so depending on how you look at that data with the analytics, for instance, the overall analysis, we actually look at all of that and we break it down by day trips, we break it down by overnight stays. With overnight stays, we rely on that STAR reporting. That's kind of like our, what we use for everything when it comes to overnight hotel stays. So STR is our database for all of that, and that's how we really help define what those numbers are. But yeah, we break down everything, even going into the minutia of how our sales team gets an economic impact for a conference or a sporting event. You look at how many locals are there, how many day trippers, how many overnight stays. If it's a youth sports team, is it a high school or is it a travel team? Because then you're also differentiating the fact that that child is going to stay with his parents or a family versus staying as a group. So we look at every single thing and break that down we get in the weeds of it because we want to make sure that what we're representing is accurate and factual information.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor Tucker.
Yes, thanks, Ashley, for the update, and I truly enjoyed hanging out with you in Chattanooga, and the one thing I can say is, what is our story? So, and I'm happy to see that you put throughout the presentation storytelling, because that is important when we're talking about our visitors bureau and attracting people to come here. Now, when we go back to that one screen that showed the hotel breakdown, the numbers look good, and I am going back to that conversation, and Councilman Anchor made that reference to what we were told that the Visitor Bureau in Chattanooga gets, I think, about $10 million. And I don't, and that was one of the questions that Councilor Crabb and I was like, was it all tax revenue, or was it a different stream, like how that breakdown is, because is it similar to what we have?
What they referenced, and that was Barry over there, they have a 10 million total, 9 and 1. So 9 is their hotel motel tax, and then you also have 1 that is more of that's restricted funding. And then the 1 is they put events on. So festivals, other things. I don't know how that 1 million is also broken down. I didn't talk to him in depth about that, but the 9 is strictly from the hotel tax. And I don't know their structure in terms of I don't know their tax rate and how much of that they receive versus not. I know their staff is we're staff of 7, their staff is about 40. They're a little bit different overall, but we're on the right path. With this funding, we're on the right path to keep moving forward in the way we need to represent our community.
Right. And I saw that you were going to do some town halls.
Yes.
In surveys. I will say this in regards to the council. One of the things that we had a class in reference to tourism, and you got some of the lesson learned, best practices, and I know I made a reference to it, and it's you either like it or you hate it. But I know Savannah, they have additional taxes on hotel, motel. And also Macon, actually on January 1st, it will start. They got a $3 tax. But the money that they're bringing in is going towards infrastructure. So we're talking about A.J. McClung. We're asking for money and doing these development projects. The money that they're getting, they're actually using the revenue, like Macon estimated $2.6 million that will go towards their arena based on this additional $3 tax that will be added to hotel motel, and they're pushing it towards more visitor face than citizen, because that's who's staying, typically in your hotel and motels and short-term property. So I'm just asking if we could possibly look at that, because I think this conversation will always, you're gonna be standing up there. If you're there for more than 5 years, ma'am, you're gonna be standing up there in 4 more years.
Right.
But providing revenue, ways for us to get revenue, and with us talking about tourism and doing certain things within our community, we always have to look at a revenue source.
Right.
So if that's a possible thing that we could add to the study and kind of benchmark on some of the success stories, like Savannah. I mean, they've done so much in that area and we stay going to Savannah for conferences, but you pay that extra money, and that money is reinvested. That's the reason why they have, the amazing civic center that they have, and conference centers and stuff like that. So just looking at ways for us to pull more revenue, because we're a tourist town.
We are a tourist. Thank you for that. We are a tourist town. And Savannah, in particular, we were just talking about that. We were just at a conference with Savannah recently, and that's a big point as well, because you look at their conference center, and that is a lot of state funding. With that, you also look at they're building a brand new Signia by Hilton there. They have a brand new Westin. There's a constant redevelopment happening in Savannah. So we're actually, I'm happy to talk to Joe and his team over at Visit Savannah as well. We do have I will say Columbus has a higher tax right now with our 9 and our 8. And then we also, for reference, and Savannah has this too, every Georgia city has it. We also have a mandated $5 hotel motel tax fee that goes to support DOT efforts. So that is a mandatory fee that does sometimes hurt us. It does great for infrastructure, but it does if we're competing against, whether someone's going to stay in Columbus or go to Phoenix City, for instance. They may choose to go there because they're going to not have to pay that $5 fee that we have no control over as well. Just for reference points. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Counselor Cogle?
Hey, Ashley. Thanks for all the information. I think that was really helpful for a lot of us up here. And I have a couple questions. How far out are you guys planning events or any of your contracts that you're working with? Like,
I would say
what's your
we,
projection?
yeah, we probably have, and I'm looking at Haley back here, but we probably have, we're in 25, we have 28 and beyond right now. So we have, I know we just won 2 for 2027. We have I think 3 now, actually. We have a big one, National On-Site Wastewater, which is a big one to get here for us. We never had it before, coming in 27, and a few others. And we're also planning out a lot of those annual events that will go ahead and do a 5-year contract or a 5-year plan, like the Miss Georgia's or other events. We have those on the books as well.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm happy to support the 5-year contract. I think it would be beneficial for the relationship between council and the CVB to know what the goals are for the next 5 years, like based on the numbers here. Whether you attain them, I mean, goals are goals, right? Like that's something that we shoot for. If we don't get there, you're not going to get completely beat up about it. But just to give us a little bit of a peek into the future of where you think that you can go, and it'll help us on supporting you in the future.
Sure.
Of can we take our blue 2.5 or 2.75 and can that grow to what the 2024 green bar is, you know, by 2020, whatever, 2030. That's scary. So, and then just my last comment was, or question, are you working with the 2030, I guess it would be,
Yes.
not the 2025 group?
Yeah, we're actively engaged with Tabitha and her team at the RPI. So I always, if you hear me say RPI or Regional Prosperity Initiative, that's 2025. I think they're changing they're not going to call themselves 2030, so I just tend to say RPI now. But yes, I was just part of the meeting, this big stakeholder meeting last week. Had dinner with Tabitha and a team. I just got an email from them recently about different influencer marketing that we're going to collaborate on. So hope that I've made it clear as well is that collaboration is a key thing for us, and that's one thing that you're going to see from me in transparency over and over again, is that we're going to work heavily with Tabitha and her team, Missy and her team, Haley, Steve at Uptown especially, and then Jansen, and especially in our sports council as well.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. I like collaborative. We brought that back from Chattanooga. Can we look at the pie chart?
Yeah.
The next one? Okay. So you have this broken down, and I see that the Sports Council gets some of it, and then the use, there's 50% that's used at city's discretion.
Correct.
So what do we use, how is that used?
Yes, you have that allocated. So currently, the Trade Center has 1%, the River Center has 1%, and the Civic Center has 2%.
Okay.
And I would, for what it's worth, the Sports Council, I mean, we are a sports tourism market.
Right.
We need that funding to help support, bring in, whether it's the bigger events like ICF and helping out with that, or the youth tournaments. The softball is huge for us. Whether it's pickleball, anything else coming up, we're working on. And then the Cultural Arts Alliance, that is that unified voice for the arts institutions in Columbus. So you think about your big key players, the Springer Opera House, the Columbus Museum, the National Infantry Museum, but you're also looking at your Jazz Society and Clement Arts and others that play a vital role in helping just that vibrancy of our community. Where I was out Sunday by the Hotel Indigo, and they have free live jazz, and you can just go out there, and it's kind of that thing where you want that Sunday to be active. And so it's a nice thing that we're able to help support those through a grant process.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Anchor?
I just wanted to kind of, I withdraw my comment about the 1 year. I've been convinced that the 5 years acceptable, and also our assistant attorney sent the contract, and there is a clause in Section 5 about termination with 60-day notice. And the only reason I say that is not because I have any doubt that we're going to do great things. It's that if we can get more return on our cash by different allocation, unfortunately, there's some people in your group that are doing fantastic. They have positive cash flow. They're making money for the city and doing great things. And there's others that are losing. Maybe it's worth putting more money in a losing venture to get it profitable and stop the bleed. And, you know, you got a good board that'll help direct us like that, and that's why I said that. So I'm on board. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Counselor Tucker.
Can we get this presentation added to the full agenda, Madam Clerk? Thank you.
All right. Well, there is a motion and a second, I think, to approve the contract. Any further discussion on that? All right. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Are there any opposed? All right. Ashley, good job.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley.
All right, there's a motion and a second to approve all of the street acceptances, 3 through 6. All in favor of that, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, and Ms. Deputy City Manager, if you would, just say which streets those are, so the public knows.
Yes, sir. Those street acceptances are the portion of Holstein Hill located in Phase 3 of Hyperhorn Farms. The next is Hawks Ridge Drive and Section 8 portion of River Crest. The other is Osprey and Cove Drive located in the addition Section 1 of the Estates at River Crest. And that portion of Lemongrass Drive and that portion of Morning Dew Drive in Section 2 of Cortland Ridge. That's the street acceptances. Item 7 is the additional proposed resolutions for the legislative agenda items, and I'll go through those for reference and your approval. Item 1 is the Public Safety Director amendment, and this is to allow voters to determine whether a dedicated Director of Public Safety should be added as a city officer defined by the charter. Item 2 is the support of, I'm sorry?
Vote them one at a time.
Individually? Yes, I think that would be good. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, we've gone through item 1. Is there a preference or motion on item 1 to? Okay. All right. There's a motion to approve item 1 and pass it on to the legislature.
I second it, but I did request
You requested what?
for the public safety individuals to speak on it.
Well, Counselor, let me hit your light, because just to be clear, whatever happens with the public safety director in the future, you go through that individual. To speak to the public safety now, you go through the mayor's office. Nobody's contacted me about having them speak, and there's only one chief back there. And so I'm not going to allow him to speak right now. It's not fair to him.
You're right. So I'm gonna ask the mayor. Can you hit my phone?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna ask that we pull it for now, because we can put this on the agenda at any time, and I'm asking you as the public safety director to allow your individuals.
We'll have them talk to their peers, talk to some other folks, and do a true study. We'll also bring back the economic impact so that this council knows what the impact of adding that office is going to be. And we'll try to give you all the information you need to make a decision.
And that's what we discussed at the last meeting. So I actually didn't think this was gonna be on the agenda this time.
Okay.
Because we asked for those individuals to come, and we asked for the study to be done. That's what was discussed around the table. So I didn't know that this was gonna be on the agenda today. So
All right, so
I'm
there's a
asking if we
motion
could do that.
to delay that. We can,
To delay
any of
that.
these items can be sent up at any time. In addition to that, there's a hometown connection. If one of them gets added to that point with, then it can be addressed at that particular location. So
So that's
we'll
my-
just hold this in
my
abeyance until
referral.
we can get it. Beg your pardon?
To delay, this. Okay.
Okay.
And to bring back, the study, the impact study, and then, to work with public safety representative as well as the public safety director.
All right. Item 2. Ms.
Okay, that will be delayed. Item 2 is the support of House Bill 601 that reinstates the requirement of licensing for lawful weapons carry.
Oh, hang on just a second. Counselor Garrett?
I just want to clarify that I did have the Assistant City Attorney. She's clarifying the language that will only support House Bill 601 in the reinstatement of the licensing using a carry permit. It's not going to basically support the other provisions of that bill, only the open carry provisions. And I'll speak just very briefly on this. I talked about it at the last council meeting, but it is important for us to remember that we are nonpartisan. There's a reason for that, because we have to vote for folks in our city based on what is best for them. And I understand certain people may have political parties that they feel like their district is more heavily in favor of, but when we look at a municipality, I have not been able to find a single constituent who recognizes any sort of imminent need to openly carry an assault weapon. I have found lots of people who have had to return home from Lake Bottom Park, the Riverwalk, other public areas because they've been intimidated. They've been walking and they've been in fear that somebody was going to go crazy on them, shoot them, and they've had real concerns. And I do understand that there may be concerns that this bill would apply statewide and that certain folks in rural areas would not like this, but we are counselors in a municipal area. We are counselors in a largely metropolitan area, and people can agree to disagree, but I think most people who are trying to open carry a firearm are doing so for the purposes of intimidation or possibly criminal activity. There aren't a whole lot of people other than law enforcement who have a good reason to walk around brandishing a firearm. So I do ask for your support of this. I understand it may not be unanimous, and I understand it may be dead upon arrival at the legislature. But I do think it's important that we represent our constituents, because we do represent people who live in a city that is very urban. We don't represent folks who are generally farmers walking around with a pistol on their sidearm. So I do ask for consideration of this. It doesn't take away rights to carry a firearm if you have a legal permit. It just puts in some reasonable measures. Thank you. That you'd have to get a carry permit? Yeah, and you wouldn't be able to openly brandish it.
Anywhere, just on city property?
This would apply for statewide. But there are specific provisions that apply more within 500 yards of a school.
All right, is that in the form of a motion, Counselor? Yes. All right, is there a second? I'll second. All right, there's a motion and a second to move item 2 on to our delegation. Any discussion, any other discussion on that? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign. Okay, we passed forward.
Item 3, the state court solicitor salaries. The local act sets the Solicitor General's salary at 85% of the district attorney's salary, and all other salaries in the Solicitor General's office are set as certain percentages of the current Solicitor General's. The Solicitor General has requested a revision of the salary structure in his office to keep pace with current economic conditions and allow for easier recruitment and the more efficient operations of his office.
All right, Counselor Garrett?
I'll speak very briefly to this too. As everyone knows, we are all contemplating a very expensive jail, and we've had a lot of people come to us with options and asking us to consider alternatives, like can we reduce the size of the jail? Can we reduce, our intake? This is one of the ways we have to do it. When you look at the law from a procedural standpoint, you've got to have the right judges, the right court systems, the right public defenders, the right DAs, and the right state solicitors in place. Currently, we have a unique system because we have a state court here where we have our solicitor, but we also have counties where they get a county supplement. So the state solicitor's office is losing people to those who get county supplements, and it's not very competitive for them to recruit. When my paralegals can make more than the lawyers can make, that's not good for our recruitment. Our court systems will not move efficiently. We will not get people who are innocent out of jail in a quickly and timely fashion. We won't get people prosecuted who do deserve to be prosecuted. So this just raises it up to a slightly higher salary because they cannot pay the people below them unless we raise up the head solicitor and the assistant solicitor. And then, of course, it's tied to the DA's salary. But this is something that's needed because they do have as many, if not more, cases. It is all specific to the constituents we represent. And I do think this is very important for us to be competitive. Thank you.
All right, motion second to the question, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, either city attorney or city manager, my question revolves around the percentages that we're looking at in this approval. We're tying the salary to the percentage of an elected official statewide. I mean, I did the local DA. If there's a change in that office, if the DA retires or whatever, where does the salary start again when a new DA is elected?
Could I respond, Mr. Mayor?
I would like to hear from.
No, they're changing it from that to a different tie-in.
Okay, so okay, the way this reads is they're tying the salary shall be no less than 90% of the state-paid salary of the local supplement for the junior state court judge. So if there is a change in the junior state court judge, the new judge comes in, where does that salary start?
There should not be an impact. Angelica?
We ran into that.
Should not be an impact.
That's why the point I want to make. I want them to be aware of what's going to happen. I think it is.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Just to make sure that I'm clear on your question, with the proposed change, you'd like to know where the solicitor's salary would start?
Well, no. In the past, I'm trying to make the solicitor aware of an issue that happened a few years ago.
Okay.
There were some elected officials who bypassed council and went to the state. I think it was a statewide initiative. They tied their salary to the sheriff. Well, we had a change in the sheriff, so the new sheriff's salary started at a lower level. So their percentage dropped down to the percentage of the lower level. I just want to make sure the solicitor's aware of what could happen here.
Well, okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I appreciate that, and my staff and I, we have been battling with trying to work this out, but I can tell you, the current system has been in place for 23 years and has made my attorneys stagnant. So this is an effort, I guess, to somewhat become competitive with our neighbors.
I understand, I get it. I just want you to be aware. that
Well, I'll
if
just
you're
come back and
tying-
see
if
you.
you're
I'll come back
tying
and
your
see you in about
salary-
5 years
if
on that,
you're tying
sir.
your salary to an elected individual's position, and that changes, the new person coming in doesn't start where that salary is. They start, am I right on that?
No.
Okay, that's what I need clarification.
Yes, sir. Okay, so the state court judge's salary is tied currently to the Superior Court judge's salary. The state court judge receives 90% of the pay of the Superior Court judges. So when a new elected official comes into office, whatever the salary that was set for one of the tie-ins, we do not lower the salary. It is against state law, actually, for us to lower the salary of an elected official during their term.
I'm not talking about lowering the salary.
Okay.
If you hire me in as a firefighter, I start at X.
That's correct.
And the longer I'm there, I'm here. So if a judge comes in and he starts at X, or does he start at what the previous judge was making? How does it work?
Yes, it starts where the previous, the predecessor's salary was.
So
Because
all the Superior Court judges make the same except the chief judge,
yes, all the Superior Court judges make the same
no
salary,
matter when they were elected.
including the chief judge.
Well, I think there's a little bit, he got car allowance, he gets something else. He
okay.
gets a little bump.
That's true. The chief judge, that was approved in the FY '26 budget. The chief judge does receive a $300 a month car allowance.
Okay, so whoever is elected Superior Court judge, they start at the same salary as everybody else.
That's correct.
So there's no tenure.
That's correct.
There's no, okay, all right. I just want to make sure we're clear. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Counselor Anchor, okay. Assistant City Attorney, do you have something? Okay.
No, sir, I was going to respond to Angelica.
Okay. All right, so, call the question. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, that's approved.
Okay, item 4 is sovereign immunity, and this is supporting ACCG's policy to oppose legislation that attempts to waive county sovereign immunity.
Motion second to approve item 4. Any discussion on that item? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Are there any opposed? That's approved.
Item 5 is special election cost reimbursement, again supporting ACCG's policy.
Motion second to approve item 5. Any discussion on that item? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That's approved.
Item 6 is the out-of-network ambulance services, and this is supporting ACCG's policy pertaining to emergency medical services, which would require that insurance companies pay for emergency medical ambulance services, whether or not they're out of network.
Motion second to approve the out-of-network ambulance services reimbursement. Any discussion on that item? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It's approved.
Item 7, emergency medical services reimbursement, again supporting ACCG's policy pertaining to EMS services that will require Medicaid reimbursement for emergency medical services be increased by 10%.
Motion second to move approve item 7. Any discussion on that? All right, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? That's approved.
And the last item is the Next Generation 911 system. And this is adopting and supporting ACCG's policy, appropriating additional funds to build the infrastructure for a statewide Next Generation 911 system.
Motion second to approve item 8. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It's approved.
Okay, our next item is a retiree health insurance plan.
Motion second for approval of the retiree health insurance plan. There, Mr. Campbell, would you like to say anything? Retha's got it? I'm sorry. HR Director.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. I just wanted to mention, thank you all for approving this renewal of the Medicare Advantage plan for 2026, but I did want to make mention of it for the hearing of the retirees because there are some plan design changes that will be effective on January 1, 2026. For the most part, these are going to be very positive changes to the Medicare Advantage plan that will help the retirees. But one of the things I wanted to mention that is a key change, they are accustomed to having a out-of-pocket maximum of $1,000. That's going to be adjusted to $3,500 come January 1. An analysis was done by our benefit consultant, which showed that out of the 670 retiree members, 130 of them did exceed the 1,000 out-of-pocket maximum. But I did want to note that part of the plan design changes have to do with attempting to keep the minimum premiums monthly premium at a minimum. If some of these changes had not been made, the retirees would be experiencing, some of them would be experiencing a $70 a month increase. And there was an effort, a serious effort on the part of the Retiree Benefits Committee and our benefit consultant to ensure that the retirees were going to be taken care of. They weren't going to be receiving a monthly medical premium that's astronomical and beyond what they could potentially afford. So there was a lot of back and forth with our vendor, United Healthcare, who we've been with for the last 10, 12 years at least. And so there's been a lot of back and forth with them in terms of trying to make sure that we maintain a benefit for our retirees that is of value and that they can afford. And the Retiree Association met last week, and our benefit consultant was there. Our HR representatives were there, along with the Retiree Health Committee. They were there, and I just, you know, this continues to be a very, very valuable benefit to the retirees, and they're vocal about this benefit that they get from the city. And so I just wanted to share that for there, and we've shared information in writing and verbally with the retirees so that they know what's coming come January 1, 2027. They receive mailing from us, and then the Retiree Association is reaching out to them. But Larry Campbell is here. I just wanted him to at least greet you all and just talk about the conversations that they've had with the retirees, you know, with regard to this benefit to the employees. And I know he won't, to the retirees, and he'll take just a moment, but I want him to at least speak because he represents the Retiree Association.
Thank you, Rita. Good afternoon. The Columbus, the mayor and the city council and assistant city managers, I, as usual, come to you. I want to thank you all for your support that you give the retired employees throughout the year. I've been coming up here for 13 years, I think. I've set term limits. This will be the last one of these I'll be up here. Tom Barron, who Retha was her predecessor, is taking over as president of the Retiree Association. So he and I are swapping places. But again, so personally, I want to thank you all for your support. We did, as Retha said, work with her department, the NFP group, the United Healthcare group. We had a employee meeting, retired employee meeting. We have an association, but we opened it up this past Thursday evening over at the Gallup Center and invited any retired employee to come. And there was people who came from Atlanta down to ask questions and get an update. So we've tried, we posted stuff on our Facebook page and so forth to try to make sure everybody understands the changes. As Retha said, we look to see what's the least harm we could do to any of the biggest numbers, and some of us got affected more than others. But we sincerely believe that after it was all said and done, that what's been presented to you is the best outcome for the most people. So again, we appreciate your support, and thank you all.
Larry, thank you for all your work on that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Retha and Larry.
Counselor, we have to approve that, right? We've got a motion second. Yeah, there is a motion second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, that's approved. Counselor Tucker? Oh, she's not here.
To approve 9 through 15.
But we got Counselor Anchor. Just one quick second.
If we can have a line item from the Director of Finance of what the 20% increase is gonna be to the city, I'd just like to hear that. Maybe it's kind of late for it, but.
No, we could,
Is it an easy number, ballpark? No, it says under the retirement plan that we're helping the retirees, 670 of them, that financial consideration is an increased cost that the city will pay of 20.6%. So I was just wondering what that cost is, generally.
Ms. Honeywell,
I
do
just
you
like
have
to know.
that handy?
The city pays 25% of the premium cost for the Medicare Advantage plan, pays 25%. The annual premiums are just over $1 million, so the city is paying 25% of that.
All right, so the cost of 25% of $1 million would be $25 million, and then 20% increase on that. $250,000. Thank you, that was easy. Thank you. I'm satisfied, thank you.
All right. All right, thank you, sir. We have, oh, do we? Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on the grants?
Yes.
We did have a motion. Do we have a second? I didn't hear it. Okay. Now we do. Motion second to approve the grants. Are there any discussion on any of these? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, and if you would, Ms. Goodwin, would you?
Okay. Yes, the first one is the first four are Homeland Security grants. One is the bomb robot upgrade, $112,523, with a local match of $28,130.75. The next is a Community Emergency Response Team grant, and this is for the purchase of 240 CERT kits, and this is to train citizens in emergency preparedness for $30,000 with a local match of $7,500. The next is a law enforcement robot spot grant for CPD and Columbus Fire EMS for $410,465.35, again for the purchase of one law enforcement advanced technology robot, and the local match is $102,616.34. Our next is a firefighting robot thermite for Columbus Fire EMS at a cost of $408,137.30, and this is for the purchase of a law enforcement advanced technology robot as well, with a local match of $102,034.33. Item 8 is a State of Georgia, a Community Affairs Equity Fund Rural Workforce Housing application for NeighborWorks Columbus, and this is this will be a loan grant funding to be utilized for housing at Newman's Crossing, located off Far Road, for 61 single-family homes. And our next item is a community research grant for fire EMS for $10,000 with no matching funds, and this is to develop twin technology to enhance wildland fire research. Our next is a police department K-9 donation in the amount of $6,000 from Chuck McClure and Back Columbus Blue to purchase K-9 ballistic vests for the K-9 units. We do have an add-on through the Georgia Department of Natural Resources Greater Outdoor Stewardship Program, which is for Chattahoochee River improvements in the amount of $3 million for improvements to the historic power channel of the Chattahoochee River, and there is a $1 million in private funds that are pledged to complete this project.
Motion second to approve the add-on. Any discussion on that? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? It's approved.
Okay.
Which one you want pulled? B and F? Okay. So there's a motion and a second on A, and then C, D, and E, and then G and H. Any discussion on the remaining? All in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, at least go
Okay.
through all of them, but we'll need to
Sure.
discuss B and F.
Yes. Item A is computer services accessories for IT department, and this is an annual contract. $334,901 is what they spend annually on this. Item C is a F-350 crew cab flatbed truck for Public Works Department in the amount of $70,974. This is a replacement. Item D is a contract extension for custodial supplies, and this is an annual contract. Item E is for 6 zero-turn mowers for Public Works, a cooperative purchase in the amount of $68,418.24. Item G is imaging laser scanner and a subscription for the Sheriff's Office, $51,639.32. And item H is the repair of a Caterpillar bulldozer for Public Works in the amount of $77,243.04. And on item F as well, Angelica Alexander is going to come forward to, we have some issues on that we need to discuss.
Okay. All right. Counselor Anchor, hang on just a second. There you go.
Did you say she's discussed
On item F.
Item F, okay, I'll just
Yes,
listen.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think we want to do B. You have B, you pulled B as well.
I did.
Okay, you want to go through B
There
first?
wasn't a big issue with B, except the $1 million on item F, and maybe timeliness on buying the vehicles, and understanding why item F had 3 years, $1 million.
That's what she's going to.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, no. So we do have Colonel Joe McCray here to speak more specifically about item F, but I'm up here because of ordinance 13-39, which says that if a department head or elected official requires additional appropriations, we do have to come before this council and request those. Those prior year payments, as you see in the agenda report, is not currently included in the budget for FY26. We do need to make payment to the vendor. These are for services already rendered. So the city is obligated to make these payments, but the additional funding that's required to do so above and beyond what's in the budget for 25, because the 25 amount is essentially in the budget. The additional amount is $583,205.18, and that is the amount after the credits are taken into consideration, as well as what's already included in the FY26 budget for this spender.
So was it?
Was it a process? Is this in finance? Was this in the sheriff's budgeting? I mean, is there an explanation for it generally?
Right, we are decentralized in terms of our payment processes, so it is the responsibility of the department or the elected office to put in payments of this type.
So you're saying the sheriff didn't put it in the budget?
It was in the budget for the prior years. It just, payment was not made, and I can't speak to why that happened.
On his side or on your side?
The payment document was not entered, so.
Well, you know, if we want to hear from the sheriff's department, that's fine as well. And I'm going to support it. We got to pay what we got to pay. I just think it.
Yeah, but I think your point is well made, and it may be a little closer working together to try to make sure, because they do come, any elected official, any appointed department head, if they're going to overspend their budget, they come and let you know as the
Yeah.
budgeting authority.
I would have liked to have known.
And then there are some good questions, I think, to ask if for whatever reason the funds were expended, but didn't go to purchase those items.
And I want to be clear too, I hope my tone's very, very level, because I'm appreciative of the competence that you exude in a lot of areas, and the sheriff as well. And I've said this many times, that I respect him greatly. He's a wonderful lawman. I look at the money, Mr. Mayor, and it was a $42 million budget last year, and it just keeps rising with everything that pops in. And that is hard. And then we got a $500 million jail that's on the plate. And we've been told by our auditors where our money situation is, how much difficult it's going to be, how our AAA ratings on Moody's and all these other ratings agencies are tough. And I think those are the hard conversations. So I'm not trying to come down on you, Mr. Director. You're doing a good job in a lot of areas, but these are questions that really make me stop and slow down and ask. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, those aren't questions that the director can answer. All right, so is there any activity taken, actions made on B or F?
I'll make the motion to pay our bills for F.
All right, motion second to approve F.
And on B, I'd like to make the motion to wait on that one, just to wait. It's a
All
cash
right,
flow issue.
Okay, so we're approving item F. Any further discussion on that? All in favor, say aye. Are there any opposed? All right, and there was a motion to not approve B. Is there a second to that? All right, motion and a second to not approve item B. So a yea vote means that we are not approving that. Does this to the message?
Are we not approving, or are we delaying until the next meeting?
Delay.
We can delay. Okay, so there's
Delay
a
B.
motion to delay for the next meeting and a second. There's a second there. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We have several updates and presentations, and the first is Julia Portillo with Midtown, and to come and update you on Midtown's Children's Bicycle Playground, or Dinglewoods Playground, and so in coordination with Parks and Recreation. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me. I appreciate it. Good afternoon. I have with me Ryan Clemens. He's principal with Aaron and Clemens, and he's the project manager that's working with Midtown Inc. for this project. All right, so the Midtown Children's Bicycle Park. Let me go ahead and show you guys, first of all, the location of where we're talking about. Do it. Is it manual? Oh. There we go. All right, so this is the location that we are talking about at Dinglewood Park, and it is between the Boy Scouts hut and Jarfly, right across from Red Lobster, and it is on the north side of Waracoba Creek at Dinglewood Park. Here's the other aerial view of the existing site where we are proposing to build the children's bicycle playground. All right, so the big question that we always get is, what is a children's bicycle playground? It's, to us here in Columbus, it'll be a very unique playground. It is the first of its kind within the region, and the first of its kind within the 124-mile radius. The closest one to us is Ackworth, Georgia. To the north and to the south is Tallahassee, Florida. So we're really excited to be able to bring a very unique and innovative project to our community, and especially bring it to Midtown in an area of high visibility, high use, where it will be accessible to many, and just really help with the revitalization efforts of 13th Street, economic growth. We know the villages of 13th. Folks are very excited to see this project come to fruition. Now, some of the key things is on the children's bicycle playground is designated for children and teenagers to learn the skills of bicycling with the hopes that they can take these to the Dragonfly Trails or Standing Boy Trails. It is designed for a place where you can have fun, but also learn some pretty good and entertaining skills. It will feature natural trails. Will be around the perimeter of the park, and then it will have a modular circular pump track in the center, which is a very coveted attraction for bicycle parks. It is what makes a bicycle park truly successful, is to have that amenity of the pump track within it. So it'll have a circular pump track in the center and a linear pump track as well. Now, what the bike park will not be, it is not a BMX facility, so there would be no opportunities for that, even if you wanted to sneak in and try to do it. Just the park does not lend itself for that type of activity. It's not a skateboarding park with natural surface. It just doesn't, it's not conducive for skateboarding. And it's also not just a traditional park, meaning although it has playground elements that are specific to bicycling, which Ryan will get to hear in a second, it will not have swings or slide or things of that nature. So I wanted to explain that because the word playground is there in the description that we are talking about. Now, why did we choose Dinglewood Park? We looked at, we have been working on this project since 2019. We looked at other locations when we were exploring where to build this park. We looked at Little Wildwood Park, which is at the end of Wildwood Avenue and 17th Street. But the topography there was a little bit difficult with the incline and the drop on that park. We also looked at where the servant leadership playground is behind the Columbus Public Library. But that area had other uses, including parking of the buses, city school buses there. So when we looked at Dinglewood Park, it was centrally located at the heart of Midtown. Lake Bottom Park and Dinglewood Park are heavily visited. It had plenty of parking available. We saw the developments happening at the Villages on 13th, but also the Dragonfly Trails coming on the south side of Waracoba Creek at Dinglewood Park. So for us, building this first unique project, it was important that it had connectivity through the bicycle trail. And again, when you build bicycle trails like the Dragonfly Trails, these are successful for commuting from point A to B, but they're even more successful when there are points of interest connected to the trail. So once you use the trail, where the ability to go visit places makes it very attractive and more appealing for us. And that is why also with Dinglewood Park, the topography was just excellent for us to work with the design team and really build a state-of-the-art park the way we and they thought we should. And it is just extremely flat in there, which is also safer. And when your children or any children are riding bicycles, you're able to have a vantage point and the whole time while they are at the park. All right, and the last part here is our partnerships. Now, I did mention we have been going through this since 2019. Thank you, Pam Hodge, Lisa, Holly, engineering, zoning, everyone who's really truly helped us through this process. Since we started a conceptual plan to hiring the design team, which is the International Mountain Bike Association, who also designed and built standing board trails, to now working with getting everything permitted, which is, I think, just about there. It's truly been a great partnership working with all of you, city staff, so thank you very much for that. I know in October 2024, we submitted a letter of intent, and that is a letter of executing an MOU between Midtown Inc. and the City of Columbus, and that is a maintenance MOU, which pretty much states that Midtown Inc. will be responsible for maintaining all of the structures of the park itself, and I believe Parks and Rec will continue to treat the park as a park with mowing, edging, grassing. Now, we have not executed that MOU yet, but it was a letter saying that we intend, the city intends to engage with Midtown Inc. in executing that MOU. And the gift value from Midtown Inc. To the city for this park is $587,000, and that includes the maintenance fund that Midtown has already raised and put aside for the maintenance of this project.
All right, Councilor Kogel.
Julio, thank you for coming to give us this presentation. I know that we've been kind of going back and forth for a couple years, and I'm really excited about this being a cyclist myself. I'm really excited about this for our community and the uniqueness that this brings. I was in Boston not too long ago, and they had something similar, and it was so cool to see the kids out there on Saturday and Sunday going around the track. And I was actually at the Bicycle Columbus Valley thing that was put on maybe 2 weeks ago.
Oh, the Bike Summit.
Yeah. And met somebody from Macon who is doing a initiative for getting more kids on bicycles of all economic backgrounds. And so she was really excited about this initiative and our trails, and just to be able to create that partnership between Columbus and Macon, and getting kids more active and on bicycles, which is kind of a lost art. And so I'm really excited about this. I know that we've talked a little bit about the gift that's on the table, and there's a little bit of a time-sensitive crunch with some tariffs that parts of the pump track are coming from, did you say California?
Poland.
Or Poland, from Poland. And we're dealing with a little bit of some tariff issues, and have found a cheaper version. And so I'd like to just go ahead and make the motion to accept the Midtown Inc.'s gift to buy the children's bicycle playground at Dinglewood Park, and just move forward with finalizing and executing that maintenance agreement if my colleagues are on board with that.
All right, there's a motion and a second to move forward with it. Any other discussion on it? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Thank you, Julio, and I think I received a call from you. Yes, sir. It was a great conversation. I really am proud of the fact that y'all raised this money and put it together. My only concern is it's on a busy street, and so I see a fence here, and and for the safety of the children, I'm just wondering if there's anything else we could do, bringing in some big rocks or boulders so that the traffic can't get, bypassed, because it's not going to take much speed to get through the fence.
No, it will have some landscaping elements as well. I think that the traffic data for that portion of 13th Street is very positive in that regards. Not a lot of incidents or anything of that nature. I know we've worked with the engineering department and the design team to see what was something feasible and appealing that we could put there as a barrier, mostly for kids running out onto the road. I think we discussed that even a traffic rail guard would not truly be able to stop a vehicle from entering the park. So that is something that we took into consideration, but the chain link fence will allow us to keep kids contained in the area a lot better than something like a guardrail, sorry. Ryan, is there anything you want to add to that?
I just want to, I'm putting the skunk on the table. If y'all go further with it, somebody gets hurt, I just want you to know I brought it up.
Okay.
I'm not worried about the kids running out. I'm worried about the vehicles
Cars
coming
crossing, getting in.
Thank you, Mayor.
I agree. All right, there's a motion and a second on the table to move forward. All in favor with that, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, that's approved. Councilor, do you have anything?
Thank you.
Mayor, I do need to mention that we need to approve an MOU in order for them to build on our property. So our intent is to bring the MOU back.
Okay.
So that it can be approved before they can move forward.
So I guess we'll look at the concept as approved and
Concept.
bring back the MOU.
Mm-hmm.
Concept and the acceptance of the donation.
Yeah.
Yes.
They just needed to be able to purchase the products, and so we can come back with the MOU, but they just needed to be able to not get caught up with the tariffs.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Did you want to continue? You didn't, oh, okay.
Julio, thank y'all.
Okay, thank you.
It's a pretty cool project.
Okay. Our next presentation is the Roll With Us shuttle update with Everett Fleming, the Assistant Director of Metra,
Okay.
and the Manager of Parking, Mr. Justin Allen.
All right, just before we get started, Councilor Tucker?
I wanted to add my vote yes. Sorry, I want to add my vote yes to the Midtown bicycle. And also for tracking purposes, we needed a resolution to be, and that's based on our clerk. And that's what we're trying to, that way when we're doing, when she has to go back and look for items for us, it needs to be in the form of a resolution, just like we're doing for our audits.
Okay.
Okay. And our Roll With Us shuttle has been in operation for almost 2 years, and so we want to just bring you an update of just how things are going so that you will be aware and updated. So with that,
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Deputy City Manager, and City Attorney, listening and viewing audiences. Yes, we just wanted to bring you an update for our Roll With Us shuttle today. As she said, we've been in officially, our rollout date, of course, was Tuesday of December 26, 2023. We had 5 shuttles. They had various themes, for example, like the Chattahoochee River, music, the arts. Also, one of the shuttles that we had was equipped for people with disabilities, so they can able to use those as well. We have riders that are scheduled, the trips, and of course, these are free trips. And so all you have to do is just use a smartphone app or a QR code or link. You can go to columbusga.gov/metro/more/roll with us. Now, our service is going to cover from Bay Avenue to First Avenue, then from 9th to 14th Street. Our hours of operation, of course, is from 11 to 8 p.m. On the weekends, we'll service you from 10 a.m., that's Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 12 midnight. Any trips that are declined outside of this jurisdiction, of course, will be denied. Now, if you don't have a smartphone and you don't have time to download a link, all you got to do is just wave your hand. The customers, of course, we will pick you up for just hailing a ride. Our shuttle operators, of course, they're going to inform the customers as soon as they get on board how to register for the first time so they can use it for future usage. Of course, this link is identified to them, and of course, they'll give them a phone number if they would need to do so. Just call 706-225-4584. Our parking management, we work diligently in the uptown area to make sure that we ensure all the knowledge of various coming events within the community and make sure that those are well communicated with us. Our drivers, of course, they're the ambassadors for the city, and the users look to them as a source of information. Of course, in scheduling the web, everything is a first-come, first-served basis. First-time applicants, again, as I said, you got to complete a registration. The trips are sent to the driver's tablets. They get an email sent to the user to confirm their trip and, of course, their ETA of arrival. Now, this is very important. Our directions are provided to the shuttle drivers via an internal software map identifying the point of pickup and delivery. So we're going to try to get you and pick you up to the closest point as described for the pickup, given that a request. As you see here, this is a map that encompasses all of our parking as well as our uptown shuttle locations. Our service area for the shuttle location is from Bay Avenue the 1st, then from 9th to 14th Street. We are considering looking to expand our boundaries, but of course, keeping safety first. Now, these shuttles, of course, top speed is only 30 miles an hour. So if you go in between 2nd and 3rd, that's when 35 miles an hour that is posted. Now, most of us don't drive the speed limit, but we're trying to keep safety first for our drivers as well as our passengers that we pick up. The time frame from January through September of this year, we had a total of 3,629 rides. We averaged about 403 per month. Our peak month, just last posted, was 704 rides in September. Our lowest month is January with 199 rides. Again, you can hail a ride, you can call in for a ridership, or you can use the web. From January to September, 27%, that poses 967 rides, and that was from people hailing a ride or actually using our website. If you can hail a ride or you can call in that was for 2,662, making up 73% of our total. Now, the trends, most time, people are just going to call in, and of course, and doing so, they did a lot of that during the earlier months. The web usage, of course, it did increase in June to 322 rides. We're trying to also, with the web adoption is growing, we're trying to ask people, of course, to use that, but of course, you can still hail a ride or call in for a ride. The chart that you see here, from the data when we started and available to collect this data from the walk-ups, from the scheduled rides via web from July of last year all the way through August, and of course, we have our September numbers here. As you can see, that the ridership started out with a bang, all the way down to December, January. Of course, people are leaving, they go on vacation, they come back. Of course, the ridership is lower. Then in March and April, it gravitated up. Of course, back in May, Memorial Day comes. People go out and have fun. And then from June, as I said before, the web walk-up rides of 322. The web rides, of course, was the 97, a total of 419. Then we escalated, June, July, August. And now we have a total of 704 rides posting for Roll With Us. So again, we are here to serve Columbus, Georgia. If you've never ridden, I ask you please to go and enjoy yourself and have a good time at Uptown Columbus. At this time, I'll entertain any questions.
Councilor Kogel?
Thank you for the presentation. What are all 4 of the carts running at the same time? At any given time?
They are actually alternated between the members that have come in for their work. We have normally like 2, maybe 3 people working at a time. So for the morning, then of course in the afternoon and evening.
So there's 2 pretty much running at each time?
Yes, ma'am.
I've asked for some more vibrant marketing, I think, in the past, as far as I'm downtown a lot, and I would just ask that maybe we work a little bit more with Uptown now that Steve is there and there's been some leadership change in getting some signage out.
Sure.
I'm struggling a little bit with the math here. If we're providing on the average of about 400 to 450 rides per month, that's somewhere between 14 rides and 23 rides a day. And I think we can do better than that. I think this is a really valuable asset that we have. I just don't know if the people realize that we have it. I know that there's a banner hanging on one of the parking garages, or there was at one point. But I wonder if we have, and I realize that this is just a flag and stop situation, but I wonder if we have shuttle stops along a block, of whether that's a sign that says free shuttle pickup here, if that would increase our ridership. I don't want to say that this is not worth our time and effort, because I think that there's a need for it, especially as we're challenged with some parking issues. But so I think that we need to kind of look at this from a marketing perspective, and if we need to loop in CSU or somebody else, or even if we just take a objective look at it and say, we're gonna have stops every block at the beginning of the blocks. We're gonna advertise it, we're gonna put some sidewalk stickers down, we're gonna collaborate with Uptown. Ashley was here with CVB, and we're gonna, go hard in the paint, if you will, and see if we can even double or triple our ridership in 6 months.
We did meet with Steve and Jason Gabosh. And so we have met with him, and we do have a subsequent meeting that was previously scheduled with Steve, but had to reschedule that. So that's coming up, just to talk about a number of those things that we know that we need to do to enhance this particular service. And so we, took in some valuable feedback And we're going to be working very closely with Uptown to make some things happen, to include the marketing piece and the training in terms of locations and events that are going on and those things. So because they do serve as ambassadors and they need to know what's going on in the city as people come to visit, they're able to share that information. So we're working on those
Yeah, I
things.
think, I mean, and to your point, I think there was a good collaboration with the Clingstones on transporting people back on
Right.
some of those important, or
That's
those
right.
bigger games. And so I would just like to see it be used to its max. And, you know, there is the golf cart route that goes all the way to Mid-City Yards that also might be able to be looped in the future, so.
Yeah, you know, sometimes we try to be too creative with the marketing. I think sometimes you just call it what it is, Uptown Free Shuttle.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's all
Yeah.
I'm saying is
Yeah.
that, you know, it just needs to be
not
on
as
every single
flashy.
block.
Yeah.
That this is a free shuttle stop.
And we know that we've got.
I've ridden it. When
Yeah.
it gets cold, my age, I'm riding it again.
Yeah.
And we know that we're going to be working closely with, again, Uptown and the businesses, getting the word out to the businesses so that they can help us put that word out so that we can, you know, post things or whatever in the businesses so that customers will know and citizens will know what's going on. But we have, of course, even some commercials that we're looking to do as well. So just to get the word out. So
Great.
there will be more to come.
All right, great, thank you.
All right, Counselor Crabb?
That was, I wanted to reiterate what she was saying about having the little shuttle stops, because that's what they have up in Chattanooga. And it does really, it creates like an interest, like maybe they don't realize that we have a shuttle until we see these shuttle stops. They should be outside of each one of our parking garages so people can, you know, park their car and then get on a shuttle. And throughout, you know, throughout the uptown area. But I'm trying to see where, is it just when there is something happening in the Civic Center or at Synovus Park that they go down into that area?
They're only, when we have multiple events that we know there's going to create traffic, serious traffic, that's when the buses will provide a shuttle. And that's what we have done when there has been something at the Civic Center, Synovus Park, perhaps the softball, you know, stadiums and those kinds of things.
And what street do they go down? First, second?
They go down front. Is it?
For the shuttle, of course, we're going, like I said, from Bay the 1st and 9th to 14th. And we're not crossing over 13th due to the safety for the passengers. We go down front, go under the bridge to access for Indigo and places
But
like Country.
I think you're asking about going.
But as far as
So
the-
do they come?
Synovus Park.
Right.
Yeah.
Do they come down?
As far as what you're speaking of for
buses.
for the baseball, that's an actual bus. That's an actual route that was created.
It's a bus.
The service that we had. We went down from there, from Bay, crossed over to Broadway, went around it's their circular drive, which gets you to the south gate of the ballpark.
I see.
And
Okay,
we didn't
good.
utilize the shuttles for that, it was strictly a bus.
Yeah, that was not part of Road With Us.
And then maybe an expansion in the near future that will take us up to the Mercer area and kind of that area and connect that whole area, because people may be staying up at in that hotel, and then also pickleball will be up there. So I see room for expansion.
Well, we've
Connecting.
talked about that, we certainly have talked about that, but
Yes, we
again, they only go 30 miles an hour, and so safety is a key factor for us, and so we've just got to go and look at that and see what the expansion looks like.
Yeah, I think it's important that we think ahead on the connectivity of these areas that we're creating in order for all these areas to be a success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you for that. Our next update is an infrastructure update with Ryan Pruitt, Will Johnson, and Vance Beck.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Just wanted to provide a project update. I'll go over the facility projects first, and then Vance and Will can talk about some of the transportation projects. So with the Judicial Center, if you've been downtown lately, you've seen it really coming to life there on 10th Street. So we're currently working on interior framing along with rough end of the mechanical, electrical, plumbing system. So pretty much on every floor, those activities are going on. They have started doing a little bit of painting, starting to get our first layer of finishes installed in the basement, first and second floor. Also putting up acoustical ceilings on those floors. And then kind of as you work your way up, you know, that's kind of how they're proceeding from the bottom up. So as well as the exterior skin, so we're almost complete with all of the storefront and glass installation on the project. You can now see the masonry both on the front and back, the brickwork starting to be installed going vertical. So we do still remain on track for a completion next year. So I do have some project photos. So this is the south elevation of the building. So this picture is in the plaza. Again, you can see all the windows have been installed and they're going up with the brick. That brick is the same color, the same size, and actually they use the same clay to make it as the brick from the wings, which was built in the 70s. So even 50 some years later, they still manufacture that particular brick. So it should match very, very well once it's complete. This is a view of the wing. This is again from the plaza looking to the east wing. So again, you can see all the columns that used to be there are gone. Definitely looks a lot more modern building. You can see the glass is installed. They haven't trimmed all that out yet, so of course it will look a lot more finished. They have done the ephes, that beige band around the top has been completed. That area in the middle gets some more storefront that'll get installed there. This is on the 10th Street side, so again, you can see all the storefront that has been installed. Again, the glass is installed. They haven't completely trimmed it out, so it's not quite its final product yet, but it's getting close. That down towards the bottom, that glass rectangle, that's the main entrance. You can see the two doors there where that Connex box is. That's actually the two front doors to the facility. And there on the left-hand side, you can see the brick starting to go vertical on the north face. This is the west side facing the River Center. So again, you can see most of the windows are in, working on the storefront there as it goes up higher in the building. So eventually, as soon as they finish that brick on the north side, they'll kind of work their way around the building, and most of this gets covered in brick as well. So the inside, this is as you're walking through the front door. So the front doors are directly behind you as you look at this picture. So you can see the two-story entry space. You can see the stair that goes up to the plaza level. So eventually the security checkpoint and screening would be right here in front of you. So again, much different feel than what we currently experience going into court and the government center today. A lot more room for people to get in and out. This is a picture of the probate courtroom. So it's a standard size courtroom on the second floor. So again, the entry doors into court are directly behind me. You can see kind of the size of the court. Of course, they don't have the ceiling in yet. Still getting some of those systems in, but directly in front of this is where the millwork for the bench and jury box and all that will be installed. This is a view looking out from the second floor towards the Springer. So beautiful views as the public walks along the northern face. That's the public area of the building. Beautiful views of the Springer, and of course, as you get higher up, you know, the rest of Uptown and looking north from the building. The next project I wanted to talk about was Fire Station 5. Again, if you haven't been on Lynch Road, this project has moved very swiftly as well. So this is a shot of Fire Station 5, its current progress. So you can see on the right-hand side are the apparatus bays, and to the left are the support areas for the fire station. Just a close-up of those apparatus bays. Again, most of the brickwork has been completed. Very good-looking fire station. This is just some inside shots to show you the progress there. Again, a lot of the rough end has been completed. Most of the basic systems have been installed, and they're installing drywall, finishing it, and pretty soon we'll start putting paint and those types of things into the building. Fire and EMS Administration, another project that's coming along nicely. The old Georgia Power facility there at 1100 Veterans Parkway. This is kind of the multi-purpose room that they have. Used to be the main lobby for Georgia Power. The fire department's going to use it a little different. This is one of the restrooms that has been renovated and upgraded. And then this is one of the training rooms. So the fire department has several new training rooms as they bring in their classes and get their folks up to speed and all the things that they have to do. So that project's coming along nicely. Should be scheduling some moving for them, hopefully right around the end of the year or so. Just a few other projects, City Hall Phase 2. So we're putting the finishing touches on those renovations. We are targeting next month for those moves, the first round of moves. So that would include the mayor, city manager's office, city attorney's office, clerk of council's office, moving over to City Hall Phase 2. And then roughly 30 days after they move, inspections and codes, planning, engineering, community reinvestment would move from the annex into City Hall Phase 1. So as those dates get closer and we lock in on a schedule for those, we'll make sure to keep everybody informed on when those moves are happening. Fire stations 4 and 8, we have started those design activities. Council approved that work a couple months ago. We do intend, as soon as 5 gets complete, we would move over to 4 and 8. The fire department's looking at operationally if we can do both of those renovations at the same time. Before, we had contemplated doing one at a time. Fire department's trying to see if we can do both of them at the same time, which obviously will be more efficient and would save us money because we wouldn't have escalation and those types of things. It'd really bring our risk down to do both of those at the same time. Public safety building renovations, the initial design work is completed. We have a laundry list of things at that building that need to be done, from roof replacements, system upgrades, some other things that CPD has wanted to do there and need to do. So we have issued an RFP for construction services for that. So as soon as we can get a general contractor on board, we'll work through that scope of work and see what, we have $5 million to do that total project out of the SPLOST. So we'll be coming back with some more information once we get a contractor on board for that. Then Oxbow Creek, we do have finalized plans for that renovation that the Golf Authority has looked at. We're getting those out to bids to our on-call contractors and should get started with that this winter. So certainly it's not going to be a very big project, so should be able to get that one knocked out pretty quick. And then the Muskogee County Jail, we did have a kickoff with the sheriff and his staff a couple weeks ago. And so we are in the middle of that schematic design process. We've also met initially with Recorder's Court, Public Works, Engineering, and Record Storage, kind of everybody that would be impacted by that project we've had initial meetings with, and we'll keep working on that as we go forward. Are there any questions about
There are a
the
few.
facility?
Councilor Tucker?
Yes. In reference to the judicial center, I know when we did the walkthrough a while back, we was discussing the, I guess, like kitchen area. Have you decided on what's gonna take place right there?
So we have space for, some type of cafeteria setup. We haven't officially detailed it out or built it. Right now there's no full kitchen, commercial kitchen included in the project. So that's definitely a conversation that we need to have as far as what type of food service will be provided. We do have the infrastructure for it, so we are putting in a grease trap and some of those things that you would have to have a full kitchen, but whether or not that's the approach the city wants to take is something we need to discuss.
Is this a conversation that we're having to include the individuals that will be in the building? And I know a lot of people depend on the food services that are in the government center now.
Yeah, the feedback from the users when we talked about it in the programming and planning stages, was that it was a necessary function. They wanted it beyond security, for jurors and those types of people, that they could let them go get something to eat and not have to go outside the secure perimeter. And so that's how it's built, is it's inside the building. We just hadn't figured out the details of exactly the model there.
Okay, do we have a timeline when we will determine when we will address that? If, I'm trying to see what the date it was that we were talking about being finished with the Judicial Center.
Yeah,
It
like I said,
said-
the construction will be complete next year, and then, we have furniture and things we gotta move in, and, so we can, like I said, we do need to finalize that. Like I said, all the infrastructure's there, and so I think that's something the staff can get together with the users of the building and make sure we have consensus and then bring it before council.
What would be the timeline on that? Because when we have to put a RFP out for a vendor to do the food services for that area?
So I think we could come back with a plan, by around the first of the year, and then outline how that process would look going forward. And that should give us enough time to get it implemented by, because we're talking about late next year when the building would open, so that should give us enough time to work out the details.
Okay, and then moving to the jail, in reference to other projects, I see that you had the kickoff. I know it was some conversations that referenced the location where we're planning to, possibly develop the jail, and I think it's I'm gonna say, I guess, prudent of us to say that we have not allocated any funds or approved $500 million in reference to a jail project. We are in talks and stages, and the first stage that we approved was the actual location. So I think the messaging got out is that we're spending, $500 million. It's already approved, it's not, we're in the stages. However, in that stage, the location, we knew, and I want to make sure where we're talking about Public Works will have to be relocated. Is that the synopsis of the situation right now?
Yes, so we're in the middle of that study as far as, what extent of their operation there. Again, the official address of the parcel is 601 11th Avenue, and it houses a lot of city functions, but we're in the middle of wrapping our arms around what all, from Public Works would have to be relocated. Certainly their administrative facility, which is in the old school building there, would need to be relocated. And so we've met with Director Short and gotten feedback as far as what all operations she has on that site, because there's a lot of things, as far as parking, equipment parking, all the heavy trucks, lay down, when they get orders of trees in, when they get, dirt and pipe and those types of things. They use a lot of that land for that purpose. So we're getting our arms around all those functions and what it would take to move them, to a different location if necessary.
Will you be bringing that back before council?
Yeah, so the intent is when we come back, we said the first quarter next year, we would come back with a total schematic design of the project to include, what the new jail would look like, as well as relocation of all those functions that are currently there.
Right. Also, I'm not completely sure about this, but is there a CPD range in the arena of this property that might be impacted by this jail being built there?
Yes, so CPD does have a firing range there. The intent right now is we wouldn't utilize that portion of the site. The site sits 40-plus acres, and with the layout we did following these last meetings, right now we feel like we can avoid it and leave it there. Obviously we'll keep access to it throughout construction and after construction.
Chief has already responded that that's not going to have any impact on the range.
Right.
Okay. I wanted to verify whether or not that was an issue. And then also, which it did not make the list, the A.J. McClung, and I think that is scheduled to be on the agenda on the 4th Tuesday. So, but in reference to whatever has been taking place since we had requested that project. So if we could bring that back. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Ryan, going back to the Judicial Center is, in the Government Center, we have a lot of really pretty stained wood in there. Is any of that going to be utilized in the new building?
So we have looked at utilizing furniture pieces, so there's, historic pews, I think that date back to the original courthouse that we're planning to relocate. There's some other furniture, bookshelves and things like that. So we have evaluated that. Some of the way that the current paneling in the courtrooms, for example, is attached to the walls would make it very, very difficult to relocate. So at this time, that particular finish, we're not planning on moving.
All right. Well, we might be able to auction that off somewhere. Thanks.
Councilor Anchor.
Thank you, Ryan, for commenting on the relocation of Public Works in first quarter. I think that's critical. The demo cost of whatever Public Works we're doing, the demo cost of the jail if we go this site. And I don't think it sounds good having a firing range right next to the jail. I could make up reasons why, but the other thing is I appreciate Council Lady Tucker's comments about the tone and the talk. You're doing an excellent job, got a lot of projects going on, but we haven't committed to that site. We did commit money and funds to go study it, and having a kickoff about, Muskogee County new jail, I think we've got a long way to go, and we've heard the auditors speak to our potential credit rating with the ratios of debt. We've got to make good sense of the money together. I read recently that one of our medium-sized cities in Georgia did an addition for 200 beds for $30 million. That's $150,000 per cell, per jail cell, not beds, jail cells. And so, at 1,600 beds that we're going to build a jail for $500 million, that's about twice that cost. That's about $300,000 per jail cell. And I know I'm not including everything in the added services and mental health and the things that we want to do to better ourselves and help better our community. And I'm not leaving that out, but I think it's a relative point as we move forward in the talk of not accepting that we're necessarily going to spend $500 million. How many acres is on the 601 11th Avenue? I'm just trying to remind myself.
I think the total parcel is about 40 or so. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but the jail site itself would take up about 25.
Oh, 25, okay. I had asked myself some questions about why we moved in that site so much, and had looked at there had been talks in previous conversations and presentations about the Loomis site being in a flood zone, but is Public Works area in a flood zone as well?
So the floodplain, there are areas of that acreage that is in the floodplain. The southern side of the creek has less floodplain than the northern side. So, the city owns north and south of the creek there. North is mainly parking and some of those areas, storage.
Right.
That's where most of the floodplain is. There is a little bit impact on the south side.
It's kind of similar to the Loomis site. And that's why, I have a site there myself, and part of my site's in a floodplain, and it's mostly parking. And there is 17 acres over there. I'm asking these questions because I think Public Works being demolished and then relocated, that cost, I want that number quick. Because we're putting a lot of energy and tone and effort into going in a direction and a cost that I feel like is critical for our future of our place. I think the other two options still exist, and I'm saying this to maybe continue the talk of not going too far, too fast on the $500 million. And that is possibility of adding on 200 jail cells to our existing jail, moving inmates into there, and then going back and remodeling in stages. Nothing is beyond repair. And so I'm just going to say that for the record. That's all I had. I appreciate your fine work, and you got a lot on your plate, and thanks for standing in the gap.
Thank you. Councilor Crabb?
Just a quick question. Is the annex building large enough for Public Works to move there?
So from a strict office space perspective, yes, the annex has more square feet than the administrative functions. The issue, and I don't want to speak for Director Short, but Public Works has they have a lot of people that show up to report. You know, they have 200-plus employees that come to the Casita Road site every day. The annex doesn't have parking to accommodate that. And then the equipment that those 200-plus employees operate every day, you know, how does that work and how do you transport them back and forth? So it's certainly something, you know, we're studying and looking at with her. And, you know, we'll be able to provide council and the public, you know, some options and some kind of the discussions behind the scenes of what she needs. But from an office space, like I said, she doesn't need that much office space for her office employees. It's more the field people and how we would accommodate them.
Don't we have a location out on Chautauqua Road that I've been by that area near the prison, I think, and there's a lot of equipment there also.
Yes, yeah, they do have, and I don't know all of her divisions off the top of my head. I think heavy equipment maybe is out on Chautauqua Road right now, and that's kind of the options we're looking at is if we did have to pick all of them up, you know, the Chautauqua Road area next to the landfill out in that part of town, you know, would make some sense. So that's some of the options we're looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor Anchor?
Yes, sir. I was going to ask about the old bank property across from the annex, since you brought that up. What's the status of that bank property on the corner? Who owns it? What's the future plan of it? And then this kind of goes, Counselor Chambers and I'd asked him, did he ever get the list that he requested? I thought it was a good request about the properties that our city owns, both land and buildings. You asked for that, didn't you, Counselor? And could we get that list, Deputy City Manager, in the future? But can you tell me what that building is projected for use for, across from the annex?
The building across from the annex currently is owned by the Waterworks.
They bought it, or we traded with them?
No, the Waterworks owns that.
They own it?
Yes.
But they are abandoning that property, are they not?
Based on the plan that they submitted, I don't think they're going to be utilizing that facility if they build their new administrative office.
Thank you. Do we have a master list of the properties Councilor Chambers had asked for?
Yes, Councilor Chambers had requested a list. We do have a list of all the city-owned properties. Some of the questions and additional information we're adding to that, and I told him I'd get it to him by the end of the week to show which properties are actually vacant. That's not something that we track on the database that we have, and also if the property is available for redevelopment. So we're adding that information, and then we'll get that out.
Thank you very much.
And provide that to all the counselors.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Okay, now, it was coming. Vance. Was it?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councilors, deputy city managers, city attorney. Go through quickly. I know you've all seen a lot of orange and white out in the city, so we've got a lot going on. Here are our funding sources. Most of you know all of these. Taxpayers have graciously continued to pass the T-SPLOST, which has enabled most of these larger projects to go forward. The Williams Fortune Roundabout, if you've been up there, its final traffic pattern's been implemented. It's kind of slowed down because now they're working under traffic, where before we had a established detour, but they are actively trying to button that completely up. 19th Street flood abatement, if you've been down Veterans Parkway, you have seen all the culverts stockpiled, so they're continuing north for that flood abatement project. That one is coming along real well. Buena Vista Road, they're still working on the north side now, tying in all the driveways. So that one I think is still slated to be done this spring. Casita Road, that one has gone a lot quicker than I thought it would. They're widening the bridge now for the southbound on-ramp. That one is still slated for the spring. 27, Veterans Parkway widening. That one also is rapidly progressing. And then if you've been around the Spiderweb area, they are really coming along with the piles and the walls on the bridge. Front Avenue, the flooding problem's been there for years. We're buttoning that up, replaced, and of course ran into a lot of utility conflicts that slowed that one down. And then Infantry Road, Follow Me Trail, I'm gonna turn it over to Will to see. I think these are all the newer projects coming up, and let him talk about them.
Yeah, I'll pick up here on Infantry Road. Did get an email today from the project manager with GDOT that he replied to Fort Benning. Looks like we'll get a notice to proceed on this in the next couple of weeks. Band 1 projects on TIA, Steam Mill Road, which is the first one, which, as you all know, we started almost immediately as soon as the vote passed. Design completion hopefully will be December. We are under right-of-way. Right now, we're still doing title opinions, but THC now has enough of them completed where they're about to start going out and meeting with people on right-of-way acquisition. Whitesville Road, this goes from the north side of the bridge over J.R. Allen and runs all the way to the Williams Road intersection. It's estimated let is spring 2027. Right now that is on schedule. South Lumpkin Road streetscapes, of course, you all voted to go with the 3-lane section. We have had a leadership change with our consultant. It's the same consultant, but a new project manager. So they're getting up to speed. Letting will be June of 26, and this runs from Victory Drive all the way to what will be Infantry Road at South Lumpkin. Other Band 1 projects, Fifth Avenue Trail was moved to the east side about 6-7 months ago. Design completion is imminent. It will be sooner than December of 25. And then hopefully it will get moving where you see some dirt moving. The roundabout at 13th, 17th, and Linwood, design completion is also supposed to be December. That is moving along on schedule. Other Band 1 projects, these are all GDOT projects that they're administering. Andrews Road, Brennan Road improvements are under design. University Avenue Road Diet, they sent us 4 concepts last week. So we're reviewing those. Manchester at Central Church Road, that is going to be an R-cut. That should not take very long at all. They should be ready to start that one now. Riverwalk repaving and maintenance. Engineering's working with Dragonfly on prioritization. Buena Vista Road corridor improvements. This runs from the Spider Web to Winton Road. We've got some pre-design so far that we think we've got our path and everything squared away. So that's rolling along. And then Liberty Theater block enhancement had a little hiccup. It's still on schedule. But as you know, Heck Burdishaw was bought by a larger firm, and we had to change project managers. But they've picked up the ball and are running with it, so that's doing just fine. Morris Road improvements, we have hired our consultant for that one. That is a Band 2 project. Forest Road, we've also selected our consultant for that one. J.R. Allen and Schaumburg and Blackman, they sent us 2 design concepts. We have chosen one of those that they're going to proceed with that has roundabouts at Blackman and Schaumburg.
Multi-lane, Schaumburg,
Yeah.
single lane to Blackman.
Second Avenue improvements. This is under design. This coincides with also repaving and completely redoing Second Avenue. So the streetscape is a TIA project, but it's secondary to the primary project of reclamation and everything that's got to go on with taking that road down to the bricks and essentially redoing it. Band 3 projects, Manchester Expressway at Caroline Road, Mahaffey. This will be a bridge replacement and hopefully will correct sight distance problems at the interchanges. That will be GDOT administered. Williams Road widening, that will also be GDOT administered. That'll run from Veterans to Whitesville, I believe. Cedar Road widening, this will run from the new roundabout at Casita Road and Old Casita Road and run down to 10th. These are all complete streets projects also, so they have the trail component and the sidewalk. That will be GDOT. We will take on the Double Churches Road improvements in Band 3. That will run from Veterans to River Road. And then the Bull Creek Dragonfly Trail Connector, Dragonfly and Waterworks is working on that. It's don't really have any design or anything on it. Not sure exactly how it's going to run, but hopefully we'll get some information soon from those two entities. And I'll turn it back over to Vance.
Y'all have all been provided this in the past. This is our countywide map of the PCI scores.
Hold on, got a question.
Excuse me, Vance, Counselor Tucker?
You can let, Counselor Huff.
Counselor
answer this
Huff?
question.
Okay. Director Johnson, real quick, on the Tier 3, is that what time the letting project is right, what, about 2027, 28?
2029.
2029, okay, for that extension of Casita Road?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Counselor Tucker, do you have something?
Right, I guess I'm trying to understand the Tier 1, Band 1 project, because it seems like things are shifting. We had some estimated design dates. It seemed like it was earlier than that, and it keeps moving forward. So I'm just trying to see where we are.
Just as the engineers, sometimes they run up on things. We've had a culvert issue on one project. We had Liberty District, we had the change in the company, essentially. Utilities, I think with the roundabout at 17th, 13th, and so there's gonna be hiccups along the way. We are still within our time frame by the TIA office's standards, though.
Okay, because right now it says the design completion is December of this year. So that'll push the work being started till, like, when? If we're,
With the way the TIA office works, it'll be pretty quick once design is.
okay. No, only reason why I'm asking that, because I don't know how that looks as far as when we start. We're already kind of, I don't know if you want to call it landlocked far as these construction projects, but a lot of people are maneuvering, trying to avoid construction areas. So we already have the spider web going on. We have the project on Buena Vista Road at the bridge, but just looking at how people in that area will have to prepare eventually when we talk about going to work, going to school, and things like that.
Well, your previous TIA projects, Casita Road, Veterans Parkway, and Buena Vista to Virgin Diamond are all on time. They are going now as they were scheduled to go. Spiderweb, no. That's kind of where you have the conflict. Spiderweb's late. So you've got 3 projects that are on time, but one that, causing a bit of a headache, and it's gonna be closed for 2 years, but it's the fastest way to get it done. They are working on the second bridge over Buena Vista, 185 at Buena Vista. Difference of Buena Vista and Bradley Park, for instance, Bradley Park was already a massive bridge. Buena Vista had to come back and build 2 new bridges. Because it was inadequate. So that's why that project is more in-depth than Bradley Park Drive.
Yeah, and we get a lot of complaints about that project. A lot of tires having to be replaced from bolts and things like that in the area. And I'm sure they, like myself, did not go through risk management. I just got the bolt, a new tire.
Right.
But it's, sadly, I try to avoid it like the plague. I don't want to go over there if I don't have to, but some people don't have a choice.
Right.
So they have to go that way. So that's why I was just asking that question, because I know a lot of people are doing different routes, sadly, to avoid the construction. I did want to ask Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge, I don't know if you remember, back in July, I had requested city-owned properties. I know that Councilor Chambers had requested something. I just want to make sure, because my information was all-inclusive. I was trying to get everything, and then I think the conversation kind of narrowed. So are we still going to get what I had originally asked for and then add what he asked for?
That's correct. We have the list of all city-owned property, which is close to around 700. What we're adding is whether it's vacant or not vacant and whether it's available for redevelopment or not. So we're adding to that original list that we had, and we'll provide that to all of council.
Yeah, and I will say, in reference to that, that request came from individuals who possibly want to do projects to address the homeless challenge that we have, and looking at how they could possibly get the homes that are city-owned properties to provide, a housing, more additional housing stock.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Will or Vance, where are we with what have you heard regarding the Manchester Miller Road Bridge, Manchester Expressway?
Middle Road?
Yeah.
Yeah, Miller Road
New bridges
Bridge.
over Manchester, over Miller.
Yeah, I went through there the other day, the ones up in the north side, and they've already torn out the south side and got the columns up for the new one. It's progressing
Slow.
good.
It's a fun ride going west.
Yeah, I get questions about it a lot, so that's why I wanted to ask, y'all know a completion date on it?
That's a GDOT project.
Yeah, I know. Well, thank you anyway.
Okay. Councilor Chambers?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna keep asking, what's the status on County Line Road, that roundabout?
They just sent the redoing that bridge and all, or the
Yeah,
existing?
that roundabout, when you get off County Line Road?
Yeah.
Right there to the right.
Yeah. As far as, it's a temporary roundabout until in fact, they're gonna put one huge roundabout that encompasses the off-ramps, Mahaffey, County Line, and all that.
So what's the timeline? I know you.
That's under design now. They've got a concept. State's doing that. That's about I think it was like $37 million job.
That's a 2029.
Yeah. It's under design, I can tell you that.
Thank you.
All right, that's all the questions.
Okay. Now we'll do the gateway signage.
Well,
You're not finished, you got a few more slides.
She gave you an out.
Well, you gave me an out, but I'll do it real quick.
Yeah, you switched up on me, okay.
We did $3.5 million last year. We're gonna do $4.5 million. We haven't finished last year's list. Once we get this year's list finalized, I will send everybody their streets in their district like I did last year. Additional projects, the Midtown Connector is getting ready to let probably next month to contract. The River Road one probably will be February. The North Star Kennedy roundabout, what we're gonna do is go ahead and get it, let the contract in a timely manner, and then have them start construction the day school gets out, and try to get that built quickly during the summer. at North Star Kennedy. Additional projects, my federal aid resurfacing, we hope to let it next month. Anytime you do federal aid, the paperwork, just like the Infantry Road, Wallaby Trail stuff. But here are all the streets that are getting resurfaced, all the big ones that we all get complaints about. So we'll get those all paved. Additional, the 8th Street that we've had the public involvement, everybody was for, that we're gonna most likely just get one of our on-call contractors to do that. And College Drive, we just got bids in the other day. We'll put Winton Wall out soon. We're still working through some things with the Broadway to 4th to 5th street rehab. Military Drive's another project. That's the other leg of that roundabout where Infantry Road is. And then Gateway, I'm doing something in a minute on that. The GDOT projects, Bradley Park, 67% complete, Middle Road 60. Oglethorpe still slated to let in 28. Some other little things we do, police department approached us about 29th Street and Toppleton Road a couple years ago, all the crashes. Crash data was high there on angle crashes, so we restricted some movements there. Edgewood, there was a gap in the sidewalk, the kids were having to walk in the street. Been like that for years. We bumped out the curb a little bit, shifted the lanes a little, got that done, and then over there by AutoZone, Hamilton Road, you can see the worn out path up on the, behind the stop sign because nobody wanted the steps. It wasn't ADA compliant. We had to relocate a gas line, but we got that tied in connection there. We got a PO just cut. We're gonna replace all the damaged handrail in town. It's about $50,000 worth with our own call guardrail guy. And that's it for that. So any questions on the rest of that? All right, now
Thank you,
we'll go to Gateway. I think it's got to be loaded. Okay, so let me go back. All right, so real quick on state highways, you cannot install anything on a limited access highway. So limited access is J.R. Allen, the interstate, Manchester Expressway until you get to Reese Road. That's the first area where you can maneuver without getting off of an interchange. And Victory Drive, same way until you get to Fort Benning Road. But Macon Road or US 80 and Veterans Parkway are not denied access. So they are prime candidates to start implementing our gateway signage. The first spot we're gonna do is coming in on 80. It's out by, I think it's Pope Road. We're trying to find a spot. It has to be out of the clear zone. You gotta be at least 30 feet from the pavement. So the proposed location is out there. Then we can get power to it there from that little dirt road right beside it. You can't go across the highway there. There's a public service commission easement or something, so I couldn't, it's very limited on where I could get 30 feet off the road and get power to it because we want it to be illuminated. And that is really, I mean, you've passed one or two neighborhoods, but you're fixing to get into the meat of Columbus there. So that's kind of a mock-up of what it would look like there coming into it. You can't do them, it's got to be breakaway. So all this is foam that looks like brick, things of that nature. And so it's out of the clear zone. We'll have to do an encroachment permit. I've already met, I think that is Flint Energy out there about getting power to it. We'll have to do a maintenance agreement, but so that's where we're going to cut our teeth. That's what we're wanting to go with there because it mimics the brick downtown on the mills and all that. Has our logo and all of that. A lot of them, when you come into towns like Americus and all that, it just has Americus, and it's just on a somewhat dull facade, and we just thought that was very eye-catching there. The other spots that we could do it, at Manchester Expressway there, at Warren Springs Road and Reese Road in that wide area, we can do one there. We'll definitely do one on Veterans Parkway when they get through with construction there coming south. Victor Drive, you could do one at Fort Benning Road. So, we will work on, with the state, I've already got email approval of the location I showed y'all for the first one. Yeah, it's foam, hard coating, and we've got a CIP project to do all of these. So we've been working with a local company that's been doing all these mock-ups that we're going back and forth. So we probably just will get one of our own call contractors to do a turnkey service there, including getting the power to it and the lighting and all that. So does anybody have any questions? Yes, sir.
Counselor Kogel?
Are those going to be the only 3 locations for the signs?
Well, we can definitely do veterans, and we can definitely do the one on 80. We can also do Manchester Expressway. We are going to incorporate something with the new Oglethorpe Bridge coming in. I mean, it may be something a lot more detailed than this.
Are we going to not do anything on the 13th Street Bridge?
I don't know where I could get something that far off the roadway, but we can, I don't know where you'd put it.
Even coming over the 13th Street Bridge?
Yeah. I just don't know where on the ground I could put something in that urban area to where it'd be noticed.
Does it have to be on the ground? Can it not just be over top of the bridge or at the intersection?
Structurally, that would be challenging, but we can look into it.
Okay. Thank you.
They're usually on the major highways coming in. We can look at that.
13th is, that's what you're talking about.
All right, thank y'all.
Counselor, we got one more. Counselor Chambers?
Yeah. I just, I'm looking at the signage. Is there any type of community input, or is it an opportunity to bring back more than just, I know I'm looking at this, but maybe a 1, 2, or 3 to choose from? Or, I'm just trying, how did y'all come up with this? Who was involved in making this decision? As far as pricing is concerned, I know you're utilizing an on-call general contractor. Are we putting it out for more than one contract?
Yeah, we'll get our whole list of on-calls to quote what would cost them to turnkey do it.
So is this the only signage that was presented?
Well, we looked internally. Some of the designs are faux-looking rock and things of that nature. You're limited on, I guess, designs to be in the foam type stuff, and I guess the consensus right off the bat was all the red brick in town with the mills and all, that would be the way to go. And then somebody said, why don't we try to add the logo? So, there was some back and forth on it, and everybody kind of internally agreed that looked like a good design.
Okay, I just,
See more than one?
I would like to see more than one, yeah.
We can bring more than one
Please,
back.
or 2 or 3.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right, Vance, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Vance, Will, and Ryan. The last presentation we have is a performance evaluation update with Director Aretha Hollowell.
Good afternoon again. I am going to be presenting a very brief presentation on performance evaluation. It's just an overview. This was a request by the City Council to provide an update on our performance evaluations. So, and this may be a little bit in reverse order, but hopefully it'll make sense at the end. When I looked at our personnel files, performance evaluations that are actually housed, and that's where they're typically housed in our personnel files and employees' personnel files, I took a 5-year look back just to see what our personnel files look like that are actually housed in an employee's folder. And from 2020 to 2024, that would be till February of 2024, there are 25,931 actual personnel files in the employees' personnel files. That averages about 6482 annually, and I'll explain that number a little bit further. It'll make a little bit more sense. I did want to note that during COVID, during the pandemic, evaluations were inconsistent in that departments did not consistently complete performance evaluations as they normally would. So, but still, with the reflection of the number of performance evaluations in the personnel files, normally you wouldn't notice it, but I do know that during that period of time, we were somewhat inconsistent with the completion of performance evaluations. In terms of our legacy system, we've used Lotus Notes database for many years. I'm not sure how many years, at least 20 years or so. We used a Lotus Note database system that housed our personnel evaluations, performance evaluations, this was a database that housed other information as well. That was a legacy system that was retired in February of 2024. And so the performance evaluations, they were temporarily relocated to our employee application directory in March of 2024, while a new database was being built. And this new database is in our Advantage 4 system, and it launched in August of 2024. And this is just another way of saying what I already said in terms of our legacy system being retired in February of 2024, and we transitioned to a temporary system and to our new system that we currently have. And I'll say that with the new system that we have, it required training for all of our employees, whether we're talking about managers and supervisors. Because it's a new system, we needed to be able to train employees on how to utilize the system. So in terms of performance evaluation types, there are several different types of performance evaluations that employees, managers will utilize. The first type is a non-management probationary. That means for employees in our general government and public safety, for general government, probationary period is 6 months. For non-probation is 18 months. So for the first 6 months of probation of employment, a probationary performance evaluation would be done. And after that, the performance evaluations are done annually. So there's the non-management probationary performance evaluation that's done at the end of the probationary period. And then afterwards, there's a non-management regular performance evaluation that's done annually. And then there's the management probationary performance evaluation and the management regular performance evaluations. The difference between these is those employees that do not supervise anybody, and a management performance evaluations is any supervisor that manages other employees. And then the last three are in public safety, where the police, fire, EMS, and the sheriff's office, they have a different version of performance evaluation. It is similar to the other evaluation types that I mentioned, but because of the different categories that they look at and that are important to them, for example, with police, they do an agility test, or fire, and also in public safety, shooting or being able to qualify with their weapon is part of their performance evaluation. That would not be a part of a regular civilian employee. So their performance evaluations are a little bit different. I already mentioned that from For a 5-year look back, there are over 25,000, almost 26,000 performance evaluations that are actually housed in the employees' personnel files. So in terms of our new system, our training, moving to our Advantage system, which took us a while, but the performance evaluations are now housed in Advantage 4. We're real pleased about it because it is very user-friendly. It's easy to use, easier than the L-Note system that we had previously. But we are continuing to do training on that system for employees and managers. Employees and managers need to be trained on it. So in terms of our progress in our new system, there are 737 evaluations that have either been completed or are in progress of being completed. And then in terms of training in the new Advantage system, there are 1,241 employees that have completed their training in the new system, or they are in the progress of completing their training in the new system. I do want to note that in terms of the new system, this report does not include performance evaluations from the Columbus Police Department or the Sheriff's Office. These departments maintain a separate evaluation system and process outside of Advantage 4. However, we are working with both departments to incorporate their performance evaluation, their data, into the new system so that we can have one reporting system. So annual evaluations of each employee in a classified position are to be prepared by the appropriate supervisor or the appointing authority and reviewed by a division head or department head and submitted to Human Resources. This is in our personnel regulations, Section 16B-9-1. It includes both general government and public safety employees that performance evaluation should be submitted for them. I put this next bullet point here because this was a question, I think, maybe at a previous council meeting, and I wanted to share this again, that the city has implemented a pay-for-performance plan from 1998 to 2004. Although the pay-for-performance has been discontinued due to budgetary constraints, it has been revisited and discussed on multiple occasions throughout the government. However, pay-for-performance has not been reinstituted. There are a number of benefits to performance evaluations, and I think we'll probably all agree that performance evaluations are valuable. There are also disadvantages that one could argue in terms of whether you should or should not be doing performance evaluations, and I'm certainly a proponent of it. I think one of the questions is not so much that whether we should or should not be doing performance evaluations. One of the questions is whether we should be tying pay to performance evaluations, and that's something that I'm certainly willing to engage in a conversation about it, as we've talked about it from an administrative perspective on numerous occasions. And I won't go over this list here in great detail, but this is just a very short snippet of some of the advantages of performance evaluations as well as some of the disadvantages. You know, you get an opportunity to meet with your employees from a manager and supervisor perspective. You get to document that performance evaluation. It provides a structure for employees, and, you know, it clarifies expectations so employees know what to expect, and you get feedback both ways from the manager and from the employee. In terms of disadvantages, and again, this is just a short list, but just wanted to share that information. In terms of some of the disadvantages, there is evaluative bias, you know, because they tend to be subjective, and sometimes the criteria may be unclear from the employee's perspective. Sometimes they tend to create a negative experience with the employees. There are complaints sometimes that it could be time-consuming and maybe ineffective. And so there are pros and cons to performance evaluations. I put this slide back in. Again, this was a part of a presentation that I did in May of this year during the budget review process where there was a question about career ladders and how many career ladders did we have in place and what are we doing about career ladders. So as a part of pay for our pay plan maintenance, you see this list here, and this is a real good list, you know, to help us maintain our pay plan. And that was one of the things that we talked a lot about when the council adopted this pay plan in January, or implemented in January of 2023, you know, how are we going to maintain it, or are we going to allow ourselves to lag and get behind again? So some of the things that we are already doing, a lot of the things that would be encouraged, and that is to do a regular review or a market study. And since the pay plan was implemented in January of 2023, I would suggest and hope that come 2026, we could look at going back out to the market, at least with a small number of our jobs, to make sure that our pay and benefits are indicative of the market. Longevity pay, we do have longevity pay in some of our departments. In the public safety, namely, we do have longevity pay there. We have a lot of career ladder positions now, and I've talked to at least 2 departments who will be bringing forth requests for career ladder positions within their departments in the upcoming budget. So we do have quite a few positions that have career ladders attached to them. Certification incentives, we don't have as many positions that have certifications attached to them, while we do have some. Degree incentives, our public safety departments do have degree incentives attached to them. And then pay for performance. If that is something that the council wants to consider as part of pay plan maintenance, I would absolutely, you know, say that we can take a look at that. And then a cost of living adjustment, which council, I believe, is committed to as a way to helping us maintain our pay plan, is to consider a cost of living adjustment annually, certainly when the budget will permit it. So just in summary here, our performance evaluations are a part of the CCG philosophy and culture, because we have a historical evidence that we've done well on performance evaluations. While not being tied to pay, employees and managers still value and understand the value of performance evaluations. And so if there's an interest in considering pay for performance again, that may be something that the council wants to consider, and certainly looking at it from an administrative perspective, whether we want to move forward with pay for performance as opposed to just doing pay and it's not tied to performance. Now, this concludes my presentation, but if there are any other questions about our performance evaluation system that I can answer for you, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Thank you, Director Hollowell. Councilor Chambers?
A couple of questions. Thank you for that presentation. You said Advantage 4?
Yes.
Is that an HRS system or?
Yes, it is. That's our HRM payroll system.
So you have compensation, benefits, all in one system? Your compensation, your benefits,
Yes.
employee relation record?
Yes and no. We have multiple systems. Systems.
So I would like us to look at maybe getting one system. Because see, when you have multiple systems, it's hard to streamline. It's a lot of inconsistencies. So we need to talk about that. And I know we spend money on a lot of stuff, but we need to make sure that we have the proper systems in place internally so we can be more effective and efficient. Secondly, probationary period, you said it's 6 months?
6 months for civilian employees and 18 months for public safety.
Okay. So I'm a big advocate of pay for performance. Number one, I feel like it motivates your employees, your team members. To me, I've seen it, it's proven, it improves productivity. And most importantly, it aligns goals to ensure employees are working towards their goals. And it supports accountability. And last but not least, it's a good retention tool. It's a good retention tool. And the only reason, I mean, when we think about our team members, the only increase that they receive, what is COLA, cost of a living adjustment? Or unless there's, okay. Outside of that, there's no measuring rod. So the reason why I feel that we need to tie merit into goals, because if, I'm just gonna use you, if me and Charmaine is on the same team and there's no accountability and we're still receiving the same cost of a living adjustment, it's nothing to measure. That's just my thoughts. And I think that when team members, I mean, we can do performance evaluations every day, but if there's nothing to measure it, or if I don't hit my goals or she hits her goals, we still reaping the same benefits. So I just think that we really need to look at it. I know there's a cost involved. We've talked about it. But again, if we're gonna retain our team members, if we're gonna have accountability, I mean, we got to do something. And I just, it works. I've seen it works. It worked at Synovus. It works at Goodwill, Aflac, major corporations. It worked. We got to have something in place. But the first thing I really think we need to do is benchmark and look at a good HRS system where we can have one system. Because right now we got 3 or 4 systems and we don't know if they're interfacing with one another. We need one good HR system for all of our team members. So, I mean, those are just my thoughts. I would like you to maybe bring something back. How much would it cost us to implement a pay-for-performance system? Typically, you know, the norm is you do a 3% pool of the salaries, excluding your elected officials for that department. You take that 3% and you divvy it up, amongst your team members. So if Charmaine is not producing and Toya is blowing it out the water, instead of giving Charmaine 3%, you give her 2%. But then I'm gonna give Toya 4% because she's exceeding expectations. And I just think that works. And that motivate team members, and the compensation, that's a whole nother topic. But for right now, I really think we need to look at it and take it seriously, because if not, we will continue to have a revolving door, and by the time you train them, they'll be walking out the door going to a corporation up the street. So those are my thoughts, and I really think we need to take that in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Tucker?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hollowell, for doing this presentation. I'm trying to understand, because we had that conversation about the ladder moves. Am I saying that?
Career
The
ladders?
career ladder. How was that attached to our current pay plan? I guess later on, when you bring back that information, how is that attached to the pay plan in regards to promotions? Because I remember we were talking about that far as the career ladders in the pay plan and moving people, throughout the pay plan as a retention tool. How does that look right now? And just when we bring back, because, just looking at the data and not just you coming off the top of your head, unless you know it. But
Well, yes, and I want to make sure I understand what you're asking. What career ladders, when I say that, as I said in the slide, career ladders are part of pay plan maintenance because you're using several different things to ensure that your plan is being maintained. You go out to the market was one of them to see what other organizations are paying for similar type positions. Career ladder having those in place, number one, it gives an employee an opportunity to grow within their current position, meaning they don't have to necessarily be the division manager or the department head, but they can grow in that direction. But let's say they don't want to be a manager, but they can grow in their position. A very good example is our skills trades positions, our carpenters, HVAC workers, plumbers, electricians. You start off as a electrician 1. You can move to an electrician 2 based on skills and other credentials that you attain. You move then to an electrician 3 based on additional skills and experience and other things that you would obtain. So that allows a person to grow, be promoted, advance their pay, because when you say an electrician 1, let's say that electrician starts at $21 an hour. Okay, electrician 2 moves up to $23 an hour. Electrician 3 is at $25 an hour. So they're growing, and that's a part of being able to retain those employees. So it was said, so if the question, so just trying to explain about career ladders, but if your question is how many career ladders do we have, I did provide that information in May, but I can bring that information back again in terms of how many positions actually have a career ladder attached to them. But just know that for every position that has a career ladder attached to it, that means that employee can advance. They can advance in their pay and their grade based on their career ladder. That's already been approved. It doesn't have to come back to council. When that department director determines that the electrician 1 has graduated and is ready to move based on criteria that's already out there, that they know what the criteria is to get from a 1 to 2 and 3. So when they reach 2, then they advance in their pay. When they reach 3, they advance again, they're advancing in their pay. But if it's just a number of positions that have career ladders, I can certainly bring that back again.
Yeah, I guess my thought process behind that, because we're talking about pay for performance, and then you're talking about career ladders, and I look at it like of course in the military, you have years like longevity and you get raises throughout that time, but it becomes a moment in your military career that if you're not performing, if you're not testing well and things like that, you're not going to move up, because your evaluations will dictate your promotions.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at tying in all of this in the conversation, because that's when we talked about doing pay plan maintenance, how we incorporate this evaluation process in reference to that. So, and I know that we've had this conversation multiple times about our evaluations, and I got to get with you, because now I done got nominated by my peers, so I have to do an evaluation on, the auditor. So, just looking at knowing that it's optional, and we haven't, and I'm not saying that departments don't do them, but it's what I know in my mind and what I see, that it is optional. So, and it's not a requirement. So, and I get it that we want to make it a requirement by attaching this pay for performance. However, in the public safety realm, they've been doing this performance evaluations, but it's attached to exactly what we're just talking about, career ladder or promotions. So in a sense, you're building, I'm gonna say you're building up to potential promotions because you're getting evaluated. Like I know CPD does evaluation and they look at that. So, and I think they do tests and they do all kind of other stuff as well, measurements, in order to get those promotions. So I think our first step is to actually do our evaluations. And I don't know if we can make them a requirement.
Well,
But
they already are a requirement.
It's not required, it's optional, right?
Well, no. We should be doing performance evaluations. We should be doing them. Whether it's been a number one priority or not, that may remain a question when we look at the number of departments that are completing performance evaluations. And I'll just say this, from my perspective in HR, obviously, we're the holder of the performance evaluations and we account for them when they come in. But we're also, we've helped working with the assistant of our IT department. They have helped us and our vendor build the new system that we have, and it is an Advantage 4 in our HR IS system. So what we are doing is we're doing the training. Our training and development manager is great, and she's done a good job already in pushing out the training, because you got to get trained on it, because you're not going to know how to use it if you don't receive some type of training. So we're trying to get another however many employees that need to be trained, get all the employees and managers to be trained, and then push it out to them. And I will say this, we don't get a lot of pushback from managers with regard to the performance evaluations, but yes, it needs to be, if it's a priority. Yes, if leadership says this is a priority, we want this done. If administration says this is a priority, we want this done, yes, we will get it done. I'm not arguing whether we need to pay for performance or not. That would not be my decision. But in terms of doing performance evaluations, we can get them done, whether we're talking about management saying we got to get done, if leadership says we got to get done, if this government says it's a priority and we want it done every year, it'll get done. There are some things that we are putting in place to help managers in our legacy system that we had, or outside of our legacy system, something else that we were doing. We had a system where we could remind managers, okay, John Doe, his evaluation is due March 1. So the manager gets a reminder to do John Doe's. It helped. And that was very indicative of our success rate, because they got reminded to do them. And that's something that we don't have yet in Advantage 4, but we are working on that. Once they are reminded, they know they've got to do it, they usually get it done.
Right. Well, I want to say this. When I first got here, and I know I pull from my military experience a lot, I always said evaluations, and looking at outcomes and setting goals and things like that. That was day one, 2020 for me. And I will let you know that, and the first thing I did when I came in here, I said, I know I got to call you, because I'm on the chopping block too, as far as doing evaluations. But I will say that I appreciate, I know we have a lot of irons in the fire, a lot of things to do. And you have listened to this council body in regards to this. And I think the one email that you sent out, it had incentives where if you got it tiered for a competition for people getting their evaluations in, from perk time off, Gene Day Pass and recognition wall. I appreciate you, and yes, our conversations around this table are being valued, and I do see that it is a requirement as of October.
Absolutely.
So we are moving forward with that. Prior to the October 3rd date, it was optional. But you have really listened to the request of the council, and I appreciate you for doing that.
Absolutely.
All right. Counselor Chambers.
Yeah, I'll make it real quick, and I appreciate you too, Ms. Hollowell. I think you do a phenomenal job. I just want to add that career pathing and performance tied to pay or merit are two different things. That means, and I believe, if you're at the level 1 and if you've excelled and you're ready for level 2, you need to be elevated to level 2, but you still qualify for a merit. So the career pathing is critical for upward mobility. And then sometimes you have people that just want to be solid professionals, don't have a desire to be in management. So, career pathing is very critical, but we're talking about two different things, and both of them are necessary. Career pathing and performance for pay, which is tied to merit. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hollowell, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, this concludes my agenda, but I do want to remind you of the Hometown Connection legislative agenda tomorrow, 11:30 at the Trade Center.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the clerk's agenda, the first item we have is a reminder of the council meetings for the remainder of 2025. I did want to point out that the meeting that's scheduled for November 4th at 9:00 a.m. will be at the school district building. Item 2 is a request that I'm submitting. I'm requesting that the members of council directly consider the pending honorary designation applications that we have. We have tried to schedule meetings with the Board of Honor, but unfortunately, we've been unable to do that. We haven't been able to get a quorum to agree on a date and time. So we have 2 applications that have been in since August.
Motion.
Okay. All right, we have a motion second.
All right, motion second to approve those 2 pending. Who are they for, by the way?
These are for, we've got the one that's in honor of Anthony Bonner. This one was submitted by his mother, Brandy Jones. This is to install an AED station at Lake Bottom Park. I have been involved in the correspondence between Ms. Jones, Parks and Recreation, and Lauren Vance. So I believe Ms. Vance has figured out a way to make sure that it's funded.
Okay, what was the other one?
And the other one, is in honor of Angie Sheehan. This was submitted by J. Philip Thayer, and this is for an honorary designation to be some kind of plaque at Pop Austin Recreation Center.
All right, thank you. Motion
Yes, sir.
second to approve. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Wait a minute.
All right.
We don't have enough. Oh, Travis is over there. Okay, I'm sorry. You were hidden from me, so you voted in the positive, right? Okay.
Thank you, counselors. Next, we have a resignation from Norman Easterbrook. He is actually retiring from the River Center, and so he is stepping down from his seat on the Uptown Facade Board.
Motion to receive the resignation. Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? That's approved. Motion second to approve travel authorization. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? That's approved.
And this is a travel authorization for Counselor Tucker to attend the 2025 Georgia Association of Regional Commissioners. Next, we have minutes of various boards.
Motion second, receive the minutes. Any that anyone would like pulled or edited? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? It's approved.
Next, I'd like to do 2 add-on resolutions excusing Counselors Davis and Hickey from today's meeting.
Motion second to excuse the counselor's absence. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, they're approved.
We have board appointments. The first ones are for the mayor. These nominations may be confirmed at this meeting. We have the Building Authority of Columbus. There is a vacant position on that board. We have for CVB, Mr. Mayor, I believe you did submit a nominee for that seat.
Yeah, it's Cesar Bautista.
Yes, sir, and he may be confirmed.
Motion second to confirm Mr. Bautista. All in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Next, we have the Pension Fund Employees Board of Trustees. We have a vacant position for the Business Community Representative. For council appointments ready for confirmation, we have the Personnel Review Board. Natalie McDowell was nominated to fill a vacant seat as a regular member, and she may be confirmed.
Motion second to approve confirmation. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, she's confirmed.
Next, we have council district seats. We have CDAC, we have vacant positions for Districts 2, 6, and 8. For Public Safety Advisory Commission, we have for District 5, Paul Berry is eligible to serve. However, he is not interested in reappointment. We have the seat for District 9, Scott Taft is not eligible, so we will need a nominee for that seat as well. For the Youth Advisory Council, we need nominees for Districts 9 and 10. Next, we have council appointments and nominations would be listed at the next meeting. For the Animal Control Advisory Board, we have a vacant position for the Georgia Vet Tech and the Animal Rescue Shelter Representative. For Keep Columbus Beautiful Commission, we have a vacant seat for representative of Senatorial District 29, and the commission is recommending Christacia Heath. Would anyone like to nominate her? Thank you, Councilor Crabb. We'll bring her back on the 28th. For the Liberty Theater Cultural Arts Center Advisory Board, we have 2 vacant positions on that board. For New Horizons, we have a seat, we need a nominee for the seat of Judge Ranieri, who does not desire to be reappointed. For the Personnel Review Board, we have several vacant seats. We have alternate member 1, 2, 3, and 5. And then at the very end, I have several memos listed. These are upcoming expiring terms. As you can see, the format's a little bit different. I was trying to make it a little bit easier for everyone to read. And I will bring these seats back on the 28th. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
We do have to go into executive session, but first we've got 3 individuals that are waiting for 3 additional minutes. First is Miss Natalie Nicole. Oh, you're done? Okay. And next is Miss Elamine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome, ma'am.
As a momentary detour, I want to say there's a healthy adversarial relationship between union representatives and HR directors. But I can tell you I have the utmost respect for Ms. Hollowell. When I reached out to her about the performance evaluations, I expected her not to disappoint. And I would say to number 10, merit pay and pay for performance is badly looked at. And when men are pitting women against each other for performance, it's the stuff of sexual harassment lawsuits. And I would urge you to back away from it, because you mentioned 2 women and who should get, it just sounded real bad. But on the issue of the demolitions, when you look at District 3 and you look at District 7, and District 1, there are streets where people have been raped, robbed, and murdered. There is a connection between blight and the knuckleheads. When the chief walked in earlier, I said, it's getting worse, because that young man who got out of jail after a year or so and raped the CSU student, folks, crime is real. It's getting worse, and it's in the blighted areas. You've got to get control of the situation. You really do. You really do. Because when I drive around East Winton, scary. Thomas Street, Colorado, you should see how people are living. It's been a murder on Colorado Street before. You need to pay attention. You need to call me back, because I drive around East Winton, and you see all those streets on your list in East Winton. In East Winton. Yeah, and don't keep saying you're going to call me back and never do it. Yeah, but you need to call me. Yeah. See, Val McGowan says he know you. I'm gonna get him on you, because you need to call me.
Thank you,
You
ma'am.
need to stop not calling people. Goodbye, everybody. It's been a long meeting, but it was
It
worth
has.
every
Thank you,
minute.
Ms. Salamine.
And please avoid the sexual harassment merit pay approach. Crime and punishment in employment does not work.
Yes, ma'am.
It's
Thank
a
you.
bad idea. It's a bad idea.
All right, next is Matthew Gilbert. Mr. Gilbert, this time, if you would, state your address as well. You didn't do that the first time. Oh, that's fine.
My name is Matthew Gilbert, and my address is 707 Mobley Road. I'm speaking again today, I didn't plan to originally, to emphasize several items that I heard discussed today and tie them into the data concerns I raised on the public agenda. I don't believe most of us realize that a lot of these new technologies, from SIM tracking to the robots, quietly expand that same private data network operating in our city. Spot police robots are four-legged autonomous machines equipped with AI-driven cameras, microphones, and sensors capable of mapping environments, recording high-definition video, and even advertised facial recognition technology through Flock. When used by police, they connect through cloud systems that allow remote control, live streaming, and private data storage outside of any public oversight. In many deployments, Spot units are linked with systems like Flock Safety or Palantir's data analytics networks, effectively becoming walking surveillance nodes on our streets. When we purchase police robots and firefight robots, we deserve to know what's exactly inside of them. Does that firefighting bot include facial recognition or AI data collection features? If it does, then why are we quietly expanding that same network with non-police tools? Also today, we proposed to adopt a SIM tracking technology, which we were being told was to assist outcomes, when in reality, it will be used for the sole purpose of creating and fueling crime prediction algorithms, which are already in place, with surveillance products such as Gotham. We are 2 mouse clicks away from a private company choosing to start reporting your info to Equifax and other trading credit agencies, and thereby implementing a social credit score system, and the local government wouldn't have any say in it. Data brokers across the country are frothing at the mouth to purchase private data from municipalities, packaging our movements, habits, and locations for resale. And once that data leaves our hands, it's no longer about public service, it's all about profit. And you, as the council, lose all power of oversight. We need to be transparent, accountable, and hold systems that keep our data at home. Citizens have a right to know what's being recorded, who controls it, and how it is watched. Technologies nowadays are advancing faster than ever, especially when the marketing behind them can be intentionally misleading, and oftentimes the technology changes after we have adopted it. It is dangerous that our own police department has a financial incentive to parrot marketing materials provided to them by Flock, rather than question them. Flock offers police departments grants, discounts, and free equipment in exchange for expanding their camera networks and sharing data with them, creating a built-in incentive to promote the company's technology. Our current arrangement makes departments financially and politically interested in Flock's success. I urge you to enact a surveillance or oversight ordinance requiring full transparency and understanding of any new system that is approved, whether through mandatory audits.
Time's up, buddy.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Listen, I want to thank you for being here and sharing your thoughts. No doubt we're entering a new frontier, and it's going to take some careful, transparent handling of some of that information. So thank you for sharing your thoughts.
I appreciate you listening.
Yes,
Have
sir.
a great day.
All right, we do need to go into executive session. I believe it's for potential litigation.
Litigation and acquisition or disposal of real estate.
We'll go with that. Potential litigation and acquisition of property. There is a motion. Is there a second? Second. All right, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, we are in executive session. All right, we have been in executive session. We have discussed litigation and the acquisition and disposal of real estate. No votes were taken. I'm going to turn it over to the Assistant City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm asking that this council approve the resolution they have at the table to pay claimant Shermone Edge
$50,000 in exchange for a release of all claims having to do with an
Motion.
accident on June 15th, 2023.
Motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that's approved. We also, just now as we were coming out of executive session, passed around a little memo to council that has already been distributed to the Pension Review Board. And back in 2012, we did some pretty significant changes to the pension plan in order to kind of stay competitive with other communities and other organizations. It's been a long time. It's time we do it again. We already have a contract. We don't have to go out for an RFP because our contract covers us from our benefits advisor. So they are going to work with us. It does have a price tag to it, but we presented it to the pension board, and because they really want to make sure that we've got the best plan possible for our employees. They're going to pay for it, which is an acceptable and approved expense from the pension fund, so they can pay it out of the pension board. Doesn't cost the council anything. We don't have to make a decision on that. But it doesn't take a vote. The pension board voted for it already. Just wanted y'all to be aware, and as the consultant continues to move towards getting their work done, we'll share the outcome of that with y'all when that time occurs. All right, if there's no motion to adjourn and a second, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, we're adjourned.